UN Spacey Wolf Squadron. This is your Wolf Commander Wolf 10. I'm your werewolf back again on a Tuesday. And I know we've already did an impromptu stream yesterday, but this is for real this time, everybody. This is the UN Spacey today. And today we're going to be talking about horror, the genre, the concept of mediums, from the legends of where horror originated, from the unknown, of course, to the movies that we like, to the stories that we read that we also like, to even things that really scare us, like our worst fears put onto screen or put in a book, in writing, if you will. Join with me is the lovely Lady of Valor. Tell me what is it that scares you the most, Lady of Valor? Leia plus size.
Hello, this is Leah Plus, your lovely Lady of Valor. And what scares me the most, man, I don't like ghosts. And snakes are just probably my worstest fear is giant man-eating snakes. So those are some of my scares. And now as a grown person, what does really scare me? Well, ghosts do scare me. I still hide when I hear about poltergeists. So there you go, right there.
Coming across the sea of stars from occupied Imperial space, we have the Trooper FN 2525. What scares you the most, man?
Gosh, Batman versus Superman. That was pretty scary. It was scary in the sense that I fell asleep throughout the whole film and then literally woke up for like the last 20 minutes, and that was literally the best part of the film. I got lucky, but
that's a validated fear.
yeah. For real.
Coming at you live from a basement underground with good Wi-Fi. What is that you fear the most? Schooner Tuna, the schooner of the tuna.
Mostly assorted instruments. I mean, I'm laying on an operating table all day, and they're poking and prodding me with a whole bunch of things.
Well, that's why you were experimenting on. I'm so sorry to hear that, buddy.
Well, that's all good. I mean, at least I got the higher brain cognitive functions.
Cool.
I think what I was mostly afraid of, though, were mostly tales of the unknown. You know, when it's man versus something that isn't man versus. I guess you could call it man versus nature. You know, what's out there, and something that it's not clearly defined, so you don't know where it comes from, why it exists. Like, for example, the Thing from Another World, you really don't know what it is, and it's constantly changing and shifting, and it's like you're wondering at the next moment, are you going to be next?
That one, that the Thing movie, especially the one with the remake in the 80s with Kurt Russell. Oh man, that one is scary. I think that's on my list of scary because you don't know what it is, and then you don't know if the person next to you is that. That is the worst fear, and you're trapped somewhere where you can't call for help. Oh, you're good. That's a good one, Spoonie.
Yeah.
My fear used to always fluctuate from clowns to spiders, specifically. Now it's a specific spider type, which is tarantula type. I like to call it tarantula type. That's my greatest fear of all. What I really fear the most is if you can't kill it, I'm virtually scared of it. That's so imagine if you will how I felt about zombies in the past when there was no specific weakness to a zombie to be had when you have the zombie genre to speak of. So I was very scared of those. I mean, imagine my fright with the Re-Deads and Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. You know what I'm saying? Until my cousin killed one of them.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, I'm not afraid of it no more. If I can't kill it, I'm afraid of it. Bar none. If it can't be killed, I'm afraid of it. A lot of people like to say death. I'm like, I used to be afraid of death too, but you know what? I'm living a good life. If it comes, it comes. But if it's something I can't kill, like, yeah, get that away from me. You go over there. Don't come near me. So, before we begin, I'm gonna welcome the chat real quick, and I see people are pouring in so far, about the four of you. Anyways, we have Melissa Harris first, and she's been talking up a storm so far, which is good. Keep it coming. The gift that keeps on giving. We have the Maverick Hunter Saint, Brian Gil Martin, with us. I'm gonna have to give her a call sign since she's been dedicated to us. Melissa Harris and Samuel Olaki is with us as well, and of course Eloise. Wait, wrong one. Eloise. Hey, Eloise. They're all telling their fears. So let's go over their fears real quick before we begin. So Melissa Harris brings up that Jake's scared of clowns, scarecrows, snakes, rats, bugs, spiders, ghosts, demons, deep water, fire, doctors, and heights and dang.
That sounds like watching a lot of
dentist
pop culture. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
That sounds like Monk.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, Monk.
Truth be told, the dentist still makes me jump. Even I'm a grown woman. I'm like, oh, I got to go back to the dentist. I don't know. I think I don't like instruments. I think I'm a lot like Scooney. I just don't like the instruments. The drill is just, I don't know.
I'm fine with the dentist. I like, bruh. Only thing I ask is for you to do your job. You know what I'm saying? If my teeth need to be removed, you better do a good job of it. I better not be experiencing no complications with the surgery that you did on my mouth, man.
Okay.
Do your job right, or else you're gonna have one unhappy werewolf.
Yes.
That goes for anybody in any profession. I expect you to do your job. That's the only expectation as a customer that I expect. The same thing with when I'm working my job, the customer service, right? They expect me to do my job. So is it too much to ask for somebody to do their job right?
Yes.
Well, I
guess so.
Can't argue that. I agree.
I will be lenient. I will be lenient. If you're not having a good day, I understand. You're not at your best because you're having a very bad day. But I do expect you to do your damn job. Come on, man. Put that personal history aside and do your job. You're still working. Go home, escape for a while, and then tackle your personal responsibilities.
But I'm triggered.
Shut up.
Like, what do you want me to say, right? I mean,
anyway.
I don't know.
I'm just militaristic. I'm just militaristic on that stuff. Like, bruh, look. I get that your dog died, but do your job. Just like more for your dog later. Do your job. Look, we all lost family members. Get your head out your ass and do your damn job.
Oh, you're asking them to be adults. Okay, that's a different thing altogether. So
I expect them to be an adult.
I get what Wolf is trying to say. I mean, if your personal problems aside,
sensitivity be damned at this point. Sensitivity be damned at this point. They're using it as a crutch. I'm sick and tired of that BS.
Or as a shield from any sort of criticism.
Right.
I'm you ain't fit to pull that sympathy card as a crutch, bruh. I lost my grandma, I lost my auntie, I lost my cousin through gang violence. You see me crying about it?
Except for the gang thing, it sounds like a country music song, but
I know, huh?
Right. It's actually kind of interesting that you bring that up, Wolf. It's interesting because most horror films try to touch on something like that, like coping with grief or the stages of grief. But, did you guys remember the film? I'm already starting us off. 1408 with John Cusack, Samuel Jackson, the Kirk.
Yes, I saw that.
I skipped that one.
Oh, you got to see it. It's really, really good. It's
1408. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a combination.
The two endings.
Yeah, actually, no, it has 5 different endings apparently.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I only had 2.
What was I gonna? Yeah, it has
One of Stephen
multiple.
King's best adapted. One of the few best Stephen King adapted films too. That he's
Yes,
Yeah.
still
adaptation.
also unappreciative about.
What I love about that film, though, is that it's clearly John Cusack's character going through the stages of grief, but also it's very much a retelling of the Inferno by Dante.
And
Dante.
yeah,
Yeah.
The Divine Comedy.
Yeah, the Divine Comedy. And depending on which endings have you seen? Have you seen the and
Theatrical, mostly.
which one's the theatrical ending? Is that the one where he patched things up with his wife and he's moving home?
Yeah.
yeah,
he
that one.
plays
I've
the
seen that
recording.
one.
Yeah, what's kind of interesting is that it's really cool because in the beginning you see him in this rather purgatory setting, and then by the end of the movie in the all white room with the woman he loves, it's almost like that heavenly scene. And the whole sequence with him inside the hotel room, he's going through the Inferno, but also the stages of grief. And I thought that is a very interesting way to make an audience connect with the character, because we all go through the stages of grief and we all come out about it differently, because if you do not overcome your stages of grief, you will be consumed by them, like the horrific visions that he sees in the room. The room is basically a representation of his
Yeah,
of his past, trying to keep him in there. And the only way he can.
Hey, Sam.
Oh, hey, Samuel Proctor. Ooh,
Oh, that's
started
right.
spring.
That's right. Professor is doing his book studies tonight.
oh yeah, I'm going to look in on that. I haven't read The Fellowship in a long time, but
Same here.
I'm going to be interested. I'm going to go to that stream when we're done here and see. Samuel, you'll like it. You'll like it. You want a nerdy one like me that but I don't want to digress. But it didn't take me long to read them I read books when I was young. I was sort of a loner and I kept to myself, but I loved fantasy books and they kept my imagination going. So I couldn't put that book down. Well, they were much better than the school books. Oh my God, I got so bored with the books in school. Jeez.
It's long. I will tell you now, Sam. It's very long. It can get tedious. So you can skip usually the first 3 or 4 chapters.
Why you always gotta be a player hater?
Well, I'm not, because I mean that's one of those books you can put down and like leave down for months and then pick it back up and be like, oh, I remember why I put it down.
And then even that and
it's a good book. It's just
you'll still continue as if it's your first time going through it too.
Yeah,
maybe my brain was different. I wasn't bored. Maybe because maybe my brain is wired differently. But I liked that it took me away. Basically, it took me out of my everyday world as a kid. So maybe that's why I couldn't put it down. I mean, don't worry. It took me, about 6 months to read it. But
yeah, there you go. Well, see, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm right there with you. So
I still, it never bored me. It just sucked me in the world so greatly that I was never bored with it. I was going back. Wolf, you had Brian's comments up there. You had two of them up there. I just want to respond to real quick. One, he talked about cult formality, and I totally agree with it. That can be scary.
Mentality,
I think of Invasion of the Body Snatchers, and shows like The Walking Dead, where everybody, one of the one of the protagonists. The Walking Dead is another TV show or any zombie picture itself, because they're trying to survive a world where everybody's like zombified. So that can be scary. The Borg from Star Trek, The Next Generation, the Borg was another one. Probably the scariest one of the Borg, because you lose yourself to these creatures. So back to what Schooner was saying, if that book was about grief, then movies like The Body Snatchers and The Walking Dead and the Borg, they represent that cult mentality of losing who you are as self.
It's also ironic that Invasion of the Body Snatchers came out around the time, the original black and white version came out around the time of communism, the Red Scare. That whole the horrors of uniformity and complacency.
Right, exactly. I agree with you. And then there was the remake, and then
Which is
Yeah,
the
go ahead.
one I watched mostly. I didn't really get a chance to knuckle down and watch the original, the '90s one you're talking about, Body Snatchers, with that
yeah,
scary
yeah.
bathtub scene.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Don't fall asleep, because if you fall asleep, that's where they get you. Scared the devils out of me, like that. But I am frightened by that, because if anything, I know Jordy. I can't remember everything Jordy LaForge says, but he was explaining to Hugh why they're fighting against the Borg so badly, and it's the idea of losing the individual, losing the self,
Mhm.
losing I who I am, and being consumed by it, not having that. And I never realized that is a great fear, and it comes across in many horror movies, in many in science fiction and in horror films, especially Borg, particularly because they're part mechanical. And I also think there's something of a fear of technology as well, or becoming a machine, becoming
Mhm.
machine-like. So I just want to say, Brian, yes, that can be a fear. I think other movies that fit that way, but Body
He
Snatchers,
also brought up tentacles too. So yeah, I can understand that.
yeah, that the tentacles, yeah, all of that. That's also on my list of fears. Even when zombie pictures, or like the show The Walking Dead is this trying to survive when everybody else is succumbing to this zombie-like state of being like everybody else, and it can be a
Mhm.
little fear. I even think that's why some people maybe even rebel against something in society, or when we're young, we
Well,
rebel in some way because we don't want to conform.
yeah, and another thing that I think I find interesting about the zombie pictures, just building off of what Leo Plus Size was saying, it's the idea of how sometimes the scary thing is not the zombies themselves, but what people turn into. You know, the succumbing to, when we lose our humanity, when we lose the thing that makes us genuinely civilized.
Mhm.
When you're, I mean, it was just like what was it? With Stephen King, another Stephen King story, short story, The Mist. It's about humanity, can be sane when they have law, order, and civilization. But when you replace all of it with innate fear, you'd be surprised what you become.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Yes, yes, exactly.
One of my
Yeah.
favorite movies.
Yep. Exactly. I mean, that ending of the film of The Mist. Holy smokes.
Concerning the different ending in the novella,
Yep.
which is
Exactly.
more hopeful, and Stephen King is he said he was kicking himself in the behind for not putting that in. Even
Mm-hmm.
Frank Darabont himself asked if he could make an authorization of the ending, and
Yeah.
it's sold
Mm-hmm.
to the audience, and the audience were just flabbergasted about that ending. Like that's one of the talked
Because it
about
was
things about the
so
Mist.
exactly, it was so impactful because when you are put, it's. I love that ending so much because the way the son is looking at his father, the ultimate betrayal in his eyes, and then
Mm.
after he destroys all of them, he walks out into the mist screaming, "Come and get me!" And then the mist clears.
Oh,
And,
yeah, yeah. That's interesting.
Had they waited, had they waited a little longer.
mm-hmm. But that was and that's what I found interesting. Remember, what was it at the end when the mist clears and you see all those things of refugees, and you see the one woman who braved the mist to go and save her kids.
Yes,
Hmm.
yes,
And she held out that glimmer of hope. There is hope. I even if no matter how faint it is, you must go and try. And
Yep.
her faith was rewarded in the end.
yes. I remember that scene. Yeah, you're right. That's why you're right. That ending sticks out.
Let's talk about the
like
creatures
that.
real quick, since I brought up the mythology and the horror mythology
Hmm.
about it all. The
Hmm.
spiders, the spiders with faces, skull faces. Oh my goodness, that scene will always stick with me for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
Just seeing that guy, the MP, just with all that crawling out of him, just that. Oh man, if they're like, bruh, I've never came across something that rivals the chest burster ever. Like
Mhm.
ever. Like Species 2 almost came a close second. Freaking Extra 1 almost won the top. But then that spider scene, and when he fell, when he
Mhm.
hit the ground, I was like, my mouth was still agape.
Well, that's also based on some facts too. I mean, did you hear about the one guy who had when a spider laid an egg in his neck,
Mm-mm.
Oh yeah, was
and
that in
then
the
it had,
movie?
and no, it was that happened apparently in real life. So
Yeah, I
these are
heard some stories
that's
like
based
that.
off of yeah. So that was
I thought that was an exaggeration from Jungle to Jungle.
nope.
Yeah.
No, apparently it did happen, and they were just building off of that idea because there are some spiders who do lay their eggs either in the dead bodies of their prey or sometimes alive.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Nature can be cruel, everybody. Let's give the reminder there. Nature can be very cruel.
Yep. And that was another thing
This
that
should be a lesson to all you environmentalists too, and you tree huggers.
I.
Nature don't give a damn whether you love it or not.
Mm-hmm.
You are
And what
food and meat to them. Sorry, go ahead,
I,
Schooner.
it's all right. What was I going to say? And what I even love about the Mist too is that as much as they're pushing the horror, it's also science fiction because they were what was it experimenting on the military base with whatever technology.
Mm.
It's showing, hey, when we could travel to other worlds, the real question is, yeah, but should we? If we can
Well,
open portals to other dimensions, that's awesome. Yeah, but should we open that door? We don't know what's on the other side.
well, that's what
There
the
was gonna
movies.
be an opening. Sorry, Leia, go ahead.
Okay, no, I was just gonna say that's what the big deal about that was the horror movies of the 50s were about. It was exactly what you explained, Scooney. There was exploration in space and science, and that's why you got a lot of those famous films in the 50s about killer robots from outer space and alien creatures coming from outer space and
Or a
invasion of
messenger for
Mars.
peace that gets shot the second he approaches a woman.
Yes.
Yeah.
Invaders from Mars coming down to Earth, the blob, these creatures, people were having a fear for the very reason that you just explained, is that fear of yeah, we can, but should we? Exactly like you said. Go ahead, Commander.
What I was gonna say was, in the case of the Mist, there was a purportedly they were gonna do an opening that shows the monsters getting out, which was a good thing that they didn't screen that or film that, because that would just took away the mystery of the Mist itself appearing out of nowhere in that town. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, they were definitely gonna do an opening where the monsters pour out the portal, Stranger Things style, and just start tearing ass on everybody, and
Mm-hmm.
you know what I'm saying. Like I said, I was like, I'm so thankful y'all didn't do that, cause yeah.
Yeah, because that takes away, I think, from the creatures themselves. I mean, now suddenly, what is it about? Is it about the terrifying creatures or closing the portal?
Exactly. Yeah.
That opening part of that tension, where it sets up everything, the events of things to come, where uh Dale runs in from Walking
Mm-hmm.
Dead.
Yeah.
It's Frank Darabont's friends, and almost all in that whole movie. You even got you you got Andrea, you got Dale, you even got
Yeah.
I'm blanking on her name now.
Lori?
Not
Lori, is it?
Lori.
Oh.
No, not Lori. Somebody else. somebody that should have been that's dead in the comics, but actually still alive in the show. And
You want to know what else is hilarious?
she's a badass.
Are you
The one
talking-
that T Dog saved and sacrificed himself for.
Oh, let me trying to remember.
The one
Is Carol?
Sophia's mother. Yeah,
Yeah,
Carol.
Carol.
Yeah. Carol was the one that went out to go get her children. Of all, okay, Frank.
Mhm.
Good one. Good one. Good one.
Hold on, my phone is.
I
This
think what's
time
even
her
worse-
children live. This time her children live. But Sophia's actually alive in the comic too. By the way.
Is the captain? Is he calling you?
What else? Also, the Sam Witwer, the guy who played the zombie in the tank in the first episode, he's even in the movie.
Yep.
He's the guy they throw out of the convenience store and
Poor guy.
make him a sacrifice. Oof, good lord.
Horrible way to end.
Yeah.
They even show. Did you guys ever see the concept art for the creatures that came later at the tail end of the movie?
Yeah. That was
Jeez, that's what bit him. That's what bit Zoloff. That was Zoloff. That Ali was Zoloff from Captain America. I was like, that's what. No wonder that there was a lot of blood. I'm like, jeez, them things got a big old mouth.
And that was the thing too that I thought was great about the Mist is that it's not so much the creatures that the creatures are terrifying, but it's the fact that the Mist like obscures them. You don't know where they are. Again, that fear of the unknown, like what's waiting for you.
Yeah.
I'm so glad that I'm very glad that the show got canceled. That was a terrible show.
Yeah.
I was catching my wife watching. I was checking it out. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to settle for just having the movie. This one is dumb.
Yeah. Well,
This thing is just dumb.
You can't beat Thomas Jane.
Yeah. Like they leave the grocery store and everything. They branch out to. I'm like, what is this?
See,
why can't you?
If there was ever going to be a rewrite of the Myth TV show, the entire first season would be them in the convenience store.
Oh,
at least.
I mean,
and they'll, if they're gonna follow the novella, they're basically traveling through parts unknown and hopefully to a happier pastures. You know, that's basically how he ends. How Stephen King ended it, basically.
Well, yeah, audiences no matter what anybody says, audiences love a happy ending.
Well, you almost need it, especially in a horror film.
Knowing the professor, he's basically begging it at this point.
Well, no, and I don't even want to hit it from a narrative standpoint. I mean, from a chemical standpoint, and the type of stuff that gets released during the viewing of a horror film, you almost need it. So,
I agree with Trooper. Sometimes, because I'm going back to 1408 again. Sometimes what you need at the very end, even Little Shop of Horrors, despite that's a horror comedy, you go through the stages and it's showing you that it's never too late to change. You can always come back. You can be pulled back.
I'm going to use the bathroom.
Yeah.
Okay, don't fall in.
But it's never too late to, for Little Shop of Horrors, the plant represents Seymour's sin and how it just sin getting bigger and bigger and bigger. The movie went with the mega happy ending, which I'm happy about because it showed that no matter how far you have fallen, you can be pulled back. You can be pulled back from that. And despite the fact that they said it ended happily, the movie ends with another plant being shown. It's supposed. Well, no, because that serves an importance.
It does.
You may have been able to be pulled back from it, but the plant, once again, is still out there and it's still waiting for you, preying upon you, and preying on your insecurities, your inferiorities, or your need for fame, fortune, and glory. And what is the solution? Your eternal vigilance.
Yeah.
And that's what, I got from the end of that. And I think that's also what I got from the end of 1408 as well, because you're wondering, was this all real or in his head? And then you hear the recordings of his daughter. And it's a reminder that, he may have been able to overcome his grief, but there's always a possibility that he may succumb to it again.
Well, yeah, that's true. And, what most people tend to forget is that with horror films, there's a whole bunch of adrenal activity going on to the, point of fatigue, when we're watching these films. I mean, they're meant to elicit a response, and that's one of the few things that I initially was going to talk about, but I figured, let's just talk about films or whatnot. But I mean, when we look at whether you're reading a book or whether you're actually watching it on screen, it's actually more effective I tend to argue that it's more effective in the book because you tend to more or less internalize it more. But if you're viewing it on the screen, I mean, you're going to get all sorts of different reactions from different people. So, when we're talking about these films, what actually comprises a horror film, it tends to show incidents of physical and psychological violence. Sometimes it may depict deformities, psychosis, disturbing images, characters that more or less embody some form of evil. We can go from terrifying monsters to depiction of terrifying situations like The Mist, or even using malevolent animals. It all ends up. It's all used to more or less build up suspense, build up the mystery, build up the thrill. And then, I mean, once we start eliciting those feelings of stress, fear, even distress, because the type of horror films that I used to like, I don't watch horror films as much anymore, are the types that literally give you adrenal fatigue the whole time. The whole time you're on the edge of your seat, and whether it's either through chills, cringing, dry mouth, maybe frozenness, or maybe you get some hair bristling, you do get that heightened alertness. And sometimes what may even tend to happen is you might end up getting some form of heart racing, even tingling or clamminess in your hands, or suddenly you'll notice that through your own process of going through this film, suddenly you got to go urinate during the film. That's also a body process. And going from neuroepinephrine down to cortisol, I mean, it's all happening in your body. So I mean, once that film is over, you almost need a happy ending because you need your body to relax. The one thing that you will notice coming out of a horror film is you're usually relieved that it's over. But I mean, and I had said it before, it's and I think we were talking about it privately, like horror and gore tend to kind of be one and the same now, where you could, before you could see a film and you could be like, yeah, that's a horror film. You don't necessarily need the gratuitous horror to be able to say that's a horror film, but now you get more of you get more of the Texas Chainsaw stuff now, where it's like there's, organs hanging everywhere and
fountains of blood and guts.
Well, yeah, the Saw franchise did tend to rely heavily on that. So I mean, in that in and of itself,
Final Destination.
Yeah, and it was funny. I was telling Wolf earlier before, like I have all these freaking films, and I couldn't even bring myself to discuss them because I'm like, how did I ever watch this stuff? Not that they weren't decent horror films, but
I think I stopped at 3. I didn't bother watching the rest of them because I think I recently caught my mom while I was still living with her. Caught my mom watching the latest one that recently came out, and I'm just like, there's no rules anymore in this this franchise, is it? Or at least it's just there to see horrible. Or at least we're in the era. I'm sorry, we're in the era where we just like to see horrible people die in horrible ways. We're still in that region right now, like where I'm not gonna say stereotype. It's not really a stereotype.
Well,
They're not really
no, I
stereotypical.
think we've gotten away from the suspense and the mystery, and we've gone more towards the taboo imagery.
Seems more like it was more of a hate boners, on display in these horror films of the double digit 2000s.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Well,
you just want to see the hot girl
to
die so bad because you can't stand the hot girl, or the nerd dude. Some people don't really like the nerd dude because he's a know-it-all, so he has to die too. Or the stoner guy who thinks he's wise, he ends up dying too because everybody thinks the stoner guy is pretty pretentious. Like there's so many excuses as to why
those
these characters are the way they are, so that we
that's
can watch them
more or
die.
less that's more or less the infantilization of a horror film, because I mean, to kind of put a end cap on what Leo was saying, like looking through all the films that I had, I'm like, oh yeah, this is really good. Oh yeah, this is good. Like I noticed that a lot of those films that I picked up, adding them to my collection, like as far as what I would consider a good film, all really kind of tend to end around 2007, 2008. I
Yeah,
mean, I have
yeah,
horror films spanning back into the 90s that I collected, but I couldn't tell you, any really good films that have come out recently, excluding Quiet Place. I mean, I thought Us was going to be a good horror film. I really did. I mean, it did manage to capture that 90s feel when it came to certain things, but
Hmm.
it did have a certain feeling of unease, and
So we got
it
to
did.
the final act.
Yeah, once we got to the final act, I'm like, okay, you lost me because I don't know where we're going now. Like, where are we going?
I
So
mean, Red's story was pretty interesting to dissect, but like
yeah.
that's all that there it was to it. Because like, if you really boil down to it, the way how the tethered worked and operated when it came down to us, you know
Mm,
how they mimic us, even though even though we don't know each other's existence, we're connected in some way. What she went Basically what she went through she basically what was essentially rape when it came to Ulysses, the tethered version of Gabe.
mm,
Mm-hmm.
Um, what what really what really slew me down about the movies is when you, of course, you have to think and you really see what their plan really is. Which I like that plan. That plan was just simple and to the point and very mysterious in itself. But the thing is when it came down to the fight in the white, let's go with the white family house,
mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They killed their counterparts. They should be going out their way to lock hands with the other tethered.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
here's the thing, in talking about this stuff, like it's something that's Schooner and you both have said. I mean, they have steered away from the basic elements of making a horror film. And they're treating it like any other film now.
mm,
Because, in some notes from Noel Carroll's philosophy of horrors, he basically goes on to more or less describe the structure of horror plotting, and there's really about, I want to say, there's there's two different ways to do a plot. There's the complex discovery plot, there's and then there's the overreacher plot. When we start talking about discovery plot, what we're really talking about is how do you create this film, or how do you do this book. It's usually, if you do more of a complex discovery plot, you end up having 4 acts. Your first act being the onset of the event or finding the evidence. Your second act happens to be the discovery of what caused it. Third act being it confirms your fears that whatever is going on is going on. And then, your final act being the confrontation, which leads you to victory or defeat. Defeat being the plot twist. So, I mean, you have your first twist, and then you have your victory, and then you have your second twist. But I mean, you can boil that into 3 acts. But
Mm.
when we talk about maybe something like a overreaching plot, I mean, we're talking about maybe like a mad professor, looking to take over the world, if you will. And doesn't necessarily have to be a mad professor. It could be, any type of, say, someone researching forbidden knowledge, if you will, or a scientific discovery, or something magical, or something occult. I made fun of Batman versus Superman in the first, in the first introduction of the stream. But I mean, when we talk about fears, for me, it's always been the supernatural or the demonic, or anything that tends to be tied to a religion, because I mean, those things go back centuries. Once we start talking about vampires, we start talking about, as far as, ancient Sumer, if you will.
So,
So
what do you think about the Wendigo? The concept of the Wendigo?
I don't think anything really about that. I mean, I tend to put that with Bigfoot. It's
Hmm.
it's one of those things where, okay, if it's there, I haven't seen it. It's like we hear a lot of word of mouth, but I mean, that's how we more or less.
Not necessarily sighting specifically, but what I'm saying is the concept of a walking corpse that likes to eat human flesh to consume.
Well,
Basically, having
that's not any. That's
a
not any.
deer skull for a head and its intestines hanging out.
Well,
When
that's not any different than hearing about, the chupacabras. I don't think anything more, anything less of it. You hear these stories, or you hear,
cryptids would call them.
or you hear stories of Skinwalker Ranch, if you will, in these, cattle mutilations. I haven't seen the cattle mutilations myself up front. So it's not like I can, be like, yeah, 1 minute the cow was there, the next minute it was, flayed open and done with surgical precision. And, it's got to be aliens, or it's got to be, it's got to be this, or it's got to be that. So, as far as, experiencing horror up front, I really haven't had that many experiences where I could say I've had experiences that were kind of more along that line. I mean, and I guess that's why we really like, horror films, is because we can suspend disbelief. But, one of those, elements that goes into being able to be horrified is the fact, the thought that whatever monster, thing, or event is possible. So, going back to the mist, we know, fog is a natural, cause. So I mean, something like the mist, when we're seeing it on screen, that is possible. The monster or event being portrayed as being threatening in some way has to more or less kind of coincide within the fiction that's being created in that film. We know it's there. We don't know if it's a natural or supernatural occurrence, but because it has some relative link to our normal daily life in terms of, okay, that event could possibly happen, we then lend it, we lend it some actual, belief, if you will, that okay, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to submerge myself into this.
Christ, we lost Schooner.
Oh, well, there
And
are
he's
other
back.
storms. Yeah, maybe he'll be back, but there are storms, like you
And
said.
the
Ah,
storm
there
is
he is.
rolling in. Oh, here I am. I'm back. Yep, storm's rolling in. You hear the thunder
Yeah.
out here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm having.
For everyone who's joined us today, I mean, there is a storm on the East Coast, and 2 of us are on the East Coast, so you're going to maybe get some of that throughout the stream. But
Just to build up. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Trooper. I'm sorry.
well, I was going to say the last thing I was going to add to that, as far as events or things being real within the context of horror, I was going to say they also tend to have they have to have a characteristic of impurity. Like, what makes it impure? Is it something scientific? Is it something biblical? Is it something
And that is basically what you said, Trooper, is basically the basic foundation of horror. It's that they were, in the beginning, they were meant to be cautionary tales.
Yeah,
I mean,
they're
if
I
you
think
look
that's
back,
how.
you can even make the argument that maybe even the Grimm fairy tales contained horrific events.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Grimm. Yeah, they are. Scooney, they were when you said cautionary tales. Grimm fairy tales were supposed to be cautionary tales.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Back then, they started off that way as cautionary tales. Hansel and Gretel, beware of the strangers.
Mhm.
Don't take candy. Don't take candy from strangers. Don't stray off the path in the woods. Little Red Riding
Yeah.
Hood. Don't talk to strangers.
Well, not just don't talk to strangers, but don't give personal information out, because
Yeah.
in the original
Yeah,
Grimm
that
fairy
too.
tale, in the original Grimm fairy tale, the wolf won because he knew exactly where Little Red Riding Hood was going.
Yes, that's how he was able. That's how he was able to catch her. Of course, I love.
Never talk to strangers. That's plenty of good advice.
But yeah, we
Never
all
invite them in
grew
your
up with all
home.
these franchises that did that
Don't
early
take
on
anything
in the
from
80s and
me.
90s.
Just turn around and walk away.
But
Go back
But
now
to
they
bed
were meant to be.
unafraid.
They were meant also to
now
be
that
taught.
stranger in the vehicle, we have to more or less now we have to find a way to relate to that stranger because they're a person too, and whatever their preference is now,
Hello, Georgie.
we have to be able to respect their preference, even though it lies outside of the social mores that we would call normal.
Right,
So that's where we are now. But
Well, that's another thing that I find interesting about scary movies is that that not just were they meant to be cautionary tales, but they were also meant to be a reflection of the time. I mean,
Yeah.
when the 80s slasher movies were coming out, homicide was on the rise in the 80s. Holy smoke. You had all sorts of weird stuff going on. And hitchhike, beware of, hitchhikers.
Women.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like women disappearing and found in ditches 2 or 3 weeks later, disappearing with strangers.
Don't even get me started on the
Yeah.
Japanese horror.
Mm-hmm.
And in the
Everybody
90s,
has a grudge.
it rolled into the serial killer. The
Yeah.
serial killer, the serial killer, the one that looks just like you, or portrays himself as a normal guy, but really is a psych crazy, got dead bodies in the basement nut job.
Yeah.
That kind of horror that we had. But
Yeah.
going back to what you were saying, that's one of the reasons I raised the question, because I was like you. I think it's been about a good decade that when the 2000s came around, and since I am the mature one here,
Mhm.
back in the day, horror was a really big thing. Now, some films I was too little to see, because I remember when my family went to see Stephen King's Carrie, but they had to get a babysitter for me because my mother said this film is too scary for you because you're just a little child. So seeing Carrie get her revenge and all those people at the prom, I didn't till I was older. But it's funny, my nephew saw it when he was older, when he was getting ready for his prom, and it's very weird. He said that scene scared the daylights out of him because he
What
said
scene
the
again?
next day, huh?
What scene again?
From
Carrie.
Stephen King's Carrie, the original Carrie with Sissy
Okay.
Spacek from Stephen King. I didn't see it when it originally came out. I think it was 77, 78. I was a little baby, little thing, so I didn't see
I'm only
four
familiar.
films.
I've seen it sometime in my 20s and still remember the Rage Carrie as well, which
Yeah.
was
Well,
not all that good.
the Stephen King movie is considered a classic. That is
Right.
considered a classic because the
And
ending.
we will not speak of the remake.
No, the remake is nowhere near the classic because the ending when she stuck her hand out the grave, man, I even jumped when I saw that. That even had me jumping. It's a little thing now, but back in the day, I jumped when that hand came out the grave. I was screaming along with the lady too.
Yeah.
But the funny thing was, my nephew saw it about 4 years ago. And he said the prom where she gets her revenge after they drop the bucket on her and she uses her powers to get to kill everyone at that prom scared the daylights out my nephew. My nephew said I was kind to every girl I ever knew after seeing that scene in the prom, because he was going to his prom. Now he had his date, but he said I make sure I was nice to everybody because he said that scene gave him nightmares. It really gave him nightmares. Now Carrie, the original one, That's an older movie, and my nephew at the time, who was about between 7 and 18, was scared by that. But this is a
There
film
was
that's
a
over 30 years old, but we're not getting those kind of movies now.
staying
No,
on
no.
Carrie real quick. There was also
Mhm.
a sci-fi miniseries that aired somewhere around 2009 that actually was more faithful to the purportedly more faithful to Stephen King's book, which she got her powers from from a meteor shower.
Mhm.
Um, the mother's death was more along the lines to the book too, where she crushed her heart with her
Mhm.
telekinesis.
Yeah, I saw.
Um, the conflict started with the big wedge between her and her mom started when one of the neighbors' daughters was out sunbathing with her top off, and she you know her mom being her mom
Yes.
called the girl a whore or floozy.
Yeah.
Which also
Really phonetic.
which is really interesting too in Stephen King's book, because you ask, is Carrie really the villain? And by the end of the movie, yes, because she took her vengeance in the most violent way imaginable. But can you
Yeah.
just imagine what she was pushed to because of it?
Hey, that's an example of a villain's story.
It is, exactly. It is a villain story, but it is a villain story because at the end of the day,
They made the
Carrie,
monster.
they made the monster, and that's something that Stephen King is conveying in his story
Something
too.
I wanted to bring up too when I was in Professor Stream, but I was at work that day, so I couldn't really elaborate more. I even brought up the fact that Kratos from God of War, the God of War franchise itself is basically a
Mhm.
villain story in itself, you
Mm-hmm.
know. But I'll
Mhm.
go into that more some other time when we do talk about villains again, of course. But
It's it's like what Tony Stark said in Iron Man 3. We make our demons sometimes, and and this is age old saying: we reap what we sow, and that's what Carrie
Yeah.
was. You reap what you sow.
By her killing everybody at the prom, because eventually she
But
died herself.
well, eventually she died herself. But it's just, you know, they were I mean, they did terrible things to her that most people. I mean, yeah, there's bullying, and then there's that. That was just abuse. Abuse.
Mhm.
She was abused on all sides, and eventually, we snapped.
Yeah.
basically, Carrie's the poster
Yes, she
child
did.
of what happens to a girl who's raised by a feminist parent versus a boy raised by a feminist parent. Because I heard some things that her mom said about her dad, and oh my goodness, it was ugly. I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, bruh, the concept of marital rape. What?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm like I don't know what the husband did or who the husband was back then, but dang, part of me believes that you hate your husband so much that you even add rape to your marriage when he came to bed to you.
Mhm.
I, I'm,
Yeah.
I'm, I'm,
That was.
I got a new, we like to use the word Karen.
Mm-hmm.
I got a new Karen name, Cersei.
Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah.
Cersei. That's what I'm gonna start calling it. For any woman that acts like that acts like that towards her husband, even though we don't get the other side of the story. Cersei.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's again
Okay,
another
Cersei.
cautionary, another cautionary tale of, do unto others how treat others the way you would like to be treated, because you don't know what this person, what's under the skin.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say, I mean, we've gone from Carrie all the way to Ma in 2019.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness, Ma.
no, don't give up that one. Yeah.
And here's my thing. We go from something like Carrie, which is thriller, and it hits every mark of what you would consider a horror film, to a synopsis that more or less is a lonely woman befriends a group of teenagers who decide to party at her house.
Who is infatuated to the point of stalker to
Yeah.
one of the kids' fathers.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll let you guys. I could not make sense of that film, but if you guys can make sense of it, I'll listen to you
No,
because
that's basically the premise of that
that's
movie.
basically what it was.
The reason why
yeah.
she invited those friends over because one of the kids were the kids of a man that she couldn't let go in her high school years, and basically, in a way, you could say her mind has regressed to that of a teenager. You know what I'm saying? She
Okay.
and she's reliving the rejection that the guy that she had a huge hard on for. Excuse me. You know what I'm saying? A lady hard on, and got to the point where she killed them at the end because you know how yanderes are. If I can't have you, no one else can. So she ended up dying in the fire when the house caught fire with the guy in the bed. So I'm like, bruh, and that's how the movie ends. It ends on her burning up in the house. And I'm like, bruh, I felt bad for those who did pay to see this movie because this movie screened at my theater, and
Well,
of course
here's the thing
everybody
about
can get it for free. So I'm like,
the estimated budget for this thing was like $5 million. And we're so used to budgets like 160 mil. Like, you know, I keep going back to Cap Whammon and Wasp special guest star Ant-Man. But like it grossed like 45 mil in the US. I mean, globally it made 61 mil out of a $5 million budget. I mean, technically it was a successful film. Now, it got mixed reviews, but my question is this what a horror film looks like in 2021? Because there's only so many things you can do with a horror film now in terms of you hit the check marks with the leading role.
Yep.
The premise has to be you were wronged by someone who oppressed you.
You don't own me.
And you know, race notwithstanding, I mean, these are the type of plots that we're allowed to have in
Hey, Matthew.
2021. You know,
exactly. Exactly. It's like, when did horror films suddenly become social commentary?
Yeah, pretty much. Because I mean, as far as like films that I had planned on even discussing, I mean, for me, it was going to be maybe like Alien.
I will say this:
or 30 Days
right
of Night.
now, since Thunder Force, Octavia Spencer, you need to hire a new agent.
Yes.
Thunder Force.
I'm like, lady, you were in Hidden Figures.
And
bruh. After coming from Hidden Figures, your standards should be higher. I'm sorry, Octavia Spencer. Your standards are low for some reason, and I don't know why. You came from Hidden Figures. Your standards should be higher.
Well, the thing is you can't be too successful. Because if you are too successful, then you got to go down the road of Lizzo. You got to do something to pander to that group. So, you know, Lizzo has to add the body positivity to it, because you know.
I'm
again,
just saying, like Octavia Spencer, I get it. Melissa McCarthy is your best friend, but no,
you can't just
friends can say no to each other. I say no to my friends all the time.
Like, you can't just be column A. You got to pick something from column B, C, or D.
Columbine, and Colin Farrell, and Colin Hauser.
Cardiac arrest.
Colin Farrell.
I'm just saying, Octavia Spencer, again. I'm sorry, guys. Again, Octavia Spencer. I get it. Melissa is your friend. I'm pretty sure you guys are very good, close friends. But dang it, make like everybody in Alan Sandler's circle of friends and say no.
I would have loved to have seen a big girl comedy, you know, because I mean those are usually good if you can find them. I mean, but it's got to be tongue in cheek.
I'm pretty sure that role was written for Sandra Bullock in mind too, and I'm pretty sure Sandra said no.
I agree with you, Commander. You can be friends with someone, but you just got to be. Well, in Hollywood, there's two types of people. There's the people that tell you what you want to hear, and the people that tell you what you need to hear, and people tell you the BS. And I think Octavia should have just looked looked Melissa McCarthy in the eye and said, Melissa, you're really cool. It's great. Don't take this personal, but there's no way in the devil I'm doing this story. I'm out. And get somebody else to do it. I'm out and get someone else to do it. Don't let that sink yourself down. And then you've got those actors that want to prove, well, everybody thinks I'm serious all the time. I'm going to do a goofy, stupid, immature adolescent comedy, and people won't take me so serious. And then some of them end up doing the worst work they can ever find. I can't think of on hand, but I can think of a lot of actors that have thought that's in their head. They stoop
All I
low.
can say, Lady Valor, is that at least when it comes to Alan Sandler, Shaquille O'Neal gets off easy.
Oh yeah.
Somehow he gets off easy. Because everybody else, I mean, Chris Rock, like he lived for stuff like that, but like Shaquille O'Neal, I'm like, bruh, you leaving with your dignity. You're just there for a cameo, and I'm all for it. I'm all for that. Matthew Flynn brought up Life Force, that one energy vampire movie from Britain, I believe. That
yeah, I like that film, Matthew. Thanks for bringing that up. That's kind of a cult classic in a way. I did see that. Yes, Life Force. Yep. They were space vampires. Scoonie, you seen that?
Yep. I watched it when I was. I guess you can say when I've entered the teenage years. I wish I could say that I was watching that movie because of the horror aspects of it. No,
I want to acquire the original cut, not the American cut. Screw that, man. I want that epic music playing in the background as I start that movie.
Oh, Commander, I thought you were watching it for the obvious reasons that all other adolescent young boys were watching it.
Oh, I would be. Don't hey, this is me you're talking about here.
Yes.
No, but I'm just saying, like, bruh, I don't want no text crawl and narration. I want some boom 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 boom. I'm like, oh heck, like when I saw Cecil's exploration of Life Force on Good Bad Flicks, and he made a point to bring up the fact that it had a different film score for that movie. I was like, oh, when I finally acquire this movie, I want that. I don't want what America giving. I'm sorry. I love my country, but y'all screwed up. Hey, Greenie. Just stop by and say hi. Of all streams, Greenie. Of all streams, you ain't gonna stick around. You're not gonna stick around. Come on, you got some horror to bring. I'm pretty sure you got some horror.
I'm pretty sure she thought we were going to talk about stuff that goes bump in the night when really we're talking about, Ma.
and naked vampire queens.
Oh my gosh, there's so many freaking like baked turkeys that try to purport themselves as horror films. One that I really wanted to kind of touch upon lightly and not really go into was your B horror film, which they're so bad that I mean even watching them it's not really horror, it's more of a train wreck. The one film that comes to mind is
Green Boss.
Is the Satanic Rites of Dracula, which was made in 1973.
Right.
That had Christopher Lee as Dracula, and you watch that film, you're like, oh my god! I'm like, how is this terrifying? Because
I get because I'll be honest, when the Hammer's take on Dracula are some of my favorite vampire movies. Are the Hammer movies? No lie, but I get you on that one. Yeah, I get you on that one. I'm like,
that one they had bled the franchise dry. I'm like, wow. I'm like some of this acting. I'm like, they're not getting paid that much, and they're like, I'm just here for a job.
I always attribute it to them just trying to have the best time that they can. Although it's clear that Christopher Lee is not having fun.
Yeah.
Yes.
At some point, I'm not interested in doing this anymore, but I'm contractually obligated.
Yeah, it's one. Yeah, like for me, like I tend to be real big on Elvira. So anytime I could find any Elvira movie, that was my thing. And then out here in Vegas, there used to be a local.
She's still looking good too. She's still looking good.
Yeah,
at her age. at her age, oh my goodness, Cassandra Pearson. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. You know, out
But
here
There,
in
look,
Vegas.
look. I'm not afraid to admit this. There are some women out there that I wish was my mama, and I don't give a damn if they white, black, whatever. I could be white, Asian, what, bruh. There are times I wish Michelle Yeoh was my mama. There are times I wish, well, you used to be Michelle Pfeiffer, but nah, not no more. She a ghoul now. But one of those, Cassandra Pearson. Oh my goodness, I wish you were my mama. There
Mm-mm.
are times I wish I love my mama. No disrespect for my mama. Love mama. I'm happy with the mama I get, but there, bro, American Dream, man. So what? Ain't they though supposed to be the one that you want to marry? Yeah, but I can still dream about wishing them to be my mama too. Now, come on.
Mhm.
You gotta think broadly here too. Which one you rather you want to marry, screw, or which one you wish you had been your mama? Because there are times these women have some big brains, some really beautiful big brains. I mean, I'm just saying, look again, no disrespect to Wolfie Mama,
Mhm.
love my mama, but yeah, there are times I'm like, damn it, why couldn't Cassandra Peterson be my mama?
Oh,
Or
well,
ma-
I was
or maybe Oprah, but yeah, nope, that ship
Oh,
has sailed. That ship
that's a
has
horror film
sailed.
happening now,
That
like
ship
right
has
now in live time.
sailed. Or maybe Angela Bassett. I wish Angela Bassett was my mama too. Sometimes I'm like love you, mom.
You know,
If you happen upon this chat one of these days, which I doubt she will, because this is gonna bore on 3 hours on, and she ain't all for that. Thank goodness for that. So,
we
but
missed out on a
if
few
I,
actresses doing horror. We really did,
yeah,
like Angela Bassett. You know, I think,
Vampire in Brooklyn.
yeah, like Vivica Fox, wasn't she in something like
Let me think
horror
stunt?
real quick.
horror
Horror
related.
wise, yeah,
I
Yeah,
don't
horror related.
remember. I don't ever remember other than Independence Day. I don't even recall her being in anything in horror related,
I
as
mean the
far as
closest
I
thing I
I
know.
could
know.
come.
I know. Tyra Banks was in that terrible Halloween Resurrection.
Oh,
Oh,
Trick
that
or
was god
treat,
awful.
oh, it was
trick or
terrible.
Oh,
That
treat,
was terrible.
motherfucker.
that was terrible. That was god
Hey,
awful. I don't
Neil
know
Star.
what she was thinking. But the whole point was Trooper. Back to what Trooper is saying. I think, but I personally feel they're not making very good horror movies. I haven't seen a good one, and maybe if you could let me know how you felt about A Quiet Place, because this week we had two scary movies, 1 and 2 at the box office: The Conjuring
Mhm.
and what Wolfie saw, which is
The Quiet Place Part Two.
The Quiet Place. And
Mhm.
I feel like they are not making very good horror films as in the past because the theme seems to be Trooper. Trooper Scooney brought this out. They're now becoming social commentaries, which is what I think the remake of The Invisible Man was.
Mhm.
And they're the supernatural, which is like The Conjuring, which is the ghost in the house that we have to talk to the spirits. But
Mhm.
other than that, they're just not making them like the classic. Like I told you, 4 years ago, my nephew saw Carrie for the first time, and that scared him. And here he is, 18 and 19 years old, for a film that's probably got to be near
Respecting
40 years
women.
old.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Yes,
After seeing a prom scene, he
yes,
respected women in
yes,
prom and
yeah,
homecoming.
yes, he did. He said he's nice to every girl. He would any girl that asked him to dance to prom, he would not turn down, even if they're like that. I'm gonna be nice to everybody. I don't want to go through
Right.
that. It gave him nightmares. He wasn't lying. He said, "Oh God, honey, I had a nightmares with Carrie. My prom was like Carrie, and I was screaming. I couldn't get out. I don't want to see that no more." But that film is almost 40 years old. Why are the classics scaring this younger generation and these films up? Because they're not scaring me. So
They're
that's
not.
why,
They're not.
guys, they're what why is it? I think they don't have good writers. I think they're not making good horror films. And even if you're doing a horror movie, you're telling a story. Even if it's a scary film, you're telling a story. And I think they're leaving out the story and just going for the scare. I
Well,
mean,
they're
you're
having to
telling.
walk. They're walking that fine line of trying not to trigger the SJ dub, if you will, with either with either the whole
We should be
clown
very
thing
respectful of
because
people's
you
mental
saw
illness and mental health. You know, we shouldn't have strobe light effects or
Because you saw that whole freaking clown scare thing that was going on for a while. I was like, I'm like, is this what society has become now? Like, are we now afraid of scary clowns? You know, and there's also that
to the
thing
point
where,
where they're restricting what you can dress for Halloween now.
yeah,
Oh yeah.
I was like, okay, well, there goes me being a biracial indigenous person of color. So,
There goes me being Geronimo.
you know, I can't do that for Halloween. But yeah. I mean, it's
Oh,
that fine line
that
of
wasn't funny. Okay.
you can't you can't have like you can't have actual story to it. You can have commentary to it, and at the same time, like the horror can't trigger you. Oh, I'm triggered now. I'm scared of werewolves, and you know you put that on freaking Twitter, and it's like everybody jumps on that Twitter train. So it's like,
And any film that does see a modicum of success is usually the movies that find a smart way to inject social commentary, but not have it be the center focus. Like It Follows was actually pretty terrifying. It's that it's playing on that fear, that innate fear in us as are we being watched? Are we being followed? Or you know, when you have this, you know, you ever had it when you were alone and you felt that there was a presence around, you turn around and there's nothing there.
yeah,
Yo,
like,
my man, all you gotta do is visit a brothel.
yeah, no, it's, you know, it's one of these things where,
But that was a nice concept, a sexually transmitted ghost. Okay.
Yeah.
Never heard of that before. That was new. I watched that for the sake of the fact that it's a ghost that's sexually transmitted. I'm like, okay, hello. Somebody's actually doing something different with the ghost genre. What next?
Exactly.
What next? Cancer ghost? Come on, let's have a cancer ghost.
Yeah, and that's another thing too that I think was interesting about the creature is that there doesn't seem to really be anything that can kill it. And and it's not just something that's making everybody crazy, because remember when it grabs the girl by the head and all of her friends try to help her, and so this thing is real.
Mm-hmm.
It's just you can't see it.
Yeah.
I would, Matthew, but I have not watched any Italian horror films that much. I wouldn't even know what an Italian horror film looks like, for that matter. If I have came across an Italian horror film, I would not have known at
Actually,
all.
Matthew Flynn does bring up a good point, though, is that low budget horror movies have a tendency to be better than these big budget flicks.
Well, I mean, that's why I'm kind of curious to see what this Monsters film will look like, because they're using a low budget studio and it's Rob Zombie. So, you know, it's like, granted, Rob Zombie films have great titles. I'm not saying they're devoid of content, but they are devoid of content. So
look, despite despite Melissa's,
as long as we don't get House of Wax with Paris Hilton. Like,
yeah. Well, here's the thing. Despite Melissa Harris's protestation, we've mentioned this in the green room. Like, look, let him have his fun. He can do. Look, I'm not saying he can do no wrong. Or anything like that. Just let him have his fun, because at this point, I'm not saying he's better than what the SJ does would do with the monsters, but at least he has some. I'm gonna give it this. He has some creative freedom. Nobody's not telling him what to do. You know, that's what I mean by let him have his fun. I say the same for Michael Bay. Despite the BS he brings to any property he gets his hands on, let him have his fun, because at least he has his own creative freedom. So other than that, like, that's where I'm at right at this point when it comes to stuff like this, because we're still getting good stuff. Let's not forget about that. We're still getting good stuff. Now, this is not a mission of endorsement of Rob Zombie. I'm just saying I'm not gonna watch it. I'm already washing my hands of Rob Zombie as is with it. Like, I was thoroughly satisfied with Devil's Rejects. Not watching anything else after that. Like, I've already watched House of Thousand Corpses, which is basically Devil's Rejects all over again. But before Devil's Reject ever came to be, you know, at this point. So, like, anything he has, I wish he had made The Hills Have Eyes.
Yeah.
I think he would have killed it with The Hills Have Eyes remakes, especially the sequel. But But
There,
what he did with the first Halloween, I didn't see the second Halloween. I was like, yeah, I'm I watch House of Thousand Corpses. Like, yep, okay, that's enough. No more Rob Zombie. I'm done. Even the stuff that he started coming out after that, I was like, yep, not watching it no more. I've already had my fill.
yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. Going back to Cassandra Peterson, going back to that. Um, being out here in Vegas in the '90s, there was something similar, but it was different. It was a guy named Danny Coker, and if you've kept up with Danny Coker, then you would know who Count Cool Rider is. And he was on local station, on Fridays, and it was Saturday Fright at the movies. So I mean, you would see all these like baked turkey, horror films, but I mean, those were the type of horror films I got into. The really bad productions that a movie should never have been made. So, you know, something similar to that now. There's a station in San Diego that actually does the broadcasts on YouTube, and their YouTube channel is Creature Features. So I mean, they do the same thing where if you really want to see a terrible turkey, like if you want to see a turkey of a film, that's where you go. But I mean, you have to have appreciation for those types of films because usually it's the low budget films that usually do the best. If it's too overly
Upgrade,
produced, yeah, if it's too overly produced, then at that point you
which I'm
lose the
still
audience.
trying to.
So
If anything, that's the one movie I'm trying to encourage Melissa Harris to at least check out. Upgrade,
yeah,
even if it is coming from Bloomhouse. Like her whole thing is that Bloomhouse tends to ruin it nothing good comes from Bloomhouse. There's been a few things that came from Bloomhouse that has been good. That's not really their traditional stuff, which is the ghost movies like Insidious,
well, I
uh,
mean, I can tell you,
Sinister,
I can
even
tell you,
even the Quiet Places from Platinum Dunes, and that was good.
Mm-hmm.
you see, or what we're used to seeing, that type of trope of two people being on a date watching a horror film. That seems to be a very common trope. I did that. I took a date out to Paranormal Activity.
But but trooper, there's a reason why you bring the date to the movies, because you're hoping the scary movie will terrify your date and they will jump into your arms.
Which it did its job. I
Obviously,
mean, but I mean,
Exactly.
yeah. And you also had films like Blair Witch, which even now they hold up. And we talk about newer productions, and newer productions don't hold a candle to a lot of what these older productions had to deal with in terms of location, special effects. And I mean, we were talking about it yesterday. I know you only caught a little bit while you were playing hooky, but I was going on about cosplayers. It's like we got onto the topic of Star Trek, and I had said, when you do cosplay, you have to have a lot of respect for a cosplayer, in the sense of, you know, a lot of the cosplay that's being done now is by that person, and you don't have a wardrobe. You don't have a wardrobe supervisor. You don't have a special effects makeup
hmm
artist, or director. You're all those people. You're literally all those people.
you're
And
your
sometimes
own bit. You're your own average Joe putting together a costume.
having to learn how
Whereas,
to do that craft, yeah. Like even learning how to actually create prosthetics to get the look that you need. Sometimes you do have to buy a few pieces, but sometimes you can pick up, a trick here and there as to how to actually create, a lot of these special effects. So, but yeah, like, as far as horror films, we like to be able to kind of suspend disbelief with a lot of these horror films. And what I found is I was able to do that for a little bit with Us. But once we got to the third act, it's like, okay, well, now you've built up the story so much, and now it's so big. How do you wrap it up? And then you see the ending, and you're like, okay, well, that
that
was
was
a
it.
lot. Yeah, that was it. All the suspense and fear and distress being built up over nothing. It's the thrill or the twist has to be the bigger of the two payoffs. You know, all that build up, there has to be a big payoff at the end. You have to deliver on that payoff. If not, then the whole thing falls flat. So
I agree. Horror films, that was kind of funny because the movie Scream was basically a meta horror movie because it was getting to the point where people were calling out, "Oh, this guy's gonna
Rest
die."
in peace, Wes Craven.
Yep. This person's gonna die. This person's gonna live. This is how it's gonna happen. They had become the horror genre had somewhat become cliche, so they had to find new ways of scaring people, and that
Don't
is
say
awesome.
you'll be right back because you'll never be right back.
And then I love that.
That's the only line I love out of that movie. Everything was fine, but like that of all the tropes, I love that one that they brought up. I was like, oh, that is so true. That is so. There is truth in what this man is saying.
Well, and that was the thing that I found hilarious about Scream was because I know they gave Scream was supposed to be a self-aware scary movie, but there was some merit as to why the slasher flicks of the 80s were so good at the time. I mean, look at Halloween, which basically ushered it in. And I think the professor basically did a commentary on the movie as well. But what is the basic fundamental core? What's at the core of Halloween? Michael Myers is one of those very black and white, left brain, right brain type deal where right is right, wrong is wrong. And if you notice in the movie, the people he's killing are committing, at least in his eyes, a wrong. You know, don't do drugs. Don't do drugs.
About was kind of like a cautionary tale.
You bring that up, and it's really funny. You know, you're
all dads out there. To any dads out there, just have your child watch these slasher flicks. Why?
Well,
because who lives at the end of these slasher flicks? The good Christian virgin. Okay, so be good, and nobody comes after you.
Just like a tale as old as time by Cabin in the Woods.
That was one of the first cards that got redeemed. But what I was gonna say is I know you were in that chat on MeWe that Leigh and I had, and this very thing came up, and my response was, well, you know, in 2021 it wouldn't have been Michael that was the bad guy. It would have been, you know, Jamie Lee Curtis, who all along drove him to have that psychological break in his psyche.
Or they probably make them into lovers, despite them being siblings.
Well, somehow. yeah, that type of love we don't really talk about.
The whole Kylo Ren Rey situation, you know, they're all about that type of stuff.
Those are weird.
Yeah.
Despite the freaking familial ties, they'll do that. They try to do that with Leatherface in that last movie.
Good Lord.
Yeah. Not necessarily a love affair, but like they just basically turned him into a suck up for a little girl now because she's family.
Oh jeez. Well, and that's another thing too. Like Leatherface, let's see, who else? Norman Bates and even Buffalo Bill were all based off of a real life serial killer, Ed Gein. I mean, some of the best and most terrifying scary movies came from real life crimes. I mean, now we're getting into the horror film that is like police procedural horror, like Silence of the Lambs, Hannibal, and that kind of stuff.
Speaking of procedurals. Speaking of procedurals and all that jazz, who remembers? Dang, I lost my train of thought. I had it in my head when you brought up police procedurals.
Are you speaking of police procedurals as horror now? Yeah, that's like Spoonies now. That's the horror that they're doing now, or just track. Yeah. I got to find the serial killer. I think Signs of the Lambs. Yeah, I think Signs of the Lambs really got that kick-started. After Signs of the Lambs, everybody was doing, the Catch the Killer.
Man's the Real Monster.
Yes, Man is the Real Monster. Or The Guy Next Door is not really who who he seems to be.
Yeah.
The serial killer. Yeah. I know the Scream movies was based on a real incident as well about a killer that was terrorizing a college campus in Florida, and that's what the Scream movie was based on. But also, Wes Craven was spoofing his own take on the genre when he did that's why I like the first Scream movie, because he's sort of spoofing his own genre with the Freddy Krueger films.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I enjoyed it because the movie knew what it wanted to be. It basically revitalized the slasher genre, which died so fast after. So it revived it. Then all these other slasher flicks, like I Know What You Did Last Summer, Urban Legend, and then the slasher flick just died fast.
Yeah, it died fast because, well, Hollywood has a tendency to kill genres. Like I Know What You Did Last Summer, to me, is the cheap knockoff of Scream. Somebody said, well, the Scream movies are making movies, so let's go make one ourselves, and we'll do it about a dude with a hook that somebody ran over and that constantly haunts them. Because I saw those, and they really didn't scare me. And now...
And Brandy wasn't really good in a horror movie anyways.
Oh, no.
As much as I love the girl. Especially Kelly Rowland and Freddy vs. Jason, that was hilarious.
That was that was
like,
really
what kind
funny.
of man runs around in a Christmas sweater with some knives on it? I'm like, Kelly, stop. Kelly, stop. Look at you, Freddy. You're not even scary. You're not even scary. Kelly, stop. Quit while you're ahead. Stop.
I'm so glad I'm not
Freddy vs. Jason became a spoof of its own genre as well.
No, I was gonna say, I was gonna continue. She said, "What are them blood knives on your hands?" And Jason got this big, like, okay, now you're gonna die. Thank you.
I think she thought nobody in the theater was laughing when she was saying that. Everybody was saying what you were saying, Commander. I'm like, please. I was like, can you please kill her now, because whatever she's doing is not working. I don't know what she's trying to pull. I don't know if that's trying to be
and
funny.
The sad part about it is she let off really good in the beginning part of that. She said, Freddy. I was like, oh, let's do this. Okay, let's see what you got. Oh, now stop.
Yeah, you think she's going to throw down and fight him, which would be interesting, but no.
Well, that's why Josh Whedon, created Buffy. He said he saw the horror films and he got tired of seeing the blonde white girl get beat up all the time, and he said, well, what if the girl could fight back and defeat the monster? And that's how Buffy was born, but then spun into the movie, and then of course the movie came into, of course, this history with the TV show, and that's how he created Buffy. Buffy spun out of that. So yeah.
To segue a bit real quick, I want to talk about I did mention the upcoming in production Candyman movie, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going based off the trailer they already put out so far. I'm not sure if they're still releasing it or not, but from what the trailer's seen, and I've seen it multiple times, it don't seem like they got Tony Todd for the role as Candyman.
No, they don't.
Well, I got. Yep, there's my decision now. Like not watching it then, because Tony Todd is the Candy. Look, because I heard the voiceover. It did not sound like Tony Todd. It sounded like a very synthesized voiceover.
Mm-hmm.
There was a scene where Black Manta stands in front of that's Black Manta as the leading role. He looks at the windshield of a car, and it kind of has the image of Tony Todd, versus his image, because what they're going with this one is that they're going back to the original movie's roots, where the victim who summoned Candyman is now being tortured. It's a question of whether it's really Candyman or is that the person committing the crimes, which is I'm liking that, and I said that's what's getting me interested, because they're going back to the roots on that one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Granted, the sequels are still good on their own, doing their own thing. Yes, their quality varies, of course, but as of right now, I'm like, well, you're not selling me anything unless you have Tony Todd in the role. if Tony Todd said he's not going to do it no more, then that's fine. But if but why do it at this point anyways if Tony Todd's not sold on it? Because if I was helming another Candyman movie, if Tony Todd was not on board, I'm not doing it then. Because it I'm not saying they're doing it for
Certain
starring role.
roles
It's
meant for certain people. There's just certain roles for certain people, and you can't really break that mold once it's been established.
hmm I mean, you can attempt it like Nightmare on Elm with Jackie with Rorschach.
Yeah, Jackie Earl Haley. That was. I mean, it was varying degrees of success, but he's no Robert Englund.
I didn't like the fact that they went with what Wes Craven originally wanted to do, but the studio thankfully voted against, which was make him an outright child predator, which he was, but more so a child pedophile.
Mm-hmm.
I think child kidnapper would have worked really better. And it could be implied that he might have did something else to the children.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think more so they wouldn't. They didn't go in depth. They more so hinted at that, which is a smart decision.
Yeah, it's more like when you imply it, it really ramps up the scare factor. The less you know, the more your imagination runs wild. So
Yeah.
people will ask well, it was great. Well, was Freddy a pedophile? And one person to that same degree will say, well, no, because we don't have the actual information of whether or not he touched little children. All we know is that he kills and murders little children. Or some people say it may be implied. It's left up to your imagination whether or not you want to go with that. Now you do get to the occasional bouts and arguments where, well, Freddy's a pedophile, I don't like him. Well, you're not supposed to like him.
You're not supposed to like him. He's disgusting.
villain.
I mean, the fact he's
And
got
then you got the
no
dissenter saying, well,
right.
Freddy's not a pedophile, he's actually a child killer. Is there a difference? Yes, there's a difference.
I'm sure there
There's
is.
nothing redeemable about this. There's nothing redeemable about Freddy Krueger. I mean, he is elemental evil.
That's another thing I hate about that remake. The scene where they're chasing after him, and it seems like we're supposed to feel sorry for Freddy when people start chasing after him. Like it's the way how they structured that. It sounded like they that some people had made lies about him, and then you got townspeople mistakenly going after him for no reason. Now I'm like, what? Did you just make Freddy a sympathetic villain?
Exactly. Yeah. But that was the thing interesting too that you gotta, which I found really cool about the original Nightmare on Elm Street, is that the town carries a dark secret, and that's why Freddy haunts Elm Street, because he did terrible things, but the town did something equally as terrible, taking justice into their own hands and killing him, and they created something worse.
There's something I gotta give classical horror there. There's an element to where, Schooner. There's an element to where, you know the slasher or the killer or the villain is terrible, but there's some people that are also worse than that villain out there too, or at least there's somebody just as bad as that villain too, which was you still come out of the story saying, he's still a terrible person, but all at the same time the people that wrongs him are also terrible too, which is why it is key that you have victims who we care about when they die.
Precisely, because who are the victims that Freddy goes after? The children of the people who murdered him.
And what a terrible narrative that they did by making each and every one of these characters horrible in this remake of Nightmare on Elm. Yeah, they have their, they're not supposed to be perfect little goody two shoes, but there should be some sort of humanity injected into them to make us want to believe that if they die, we should be afraid of the villain, not where when we kill him, where he kills him, like, oh, thank goodness she's dead, or thank
Right.
goodness he's dead. It's like we're supposed to be, oh snap, he died. I like that guy, or she died. I really liked her.
Which is
You
why I
know?
love the original Nightmare on Elm Street, because they're not bad. These aren't bad kids, but they are. I mean, being targeted by this monster. And I mean, what was it? The one guy whose girlfriend got killed in the dream, and then they accused
Oh, that
that whole bit.
was
Yeah.
freaking Leia. She said her nephew had nightmares. I could barely
Mm-hmm.
sleep after seeing that scene.
Especially,
I,
when Freddy extends his arm, that just when I saw that terrified me.
They ruined that
Yes.
scene too in the remake.
Mm-hmm.
They
Oh, yeah.
ruined that scene.
But the
'Cause
scene that was also equally terrifying is when he stabs her, and then you go into the real world, and she's actually floating in midair, getting slashed up, screaming for help, and her boyfriend can't do anything, but is just watching, terrified. Like, what?
Can't even get her down either. She's high up on that roof, on that ceiling.
Yep.
Whereas the remake, she's all just dead silent, in sleep mode, being tossed around. You don't, and that's another thing that I loved about the original. They cut back into the dream and outside. That, oh my, I'm getting chills just thinking about it now.
Well, yeah. If you remember, what was it? What was it? Freddy's Dead: The Final Nightmare. No, not The Final Nightmare. New Nightmare. The sequence when she's in the hospital, that terrified me. Like, that was the one thing that terrified me.
Babysitter.
Yeah, and he goes,
Or the sister.
No, it's the babysitter. Yeah, it's the babysitter. And he's just dragging her all throughout the ceiling, and then at the end he says to the kid, "Ever play Skin the Cat?" Terrifying.
Yes. But those are well, one thing I think those shouldn't work is because everybody dreams. And everybody's nightmares. And how many of us have had dreams where you wake up soaking sweat and thinking that, man, was that real? And that's why I think those films worked perfectly and freaked all of us out, because you would be scared. Because this is what I think is missing now from films. When I saw the first one, I came home like, I cannot go to sleep. I'd set up in the lights on in my room. My mother, because I was in high school, like, why are your lights still on in your room? Go to sleep, girl. I said, Mom, I can't. Then Freddy Krueger.
Movies that made you want to sleep with the, as Oogie Boogie has said one time in Pop-Up Girls. Not Oogie Boogie, but what's his name? It was the monster episode that had the Star Wars reference.
Yeah, the Boogeyman, but they call him Blame It on the Boogie.
But anyways, he makes a joke about no more night lamps on with the door cracked. I was like yeah, I remember. I was just chuckling. I was like, yeah, I remember that. My mom like when we after we see a scary movie or watch a scary movie, my mom will just turn the light on outside and leave the door cracked so the light could touch us, me and my brother. And no, I snoot you not. There were times where me and my brother both were equally scared, to the point where we slept with our backs touching each other.
Back to back system. I like.
Yeah,
that.
we slept like he said he's telling me, brother, I'm scared. I said, yeah, I'm scared too. And I paused for a moment. I was like, hey, you know what probably help us sleep better if we sleep back to back. Our backs touch each other so nobody can catch us off guard. He's like, okay, let's do that. And we pretty much slept that way for the rest of the night until when you stir, you shift gears. So I wake up with my back to the bed. My brother, on the other hand, his back was still towards me. I was like, oh, okay. But yeah, that's how we slept sometimes when a movie was too scary. I'm sorry, Schooner. When a movie was too scared for us, at that point, that was our teamwork there. I think we still got a little bit of that now that we're older, but like back then we were tight. But go ahead, Schooner.
I'm just saying that's why you have brothers, and when you watch scary movies and stuff, you always watch with friends. I remember one time when I saw Evil Dead, and I was with a whole group of friends. It was a sleepover, and we were all terrified of Evil Dead.
Mm-hmm.
at the very end, we were all just like, guys, I'm just glad we're all here, right here. And you're saying, exactly, yeah, we got each other's backs. Does everybody have their baseball bats? Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, we have all of our bats. Okay, let's go to sleep.
Priority check. Supply check. Head count. All right, now sleep.
Mm-hmm. As they go to sleep, then suddenly everybody's waking up frantic and just hitting somebody, and then they're like going, guys, I was just coming back from the bathroom.
Oh, you read my mind.
And you're like, and it's like, for God's sake, people, will you announce when you're going to the bathroom? For God's sake, I almost killed you right here.
Right. You almost got there, Ma. Almost there. All it took was that one chance, Ma. I love you.
I'll be right back.
Are you guys talking about the I had to step away for a minute. Sorry, I'm back and forth, but yeah, it looks like this storm is passing up now. Are you guys yeah, it looks like it's starting to pass up. It was pouring. It's been pouring down for some time here, but looks like it's starting to lighten up a little bit.
Oh, good.
So that's why I've been in and out because it was really heavy. Were you guys talking? I heard you guys talking about Be Right Back. You talking about the things you never say in a horror film or never do?
Oh yeah.
Those.
Yeah.
Okay, you already. Okay, did you guys say you never lose your virginity in a horror movie because that never works out well for you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was it? The second one is you can't drink or do drugs.
Yeah, you can't drink and do drugs. Don't lose your virginity. Don't go in the basement. What's another one?
Never ever say I'll be right back. And there's some additional rules too, like don't answer the phone.
Yeah. Don't go in the basement. Don't go anywhere in the dark. Don't answer the door. And I always say, don't fall down running because I see that all the time. Good God, I can't stand that when they're running and then they slip and trip. Oh, and they trip and fall. Oh my God!
Be like, at least have the nerve to take your shoes off if you're gonna run.
and always grab a weapon.
Yeah, always great. Yes, it's something to fight back. Poke them in the eye or something. Do something. Don't just
run, hide, fight. So
yes.
So there have been many instances where the shoes do come off and the woman is running, like in The Relic, the 90s movie The Relic.
Oh yeah, that one, The Relic, that one.
Like the moment she took off her shoes, I said, "Smart."
Good for her. I'm glad she was able to. Here's the thing. I like the fact that she defeated the monster with her brains. That she didn't go straight up Ripley.
Cerebral woman.
Huh? Yeah, I like the fact, that she used her intelligence to defeat the creature. She found out what it was. You know, when I went to that movie, I had no idea what that movie was. But guys, I must tell you, I couldn't. At some point, my neck was feeling it. Hearing these people getting their necks chopped, eat up, brains and necks. That thing was ripping people's necks off while they were alive, and
to eat the hypothalamus to get the hormones to sustain its form.
It was like evolving every single time.
Yeah. The Cathoga is called. I like that name, the Cathoga.
Made me a little scared to go into a museum. After seeing that film, I'm like, okay, I found myself staring at some of the
Mimic creeped me out.
Oh, Mimic, yes.
I remember I had this thing I was watching.
Guillermo del Toro's feller, as he liked to call it, but I loved it.
I had Scream playing in the machine or whatnot, and went through that whole opening scene with Drew Barrymore or whatnot. Then my cell goes off, and I'm looking at it, still ringing, and I know who it is, but it's still ringing. And I pick it up, and I'm like, "Hello," and the other person on the line was like, they were doing something completely different, but she managed to freak me out because she's like, "Are you scared, Trooper? Are you scared?" I was like, "Oh!" I lost my mind. I threw the phone across the room. And she's like, I was like, "Don't ever do that."
That reminds me of after I saw The Ring, I was terrified of that movie. Yeah. And I was so scared. I went to bed. I had a TV in my room. My
Right.
dad decides he's going to have a little fun with me. Took the remote from the room, and after he says goodnight, he closes the door, and then the TV turns on.
Mm.
Jump up, screaming my head off. My mom comes running in, saying, "Little Scooty, what's wrong? What's wrong?" And I'm pointing at the TV, and Dad comes in.
I come in there. I come in there. I shook him. I said, What's wrong? Like Schooner, what's wrong with me?" He says, Bunny is coming to get me."
Dad comes in. He's laughing his ass off, having a great time. He's on his knees, holding the remote, saying that it was him.
Beautiful.
I really got to make big laugh out of that.
My mom walks over to him and she says, "What the hell is the matter with you?"
See, that's what I mean. That's the kind of horror films we're not getting. Well, one thing I will say is, and I'm going to confess this. I don't like watching horror movies with my family because I can never hear it because they talk through every single thing. They will say, "Why did fool go in the why they do that? I would not do that." Or they'll yell at the character, "Don't go down the stairs. Don't go down the stairs. Do you see what they did when they go down the stairs? No, they deserve to die because they shouldn't have went down the stairs." That is just, I just sit there.
Can you just watch the movie?
I would look at it and say, "Are you aware they cannot hear you?"
Scooney, they would have threw you out the house. I know this because I said something like that, and they all looked at me like they were going to shoot daggers at me. I'm like, okay, I will shut up. I will sit down. If y'all, when they looked at me like, would you please shut up and let us talk through this film, girl? We talk through this film. Because I would like to hear the story. I like to hear the characters talk, and they talking amongst themselves and telling them what they would do in that situation and why they think it's on that. And I'm like, okay, well, I guess you guys know this movie then.
Leia Valor, I know you said be good to the wife, right? But there are times when she talked during a movie, and especially I'm trying to hear the story play out or hear people explain the story play out. I had to throw my finger up to get her to stop. I'm like, hang on, like I need to hear this so I can explain it to you, since you're being inquisitive right now. Or there are times she'll voice her discontent about a certain thing, and I'll be like, "Hun, will you stop?" Then she'll keep on going, and then it turns from "Hun, will you stop?" to "What? Oh, will you stop?"
I thought perhaps
she'll look at me. She'll look at me and pout. I'm like, please. Like the story is going. They're talking. I need to hear this so I can relay the information back to you, so that you can understand better what's going on. Since you're the one who's asking what is going on with this movie.
Well, at least she pouts. Your wife pouts. My family wanted to put me out because they looked at me like I'd done something wrong.
She'll ask me, "What's wrong with you?"
Yes.
It's like, "What's wrong with you?" I say, like, "Yeah, I get that, but I need to hear the story real quick. They're talking some important information right now."
Well, they would make fun of me. They would be sarcastic with it. "Everybody, let's be quiet. Somebody actually wants to hear the story." And everybody would all look at me. "We better be hush hush. Somebody's so good that they can't sit and get excited like everybody else." I said, "I am excited, but I at least want to see this."
Leia, have you ever said this? Well, it's a good thing It's a good thing I don't pay the bills around this house.
I wish I had.
Because y'all been out the door if y'all start talking. Y'all won't. Y'all only talking a bit because y'all pay the bills around this house.
I wish I had. I don't know why I didn't think of that. I don't know why I didn't think of that. I would have stood up.
Now, I know you wouldn't say that to your mom, but like anybody else, I'm pretty sure you'll say that to.
Oh, my sisters, because my sister's the biggest loudmouth. My sister won't shut up to nothing. She's the biggest one. She is the biggest one at home and in the theater. I hate to go with her because in the theater she'll be the loudest one in there. So and then she'll play defensive. She'll say, "Well, I can't help myself. I get involved in those movies and I gotta talk." And then she'll get sarcastic. "Oh, I'm not like you who thinks she's at the theater So she wants to be quiet and listen to the story. They always get sarcastic with me when they say
Be
that.
like, what's her name from Scary Movie 2, where she gets stabbed, or not stabbed, Scary Movie 1.
Oh my god, I remember that scene. The killer's coming in there, he has the knife, and one of the patrons in the theater grabs it and says, "Give me that!" They all just start stabbing
Yeah.
We're talking about
Same.
this stuff, and what comes to mind is Halloween 3, Season of the Witch. And
Mhm.
the one
That's very
scene where
underrated.
the
I'm very
kid is like
underrated.
watching the TV, like we're so used to like kids having plot armor, like that's one of like
Mhm.
the few instances where all
Dude,
bets
when a
are off.
kid dies in a horror movie, I celebrate.
You know, and it's some of that stuff we don't see. Like we don't see like actual like
I'd be horrifying my sorry,
like
Trooper. Sorry, Trooper. I'd be horrifying my coworkers when I say that. They'd be like, oh, when that kid died, I was sad. Like, yeah, when that kid died, I celebrated. Like, how would you say? Why would you say that? Because kids always survive these most impossible situations in these movies far too many times, and it's very relieving when I see a kid die in a horror movie
Yeah,
or any
because
movie for that matter.
it's so written. It's written in such a way that like you already know. Again, it's like don't lose your virginity. Don't say I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Make sure
One
you're
rare
a
instance I
kid.
will name.
yeah,
Yeah,
Here's
make
there's
one.
sure you're a
always
kid in a horror movie.
Here's one rare instance where I say that happened in this one movie called DNA.
Mhm.
The kid character is cool,
Yeah.
which made me want Mark Dacascos to kick the alien's butt after the kid died.
Mhm.
But I was like, whoa, whoa, the kid died. Oh, you gotta kill that guy. You gotta kill that thing. And Mark Dacascos get his stuff right, Predator style. I was like, okay, I don't care if this movie is ripping off Predator at this point. Mark Dacascos is Arnold. Mark Dacascos is Arnold up right now, and I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Let's go get this. Let's go get this. Let's go get this. Mm! I'm all like that right now.
Mhm.
But also at the
it's a
same
good.
time, yeah. Oh, go ahead, Lady of Valor.
I just would say I'm like you, Wolf. I don't mind if a kid dies if it's one of those kids that do those stupid stereotypical tropes that Trooper was talking about, like the kid you tell now, Johnny, stay right here, don't go anywhere till I get right back. Little Johnny decides he sees a red balloon in the sky, or Fluffy McKittens was left up in the attic, and I have to go up there and get Fluffy McKittens before they
Or he
Right.
wanted
kill.
to,
And
or
then when
he wanted to find out whether or not the parent or the grown up, the guardian grown up was anywhere near. They went out to explore.
Yes. Yeah. They go out and do something stupid like that, and then the parent has to go back, or the other heroic character has to go back and save them, and they die or lose their life because little Johnny wanted to go find Fluffy McKittens, or
Yeah.
or or or
Fluffy
look for the
McKittens.
parent. Yeah, Fluffy McKittens, little
Kid,
Fluffy
kid, kid,
McKittens.
kid and Mimic gets a pass because he's autistic.
Okay, that gets a pass. I'm talking these really dumb. I have to admit, and even though I love children, I'm glad I'm like you, Wolf. I'm glad one of them died because that was just really stupid. Mommy told you to stay put, but they just had to go off and do something else. Or they say, Fluffy McKittens left in the house. We can't go back in the house. We got to leave. The ghosts are in there. But I don't want to lose Fluffy McKittens. I got to go
Right.
back and get it. I'm running. And then they take.
Right. So it's past when the annoying kid dies.
Yes, yes, it's a pass with the annoying kid dies. That's a pass.
Yeah,
And
I mean
you
the
really get
only
to see some of these elemental bad guys, especially monsters, are the ones who are targeting the kids. Like if the clown kills little Georgie, and you want, that clown has to die.
yeah. Well, for like a lot of these films, I mean now it's hard to get any big names to do horror films, right? But like in the 90s, it was all about the teen heartthrobs being in these films. I mean, that's what drew the people in. So
I
whether
noticed that. Yeah, you're right.
you don't get any more of the teen slasher films or the teen cult films or anything like that.
Well,
So
and when they do,
Hi,
everybody.
Georgie. Aren't you gonna say hello? Come on,
Yeah.
Bucko. Don't you want
and
to?
then, and then Cardi B turns around. What to me? Hello.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
Like,
I just want to say the kid in It is an exception because that little this was not his own. That was not, he didn't do anything stupid. He was just playing, and that evil clown played on him. So that he's and I give him a pass for that. You know, even though even me myself, I think of myself that age. I saw somebody talking out the sewer, I'd run like the devil. But that's my own mind. And the funny thing is, my dad would tease my younger nephew. My younger nephew hated. We were driving past the sewer one day, and my dad said, "I'm gonna tease your little nephew that there's a clown in the sewer." And unfortunately, my little baby nephew, I said, "Dad, don't do that. He's going to take it seriously. Don't do that, Daddy. Don't do that." And he walked past the sewer and said, "Oh, the clown's in there." And my little nephew ran down the street crying. I said,
oh,
"My sister
Beautiful.
is." Yeah, but
Beautiful.
my dad couldn't help it though. He got a big kick. I said, "Now his mama, my sister's going to tear you apart because he when you
right.
got it out, grandpa, ain't but a clown under the suit." But my grandpa said he couldn't help it. he, just, he had to tease it. He had to tease, and it worked because that boy was crying. And my sister said, "Go in there and talk to your grandson and tell him there is no clown in the sewer, and show him your arm didn't get bit off or anything." And he's like, "Okay," but it was a good laugh. It was
Well,
a good
you know,
I
laugh.
wouldn't have done that. I would have said nope.
thinking about that
I would have
stuff.
told him
Okay,
nope.
so like as a kid, like we used to go to quote haunted houses, and that stuff never really did anything for me. Like gosh, out here,
Night, Brian.
there's like a thing that used to happen every year, held by Opportunity Village, used to that they call Halloween, if you will.
Mm.
And
Pretty
it's
creative.
yeah, and it's pretty cool. A bunch of kids, spot where they can all trick or treat, do the fun house shtick and all that. I volunteered to
As tribute.
no, to do some EMT stuff. And my biggest thing in the back of my head is I'm thinking, man, I hope none of these kids freaking swallow a whole freaking piece of hard candy, because that's gonna really ruin my night. Well, because okay, when you do those events, you have small kids, so there's always that possibility that one of these freaking kids is going to snort a whole piece of hard candy, and it's going to get stuck somewhere, and then they're going to almost asphyxiate on a piece of candy, and you got your radio, you're going to have to freaking run across the freaking point A to point B to get, make sure this kid doesn't choke on a piece of candy. But that's rare. It's rare, but
And at the very end, it's like, okay, nobody snort the sugar candy. That means you, little Tony.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, eat the candy, don't snort it. So, but I mean, Halloween is one of my favorite holidays. If I have to do in comparison to Christmas or Thanksgiving or 4th of July, to me Halloween is always fun. So because
it's basically like where you gotta be creative in. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be scary or terrifying.
Yeah.
Some people want to be scared and terrified on Halloween.
Oh yeah.
You could do
I'm
something.
surprised Night at Bald Mountain didn't scare me.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one. But yeah, exactly.
It is the first time I saw Disney do boobs.
It's a blink and you'll miss it.
Well, that's the thing. I didn't see it. Like the first time I saw it, it was only a clip before I go any further. But like when I actually saw the actual Bald Mountain on Fantasia, the Fantasia, I was like, oh, Disney's Halloween treat kind of cut this part short. Okay, and I drew that too. So yeah, I drew Bald Mountain.
The thing that I found interesting
at middle school.
too, especially about horror, especially the supernatural horror that involves demons and the devil and stuff like that. It's again playing on the myth and folklore of the Bible, and and I always thought it was interesting how some movies even include the other side, although it's like mostly in passing. Like for example, The Night on Bald Mountain, you hear church music and the dawn on the horizon, and that's what shuns the creature away, because your imagination runs at night, and during the day everything is illuminated, and at night there are things hidden from you. That's where a lot of the terrifying horror came from. What's out there waiting for you? What hunts at night? Is it going to make its way to you?
Yeah, man versus nature. Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. Yeah,
like the Edge and some parts of the Revenant.
Yeah,
and dare I say Annihilation with oh wow, I can't believe I'm actually mentioning these two ladies in the same sentence, Natalie Portman and Tessa Thompson.
Yeah.
And
Annihilation is set at that cosmic level too, because that's another thing about what I love about cosmic horror and H.P. Lovecraft. H.P. Lovecraft knew how to strike that ultimate balance, showing the thing that really terrifies us about H.P. Lovecraftian stories is just how really irrelevant humanity is in the standing of it all. That's the thing that scares everybody the most, how powerless they are against cosmic beings.
Yeah. And
I'm gonna answer Dominic's question real quick. It's not really where, it's the fact that he is a horror icon in the Hall of Fame of horror. Like the Hall of Fame of the Hall of Horror has no real category. It's just that they're horror icons, period. So he's an absolute horror icon, period. So he belongs there in that Hall of Horror. But go ahead, guys.
Well, and I'm just jumping into more cosmic horror because two of my selections of the horror films that I come back to again and again are Alien and The Void.
Yeah.
And that's real. Those really were touching on the cosmic horror aspect.
Or Event Horizon does that too, but I didn't like Event Horizon. It gets too close to the occult for me that I'm like, it's a turn off. I'm like, I want it to be, I want it to be freaked out by the unknown, not by.
I wish it has restored version.
Yeah, exactly. So, but speaking of back to Matt Flynn's old post about films that have horror elements but are not horror films, I was thinking maybe something like Donnie Darko.
Ooh, that was a good one.
Was a good one. Not Jason's Lyric. Jason's Ladder.
Jacob's Ladder.
Ladder. Sorry, Jacob's Ladder.
Yeah, that was a good one too.
But it's
bruh, that lady in the nightclub.
Yep.
Bro, I left the living room when that scene happened.
I was like, nope. And then go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, that also comes with that whole what we were talking about earlier, tentacles and terrifying, because the fisherman's wife, the tentacles literally just go everywhere. It goes that's what's terrifying people about tentacles.
That and the opening scene of Jacob's Ladder, the horror, the war scene.
Yeah.
Where the man's leg. I was like, oh, whoa. I'm surprised I stuck around after seeing that. And it was until the lady popped up, and I just vacated the living room. I was like, yep, there's my limit. looking back at child me, like, yep, that was my limit. Like, I think to me when I was young, there was two things that bothered me when it comes to things dying in a horror film: women and children. Or in some cases the children were fine, but when the women got it, or at least in the case of movies that weren't really particular horror that much, I like, yep, I'm done. In the case of Jacob's Ladder, like, yep, she shouldn't have died like that. Like, what was she doing? What was she doing wrong? Did she have to die about it? No, I know that was all up in his head and all that stuff. I was like, yeah, I'm done. I'm surprised, I'm surprised I survived Species 2.
Yeah.
That movie hated women a lot.
I'm like, wow, why?
that movie hated women a lot. It's like, wow.
No,
You,
kid. I mean,
you mean Prometheus didn't do it for you with the women hating?
Nope.
So
No, I was always I got stronger. Let's just say I got stronger over time.
yeah.
Like I
but
accepted that's going to happen in horror movies. Like nobody's safe. I'm just saying, like at the time when I was a kid, like damn, these women just go through the ringer throughout this whole movie.
Yeah, and see if you were following any of the Scream films, you know that the third film all bets are off. So
yeah,
Hmm.
yeah,
Hmm.
I,
a lot of people didn't like the third Scream movie, but I enjoyed it.
I
I just stopped at 2. I didn't need to see a third one or a fourth one or
I
even
think
a,
they
a
stretched
MTV
it as far as they
version
could
of it.
go. By the time we got to the third film, it was like, I'm
Where
like,
are we
why,
going with
why are
this
we
after
bringing
that?
in these people we didn't know before? Why not bring someone back who quote unquote
Didn't David
died?
Arquette die in the third one or the
No,
second?
they
No,
all they all lived at the end.
they all live. They all live.
No. I'm saying I'm pretty sure David Arquette's character gets killed somewhere
No,
in the
he gets
sequel.
stabbed. He gets stabbed like
Okay, he's
hardcore.
strong.
It's described in all three movies.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's strong then.
No kidding.
I thought people hated David Arquette too, but apparently they loved him in these movies enough for him to survive.
Well, that was
Not saying he's an a-hole in real life, but I'm just saying like he's not really particularly A-list material.
well,
If
I
you know
mean, that was kind of like, his, where I don't want to say his claim to fame, but by
wherewithal.
that time, like, it, he was in the periphery of those films. Like, you were hearing that last name all the time, and if it wasn't him, it was one of his sisters. So,
Hmm.
but
Or the fact that he was married to Courtney Cox.
well, that helped
Yeah.
a lot too.
Yeah,
helped a
that
lot,
helped.
too.
That I thought he was just riding
Lucky
that
man.
train. Yeah, yeah,
So he
Yeah.
was, and then they divorced.
Yeah,
Unlucky
no,
man.
that tends to happen a lot in Hollywood.
Celebrity marriages, they never last, do they?
No,
Yeah,
don't.
there's a handful that do, but they just almost never get married. I mean, look at Liev Schreiber and Naomi.
Watts.
Naomi Watts.
Yeah,
well, usually as long as they don't get married, it lasts a lot longer. I mean, if you have one of those beard weddings that only lasts the required amount of time to make sure the tabloid press isn't spreading rumors, then yeah, then you can move on with your career again. I mean, everybody and their mom has gotten married in Hollywood, so
yeah. Hollywood is not there. There's, I mean, even now, Will and Jada, I believe, are on shaky ice right now. I don't think it was once because Jada cheated. There's no fact she cheated, whether Will did or not. But Will's going to take her back. But now she's acting like she doesn't want to go back to Will. So there's some issues going on between those two. But I don't think it's.
Well,
I think
and
it's
then
going to
there's
be one-sided.
the drama with his son. I mean,
Mm,
there's I don't
less
even
said about that boy, the better.
yeah. But that's
I
another.
did.
There's
Look,
a casualty of going,
not saying this might happen. I hope it doesn't happen. But I did make this joke one time when I was thinking about Adam your movie's YMS's review of After Earth and how he talks about Will Smith and Jaden, right?
mhm.
I was like, he keeps Will keeps going on this train. Hate to say this, but his son might end up murdering his own dad and then murdering himself, which I knock on wood. Let's hope that doesn't happen.
Mhm.
But I'm like the stuff that he's going through, that the stuff that he's like doing, putting stuff out there on Twitter and all kind of media like that, wearing dresses and everything, like that boy's gonna be. Ugh, I'm surprised he hasn't become a school shooter at this point.
Him and his daughter.
Mhm.
I only
Oh
bring
yeah,
it up
Willow.
I only bring it up because that's what happens though when you're raised in the celebrity lifestyle. You're growing up and with the press following you everywhere. Growing up on Cosmo columns and gossip around Hollywood. You come to see a different reality, a whole different world.
Exactly. And talent wise, the apple doesn't always fall from the tree. There are some exceptions. Michael Douglas was blessed to get his father's talent and have a
Yeah.
career for
Mhm.
have a career for himself. But
Well, it's like John Voight and freaking the corpse of
Angelina,
Angelina Jolie.
I
Yeah.
love that. I love that. Just the corpse of Angelina. Yeah, she's before she went off the deep end. She was a talented. Yeah, she got the talent too. But now she's got
Until
some
Gia
issues.
happened.
Bone
Yeah,
Collector is still one of her best films.
Hmm.
I
I
mean,
actually love
And
that.
then Gia happened.
Oh yeah.
yeah, and Gia
oh,
happened.
Gio, you could. I call Gia an art piece. It's the only way you can get around that one.
Mm, if you can
That
call her
it's,
moves
a
an
thing-
art
it,
piece.
it seems to be a rite of passage with all these actresses. They all have to have like one slutty film. Like what you call it what you will. Like even Alyssa Milano did her little vampire film, and
Yeah,
that one
And Poison Ivy too.
I could not get myself to
Oh,
buy that
God, I
one.
forgot about that one.
Yeah, so it's like every actress I've seen they have to quote rip the stereotype apart, and they got to do something edgy and groundbreaking, and
Yeah.
here you have
Basically
showgirls, and
do
it's like really.
yeah, basically the Showgirls effect or Christina Aguilera copycatting.
yeah.
Yeah.
Was that movie no, it wasn't Showgirls. I'm sorry. It was Burlesque, which just
Yeah.
no. I don't. No. Hollywood was in this, and I hate to use the words, but slutty trend of just slutty is where it's at. Everybody just seems to want to just
Yeah.
not have dignity for themselves. I'm
Yeah.
like, yeah,
Regardless of what you hear, we can call them modern legends. Regardless of what you hear that actually happens behind the
I
curtains in
want to
Hollywood,
break free.
it's like,
I
you know,
want to break free.
Exactly. It's that. No. Don't call it the sluttiness. Call it the liberation movement.
oh the liberation of the throwing off the yoke of the ultimate feminine, if you will, or the.
Let's
Exactly.
let's go let's
That's
go back to
that is what it is. I mean, not poking up
Team. Let's get
geek,
back to the topic at hand.
but
Yeah,
I was
whether it's in the form of a horror film, like it was with
Actually,
Alyssa Milano, which was more like a slutty vampire flick. It wasn't anything
Mhm.
scary.
Bai Ling when she tried to be a vampire too in The Breed.
Yeah. That I mean, that goes with the trope of don't lose your V card in a horror film. You have to maintain being the ultra feminine. So
actually,
So
mean,
this is a perfect segue because we were talking about how they needed to show off their bodies and stuff like that. What about body horror?
Yeah, I was about to get to that actually. The cosmic horror aspect and the sci-fi horror aspect to the body
Mhm.
horror thing.
Mhm.
Yep.
Those that's the one horror that actually can only do it for me at times. When it comes to body shaping and the shaping of the contorting of the body part that's not meant to contort in a
Mhm.
way.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
things like Splinter. Have you guys ever heard of Splinter?
I've never seen that.
Only in the Ninja Turtles.
When you when
You're
you when
funny.
you when you when you say body, that is funny. When you say body contorting to me, I think about that scene in John Carpenter's The Thing, where the
Mhm.
thing was in this. Yeah, the thing was in this man, and it like stretched the head. Huh?
Yeah, that was right after. Yeah, and the chest cavity opened right up. And
Yeah,
that terrified me more than anything because he's like going clear, and then the chest cavity opens right up and bites his arms off.
that frightened me. That frightened me too, Scooney. That had me screaming. And then somehow the head drops off like a
Gross.
piece of bubble gum, and it grows. And then the head is like crawling on the floor,
Mhm.
and then these tentacles come out, and it becomes this little thing. Oh, I screamed my head off when I saw that.
No,
Oh,
what
that
killed
gave me
me.
nightmares.
No, what killed me was the sound it makes before it attacks.
Yeah, that just gave me just
Actually,
nightmares.
it's funny you should mention bubblegum, Leia plus size, because when they were doing when the head was stretching out, they actually did use microwaved bubblegum.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's what gave it that effect of it dripping down like that.
Practical effects at work. Beautiful.
Yeah, it is. There was no CGI, and it's funny. The films that don't have heavy CGI are classics. The
Yeah.
thing I see John Carpenter's Thing is a classic to me. I think it's one of Kurt Russell's best films, and because that scene just I couldn't forget that for days. I just couldn't get that for days.
Yeah.
It's so
It's like it's
bad.
like it's like the special effects is telling you, I'm every nightmare you ever had. I'm your worst dream come true. I'm everything you were ever afraid of.
Because it could be anybody, and that's what I don't want to get off topic because you want to talk about body horror, but that's the only thing I can think of that really sticks in my mind. And also the fact that film, the monster could be anybody. That's another horror.
Yeah.
Everybody's looking at everybody trying to see, well, who's human and who's not. That's
Mhm.
another horror as well. Is who's the stranger among you? You know.
Yeah. It goes back to what I was saying earlier. You know, there has to be, you know, whatever that monster is or whoever the big bad is, there has to be like a quality of impurity to it. You know, whether through supernatural, fantasy, or scientific means. You know, that's how, you know, we lend ourselves to let that story scare us, if you will, because we believe it to be possible within the framework of the film. So
Exactly.
what's
Another
really go ahead.
another actual really good body horror film. I don't know if it's technically body horror, but An American Werewolf in London. That transformation,
Oh,
you're actually hearing the bones breaking. You're hearing
Mhm.
screaming and agony, and that was some pretty amazing practical effects too.
Yeah.
Scooney,
Yeah.
that is why I hate you. I'm sorry, Trooper, but Scooney, you nailed it. That is when that movie, when American Werewolf in London came out, and I forgot to get. It's not. I forgot I forgot the guy who did the effects, but he's retired now. But he was the guy that was doing everything. It'll have to come to me. It'll come to me later. It's not John Carpenter. It's some other guy. But anyway, I don't want to take up too much. Scooty, you nailed it. American Werewolf in London stands the test of time because of that transformation scene. Because I feel, and maybe Wolf can attest to this, they got a werewolf right. That is a werewolf. Because what I mean by that
Well,
is that,
I am a werewolf, and I
but
can
but
firmly confirm they got that right. I do feel pain when I
right,
transform at night.
that
It's not pretty,
transformation.
everybody.
It isn't, and that's what made that scene so great because it's painful. You hear like Scooney said, you hear the bones crackling because he's shifting from one thing to another, and that's why I think that movie was a classic. That scene is a classic. It still holds today. It still holds today. I agree with you, Scooney, just because
Well,
that
what I
really got me.
a lot of people make fun of the fact that he's just removing his clothes, you know, just to help with the effects. But I'm more of the effects of, I'm sorry, I'm more of the school of thought is something is trying to come out of him. And like these clothes are like a hindrance and he takes them off. And then but what he doesn't realize is that the wolf itself, the human part of him is also the clothes. So the wolf is like removing the humanity from him.
Let's also add to the fact that transformation is super intense. That his body heat has climbed, so he's
Right.
trying to get cool,
Yeah, he
but it's
says
not helping either.
Yeah.
he says he's hot. He's just he was burning up. He was on fire. So that's why I think that movie, and I haven't seen a good one like that since because now they CGI the werewolves and it doesn't work. Wolf Commander, where CGI werewolves do not work. It doesn't
Oh,
work.
Don't.
it would have been the Werewolf of Washington in 1973. That is a good film. That turkey's baked. With Dean Stockwell, where in the middle of the film he's on all fours in his really bad werewolf makeup, and the midget's like, "What is your name?" And then he freaking licks the midget.
Dean Stockwell, beautiful. That's always a win.
Oh my gosh, it's still one of my favorite freaking half-baked turkey like B films.
The Howling 2, Your Sister's a Werewolf.
You know, I tried sitting through Chud. I couldn't do it. That thing is terrible.
I agree.
Terrible film.
Super.
Yeah, you're not missing anything.
This had a music video ending where you see her see the sister just stripping repeatedly, and I'm just like, you know what? I'm just gonna enjoy this.
Exactly.
She's
But
doing
that-
a complete strip music video. I'm like, yep, okay, this movie was dumb, 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 but at least it's giving me a treat at the end, so I'm gonna enjoy it for what it's worth.
Well,
Don't
another
even get me
one,
started on the Marsupio sequel.
like another one that I found from the 1980s was TerraVision, which was done in 1986, and that thing is terrible also. But that thing is it's an alien that's
Don't I probably
taking
also bring
over.
up Silver Bullet.
Oh,
Oh
speaking
yeah,
of-
I have that. I have that.
That
I
used to
have that in
scare
the-
me as a kid,
Yes.
Silver Bullet.
What?
Until the bat came into the scene,
I
I started
laugh
chuckling.
watching that thing. I mean, watching
I
freaking.
just, I
Dude,
just love that kid's wheelchair. I'm like, what is he putting in there? Like jet fuel?
that's what I'm
Well,
saying.
watching Samwise in a jet powered wheelchair. I mean, come on.
Look, the only thing they were missing in that montage of him riding on that wheelchair was the never ending story traveling music.
I mean, I thought that scene where he fires the what was it? Where he fires the toy rocket or whatever it was in Werewolf Eye. I mean, you could have done an entire little funny commercial right there as he's blasting away in his wheelchair. You could have a closing narration. Will Samwise's wheelchair run out of gas? Will he escape the werewolf in time? Tune in
next week.
Silver Bullet.
Make sure you have your super secret decoder ring.
And
Your
don't forget to bring your Uncle Belushi in on the action.
But see, with all jokes aside, guys, back then, guys, those were true werewolf films. Then that godforsaken Twilight came along and made werewolves cute and like
I
a
didn't
boy
care.
band.
We still got
and
Underworld. We still had Underworld.
that was good
leave
for like
Twilight.
maybe 2 films. The third film, eh.
Rise of the Lycans? You like Rise of the Lycans?
I can forgive it.
I loved Rise of the Lycans. That's
a nice prequel. That's how you do a prequel right, in a way.
They did different but I'm sorry, Spoon, I'll get back to you. But there excuse me. They had a different take on werewolves other than American Wolf in London.
Yeah,
Where they
those were
handled the
virus
werewolf
werewolves and virus vampires. They were basically genetic, with a little bit of scientific explanation as to how vampires are sensitive to sunlight, how werewolves are able to change during the moonlight. I would say that the moonlight thing, that's a psychological thing for them to transform, which gets to the breed of the werewolves changing at will, or at least the evolved lichens. Whereas the Victor Williams brood was forever trapped as I like to call them, zombie werewolves, because they die and they come back as werewolves.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. I'm trying to remember this movie I saw when this. One thing I always loved is that there was this guy was cursed by the werewolf, and this one guy is his werewolf mentor, and actually is teaching him how he can control his transformations because
Are you talking about Wolves with Jason Momoa?
I think so.
Directed by Solid Snake of all people.
That one aspect of you can control your transformations is actually pretty interesting, because you got a newborn werewolf. You you had to tie him down, because when you're a newborn werewolf, you're feral, you're running all over the place. But soon you got to transform enough times, and then you can get a handle on it. I found that.
It's not that it was becoming a tired trope. It was because the fact that they kept portraying it as being easy, far too easy to do. Whereas many others show that it's not always easy. Like one thing I like I don't mind the control of the transformation per se, is that there are times where you slip up and lose control.
Yeah,
like there's like you should always have that tension of any one of these wolves could lose control, regardless of how much like like a metaphor for alcoholism or
Yeah.
drug addiction.
Or as the
Like,
professor says, containing that animalistic urge within us.
hmm you go
Mhm.
too hard in the bed sometimes too.
Hmm.
Mhm.
Not to be juvenile
Okay.
there, but
Oh, well,
wake up
they have.
next morning, the sheets all ripped up, uh 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 feathers still fluffing around from the pillows, and you and your leg both got scratches on your behinds, because she got
Hmm.
long nails and you got long nails, so you guys compare scratches now. Oh, we got matching scratch. We got tic tac toe. I got tic tac toe. You gave me tic tac toe. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, you gave me 3 strikes. Look, on my thigh right here. 3 strikes right here.
And
Okay,
Continue,
he goes,
Leah.
Commander.
right here as he coughs and
Hang
feathers.
on, Scooter. Hang on, Scooter. Go ahead, Leia.
Commander, I just this is. I don't know how to word it. I'm like, are we getting an insight into your world?
Yeah.
uh, the way you sounded so described it so vividly. It was so vividly. What I was going to ask is okay, we haven't had a werewolf film now the last film in the Underwood series I didn't like because I didn't like the CGI werewolves. I'm not
Mhm.
digging the CGI werewolves. So
They
and
weren't
we
CG.
haven't.
Let me correct you there,
Oh,
Leia. They
okay.
weren't CGI all the time until Awakening, when they had the Uber Wolf, as I like to call it,
Yeah, the
Oh,
last, the last,
and
the
and, and
last.
the famished wolves, the ones that they've been deprived of meat to the point where they're
Mhm.
now diseased and decrepit. Yeah, that's where I could say yeah. Same with Rise of the Lycans. Yes, in some of the wide shots when they need to run, especially when you use the first gen Lycans, but majority of some of the scenes that do have the Lycans, practically you get a little taste of that. But I
Mhm.
agree there with what Leia's saying. But that's only when it came down to later films, like the last two films, there was mostly CGI, where it was all the time.
hmm.
Yeah, yeah. I meant the last, not the one, but the last two films when they started to rely too heavily on the CGI, it lost it because I said we haven't had a good werewolf movie in a very long time. I don't know if Hollywood knows how to make them. I don't know. You think they don't have
They
an
don't. I
understanding of
think
the werewolf?
I did
maybe
think
what every
The Wolfman with I think the Wolfman with Benicio del Toro was pretty good. I mean, I agree with what Troy
Yeah,
said in his rewatch. However, that the CGI kind of detracts.
yeah, that's what
That
I
I
felt.
was more about
Yeah,
the damn gratuitous violence in that movie.
pretty rough, pretty rough, wasn't it? Did you think it was over the top? I thought, well, he's a werewolf. He's maybe to show the
Far too, let's just say this. Yes, yes and no. Yes, as in some places it was far too over the top, like the scene where there was a wide shot with a man centered in the middle, where he turns around and the world comes in and just jams his 2 fingers underneath his chin and rips out his jaw, or at least no,
yeah.
he just basically puts his fingers, and his fingers come right out of his mouth, and then we cut to the next. I'm like, that's too cartoony. It's like the werewolf just comes to him and say,
Mhm.
"Hey, boss,"
yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Like you say, "Hello, die." I'm like, okay,
Yeah, that was a
okay.
little. Yeah,
I I,
that
I
was
would have
a.
said with I would have said with him just passing by and his neck gets slashed. That's it. That's all I needed. No, they
Yeah,
linger on that hand. Sorry, go ahead, Leia.
yeah. And Scooney, I do remember that rewatch. With I got what Benicio del Toro was trying to do because I think Benicio was he did a good job in the performance. I get what he was trying to do. I do understand what you're saying, Wolf. But I also felt I don't think Anthony Hopkins. I don't think he was needed. I thought Anthony Hopkins was someone they could just skip over. I don't know. I think that it with
I
him
was
was just
just I was
too.
just laughing throughout that whole fight scene because it's
Yeah.
Anthony Hopkins in the wolf makeup, just
Right.
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
flipping around, running around. I'm like,
I,
Anthony
I,
Hopkins, Anthony
I couldn't buy
Hopkins.
Anthony Hopkins.
Mm.
I couldn't buy that.
Yeah. That's I
Troy,
had a big problem with that. Yeah.
look, Troy did give a nice explanation, and he nearly won me over. I'm like, I wish I had said, yeah, Troy, but it's still Anthony Hopkins. It's still Anthony. Look, I could take him as Odin and Thor, still, as old as he
Yeah.
is. I can
Hmm.
still take that. I'm not taking him with him flipping around, running around on all fours like a beast like this. Nah, man, nah, just nah.
Yeah,
Just
I
like just like
agree.
just like
Okay.
it,
Yeah.
just like in the same token with wolves. I'm sorry, I'm getting too excited, but I'm gonna finish and you guys take the floor. But in wolves, the one I mentioned with Jason Momoa and this other white dude, the main villain was this this raggedy old country man, and he's the main villain. I'm like, okay, stop, no. Mm-mm. I don't care if he's a werewolf. It's an old dude in werewolf makeup doing all this. I'm sorry. No, I'm sounding like Boomer right now. No, stop making these old men fight. That's all I'm saying. Stop making them fight in werewolf makeup.
I
You're
agree with
taking me
you.
out of the movie.
They may be
Sorry.
werewolves, but they're still old. And old werewolves, they're not going to move like they did when they were young werewolves. They're now older werewolves. So please don't do that. Because that's just, I
Exactly.
agree with
Like,
you. Please don't
like
even
I
do
can
that.
look. I can buy Bill Nye as Victor fighting Michael the way he did. I
Hmm.
cannot handle Anthony Hopkins in the same vein of fighting a relatively younger Benicio del
Yeah.
Toro in a
Hmm.
werewolf movie. I'm sorry. Now if let's just say this. If Anthony Hopkins was a vampire, that I can believe. Okay?
Yeah.
But him being aware of doing on complex flips and movement and all, I'm like, no, stop.
Mhm.
Son,
Mm.
stop.
I
Just
felt
don't.
like at this point, stop, for God's sakes, he's an old man.
Yeah. Yeah. Vampire, yes, because there's immortal and there's things you get away with. But I was thinking the same thing. We got to that. I was digging the movie up to that part. I like the old fashioned take on the wolf man versus the werewolf, but I'll get back to that in a minute because I did have some issues with them. But when we got to that scene where he had to fight Anthony Hopkins, I think that just ruined the picture. I said I would have cut that. I would have cut that out because that's when it almost became comical to me. Now it's becoming a
Mhm.
joke, and it's sad because Benicio del
Yeah.
Toro was actually had me sucked in and doing a good performance, but now it's comical.
Mm.
With it would have been better if the brother hadn't died and become a werewolf himself, and the brother had come to face him and said, "Yeah, it's me." Okay, now you got a fair fight, but no, I was like, okay, come on, stop it now. I know Anthony Hopkins is a good actor, but this man is old.
I even, you know what? They were talking about that. I would have thought, wouldn't that have been interesting if it turns out the brother wasn't in fact dead, and that the father, Anthony Hopkins, and his house, whatever his name is,
Mhm.
uh, they're there to keep the brother in the forest whenever the full moon
Mhm.
rolls around because his brother has completely succumbed to the animal.
Mhm.
Would have been a better
And then,
story.
yeah, and then he shows up, and the father could be entirely distant from him, like telling him you shouldn't be here and all this kind of stuff. And he goes, "Well, look, I know we're estranged and stuff like that." And it really would focus on that, the dynamic between the father and his second born son, whom had fallen out of favor and stuff like that. And then he gets bitten, and then now there's a bigger divide between the father and him. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Mhm.
I do. Yeah, that would have saved the movie. That would have saved it. My also issue is I felt this movie was more that movie was more wolf man than werewolf. You guys
Mm-hmm.
follow me? Like you really didn't see
Yeah.
Benicio turn
Yeah.
totally
Yeah.
into full form werewolf. It's more like he's still a man, but it's more wolf man, and that just didn't work for me too much. I don't hate the film, but I'm just like I just wish he had totally turned into a wolf, totally turned into a wolf, not just Benicio with hair and makeup on, like the Thriller video, and then hair and makeup on and running the streets. So I think the thing is when they were trying to put this dark universe together, somebody just didn't know how to do these films. I don't know. That's just me. That's just me. I would have wished he
Well,
would totally werewolf.
And that's the thing too.
well,
You didn't have to put Benicio del Toro in the wolf costume. You could have easily had him like scream and and fall down, and then put anybody else in the wolf costume.
well,
Exactly.
I will tell you this. You had different visions for that because the closest vision to quote the Dark Universe was the Wolfman. It's just in some frames, the costume, or rather the costuming, or the whatever they thought they were trying to do, does not look convincing. Nor does it have to be convincing, because it's supposed to, hail back to the original Wolfman film. But my problem with some of these frames, I think at one point, somewhere in there, again, there wasn't any pushback on some of this stuff. So you had everyone saying, yeah, this looks great. This looks great. This looks great. Yeah, let's do it. So you had the same thing with the prequel situation, where same thing. No one was pushing back on board, and everyone's still going with it. I mean, the whole thing was, it's supposed to have this vintage feel to it, which you did not get with the Tom Cruise Mummy film. What you got there was League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, and that particular film was a sideshow. So
yeah,
stick with the graphic novel on that one, because nobody's really been able to adapt Alan Moore stories well.
Yeah.
No,
with the exception of, I mean, I think Snyder did do a good job with Watchmen, but that's neither here nor there.
I don't care at this point.
But I agree with what you were saying, Trooper. It also seemed more like they were kind of pulling the J.J. Abrams thing, where they want to highlight the nostalgic Wolfman stuff. Like, this is the Wolfman, black and white. And I'm like, okay, but I know you want to pay homage, but you gotta let this story be its own thing. The movie was trying to be anything but itself.
Well,
yeah, that's what I agree.
Well, and even the extended cut is still more of a coherent narrative than the actual theatrical film that we got, and that's, I want to say we were all there for that particular rewatch, but that's one of the few films where it's like you can, Emily Blunt shows the fact that she can actually become the character that she's being given. So going from, say, Edge of Tomorrow to Wolfman to Quiet Place 2, it kind of tells you, this actress is a serious actress.
Versatile. She can actually do. I mean, this is an actress who challenges herself.
Yeah. And you're not getting literally the same actor or actress in different parts playing the same, piece of wood.
She plays good female characters too. Let's not forget about that.
Nope.
Like she's not playing a female character that makes me want to groan every single time she opens her mouth or she does anything to upstage the male.
Exactly. Although Edge of Tomorrow, I kept laughing my butt off when she kept killing Tom Cruise all those times.
Oh yeah.
Well, we'll see how it is. I think she's got this movie with Dwayne Johnson coming out. So
yeah,
I don't know, Bella. She seems to chop Dwayne Johnson's balls off in this film. Could be a little whammy.
It's more. I would like to say I'm hoping that it's more of the '90s ball busting, where he kind of in some aspects he do kind of deserve it. like he still have like she busts his balls sometimes, but he still walks away with his dignity.
Right.
Is what I'm saying.
Keeping on the subject of body horror, I think one of them, I think it was Dominic Powell said something.
Dominic Powell brings up he brought up Jeepers Creepers.
Yeah. The Creepers from Jeepers Creepers.
Yeah, I have it.
Where'd you get them peepers?
A lot of old like teen flicks I happen to have, and I look at them now, like I said before, I'm like, oh my god, how did I ever watch this stuff? So
it's one of those rare films where both the first and second one were really good, and the third one was just terrible because honestly it took too long to make, and then they just turned it into a straight up action or something. I don't know what that movie was.
With the champ in it.
Yeah.
From Harlem Nights, the champ. You got to be rich. Know what it is, because I gonna knock a white boy out.
I forgot. I haven't seen Jeepers Creepers, so I'm fuzzy with it. I do understand when I first saw it was scary. I absolutely agree, because you have to remember when you go to a horror movie.
For every 27 years, on the 27th spring, it gets to eat. That's
Right.
the
Mhm.
that's the line.
Right.
Yep.
Right. This thing. You have to remember when you're going to a horror film. Yes, you want a good story, but 90% of the time, 100%, we want to get jolted. We want to get scared. We want a good jolt out of our seat.
Yeah.
So, you got
I
some
don't
films that
like
maybe
that.
you don't like to be scared when you go to a horror movie.
No, I don't like to be jolted.
Well, I don't mean. I mean, don't you want to be scared? You don't want a good like, I didn't see that coming kind of
No, no,
jolt. Is
no.
what I mean.
Like my idea of when you say that, my idea of jolted is like just jump scare every 5 seconds with
Yeah, I
with the
can get
Yeah.
sound
that.
I can. Yeah.
with the sound ping.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Can't
I, I
stand that.
I can give you that.
That's why Quiet Place 1 and 2 were a refreshing take when it comes to jump scares. And
Mhm.
I'm gonna stick to Quiet Place 1 because I don't want to lay down some spoilers for those who haven't seen Quiet Place 2. Me and Schooner have already seen it, but Quiet
Mhm.
Place 1, and we're gonna get back to Jeepers Creepers real quick. But Quiet Place 1 had this one unique jump scare that I really liked was it, speaking of any blunt, all of a sudden she was taking care of some clothes.
Yep.
Um, she was about ready. She already set them down, but she was about ready to go back up the stairs, and then I was like, "Oof, that thing's right there."
Mhm.
But now,
Okay.
mind you, it made me jump. Now, here's the thing: the sound ping was the creature's sound. It was not no music ping
Mhm.
like that.
So
That
Okay.
was beautifully done. I was like, John Krasinski, you are my hero.
Yeah, I think it was the scene. Yeah, yeah, yeah. She was downstairs and she just flipped the lights on. And
Mhm.
what was it?
She was
She was
about to go
about to.
right back upstairs, and all of a sudden,
Yeah, exactly. You hear it moving, and that was like, oh no.
yeah, like it was all up in that hallway
Mhm.
going through. I was like, oh, but again, the sound was loud, but it made me jump. But I was satisfied with with the sound making me jump because again, it was in universe and it was part of one of the creatures. It wasn't just some sound ping like most horror movies were doing as of right now, which is like you know what I'm talking about. The moment she turned around, if it was done by any lesser director or any trend from horror, you would just hear that ping along with the creature sound. I'm like
Yep.
I'm so glad that they used the absence of sound for this thing because the movie is called A Quiet Place. The premise is the creatures find you if they hear you, right? So
they
there were
can hear.
times that
Yeah.
they'll turn off the music. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
There's no background music playing in the background, so it's like you're basically hearing what they hear. You're listening to what they hear,
That
especially
made,
when it,
that's what made A Quiet Place unique. It used
mhm.
sound to build suspense.
Same thing with Reagan. When you get into her perspective, she has no hearing aid at that point. You just hear what she hears, which is nothing.
But
Mhm.
the question is, are you ready for Scream 5 next year? That's the big question.
No,
Hell to the no.
no, 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 absolutely not. Wes Craven, God rest his soul, he's not going to be involved in this, and the answer is no.
Yeah. So
Hell to the
I mean,
no.
you
I
could
didn't watch the
probably get
series. What
away.
makes you
You
think
could
I'm gonna
probably
watch a
get away with
five?
maybe Scream 4, but it's
Well,
like,
because Scream 4 is which I love, is that it's very clear that they were begging Wes Craven to come back to do a Scream 4, and then Scream 4 is self mockery saying, "Don't mess with the original."
But
yeah,
Exactly.
going
pretty
back
much.
to
That's the
Jeepers
theme of that.
Creepers. Yeah, going back to Jeepers Creepers now. Um I like that Donnie Pop brought up Jeepers Creepers and I want to rehear what the Lady of Valor had to say about Jeepers Creepers. What's your thoughts if you ever saw that movie?
I did, but it's been a while since I've seen it, so I'm drawing a blank on the
The
whole
first movie
premise.
mostly centered around these two siblings. For once, it's
Right,
not really a love couple. This time around,
right.
it's actually a brother and sister.
Justin
Of
Long.
course, say again.
Justin Long, still
Yep,
talented
yeah,
actor.
yeah. He's under the radar. Which if he did that by his own choosing, good for him. Stay
Now,
Mm-hmm.
under the radar, buddy.
did they drive? Maybe I'm getting my feels, but were they driving from a party? Some. Oh,
They
excuse
were
me.
going to visit family. They were on their way to visit
Right.
family, if I
I
recall.
remember that.
They were
Right.
they're going a long road. It's mostly
Mhm.
them just talking to each other. It's a nice storytelling technique where you get to know their family dynamic between them,
Mm-hmm.
and surprise, surprise, they're not a-holes towards one another.
Nope.
Mhm.
They're actually really good siblings, and that's one reason why I like Oculus too. I didn't get to see much of Oculus because it was
I
another
saw
ghost
that.
story.
Yeah, that
That's
was
a
pretty
Oh,
good
good.
movie.
That was a good
That's a good
film. Yes, Karen Gillan was in that, and I enjoyed that tremendously. Yeah,
movie.
that.
Don Powell gives us more details. Yeah,
Yeah,
they
they
were
were going.
driving.
Yeah, thank you,
So
Dominic. My mind is fuzzy about the film. Now, were they? Like I said, it's fuzzy, so I'm putting in bits and pieces. When they were driving home from college, did they stop at a gas station where a creepy old guy was there? Well, that's maybe.
no, well they
No,
No.
did, but
that was
they were being followed by what they thought was a creepy old truck driver.
Okay. All right.
yeah.
Now, see, now it's
First things first, they he drove in front of them and play on license plate there, but the plate straight up says "be eating you,"
Hmm.
where they read where they read either
Mhm.
beating you, which is a euphemism of you beating you off in a way.
Hmm.
That's what Just Along got the impression of when they read the license plate. But everybody knows that any Jeepers Creepers fan knows that it meant be eating you.
Hmm.
I mean, one of them's
Um,
going to be dead by
If
the end of the movie.
yes,
I rec-
it's one of their games that they play on the road, which is somebody drives in front of them, they look at the license plate and they tend to read the license plates and do a play on words on the license plate. But yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If I
uh,
recall correctly, I thought they were passing by the house and they were seeing him throw things. They saw something that they shouldn't have, and it saw them.
that's what
Yeah.
started everything. They
Yeah.
saw him dropping bodies down. Mainly he pursued them because Danny was the next dinner. That's the name of the brother, just long character Danny. He was
Mhm.
the
Yeah.
next meal.
Hmm.
And here's where the horror comes in more so as things start wrapping up because the tension start building when he's playing he's essentially the creeper's essentially playing with his food at this point because there's a scene where
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
he's playing with his horn like nah, nah, just chasing after him, you know what I'm saying, he's
Hmm.
chasing after him for a while, he leaves him alone, that I'm like, oh, he's playing with his food, okay. So they go to where he's at to confirm if he dropped bodies down there. Uh, Danny falling down, of course, in there
Hmm.
when she was helping him down. Of course,
Mhm.
you see a whole mural of dead bodies strung together on the wall, including their friends, their college friends, who he claimed that they rumor the autopsy said that they were missing their heads. Well, he found
Yep.
their heads on other
Yep.
people's bodies.
Hmm.
Of course,
Mhm. Right.
he also found the he found one of the bodies that was still alive.
Yep.
And what was the words that the person whispered to Danny Schooner?
Yeah. I'll let you say. Go ahead.
I forgot.
Run,
Yep.
run.
Mm-mm.
Hmm.
And
And that was the thing also that I found terrifying about the creature itself is that it couldn't die. And not
mhm,
only that, is that it's very smart. Like when it finds out that they're down there, what does he do? He torches the house
mhm.
Mm-hmm.
so that
He's
they
a
can
smart
cover.
thing. He's basically clearing it. He's covering his tracks at this point.
Yeah, I especially love the scene. What was it when I think it was the cops. He runs their bodies off the road, and then he's walking to collect their bodies, and you hear him whistling "Jeepers Creepers."
Hmm. So
Yeah.
the psychic lady says, once you hear that song, you run. And of
Hmm.
course, it's even when the cops put on Jeepers Creepers, the rock version of all things, the metal version, that's where things come
Mm-hmm.
to a head too.
Hmm.
Oh
Well,
goodness,
what
when
I
he bit
took
the
from
guy's
it.
tongue,
Oh
Yep.
yeah. Ouch.
when he ate the man's
Ouch.
tongue, he's like pulling it out and stretching, like, oh no. What you gonna say, Leia?
Well, I was going to say that one of the takeaways I take from the film that strikes fear in me that I didn't mention is driving in the middle of nowhere on a dark road and you're lost and you're nowhere near help or something. I don't know. I remember thinking of something, but that always scares me too when I'm riding with someone or my sister and it's gotten very, very dark and it's
And
like
then
in the
you're
South where my parents lived, when we went down to see
yeah,
some of my relatives, if it gets really dark, there are no street lights of any kind. So it's total darkness.
and then your
You don't
car
want to get lost.
down, and you gotta
Yeah.
walk to the nearest creepy mansion with a piece of
Yeah.
newspaper over your
I
head
remember.
and a lighter,
Yep.
and there's
I
a
Yeah.
remember riding with family.
light
I remember riding with family in the darkness.
over at the Frankenstein's place.
I just
Yeah.
this triggered a memory of mine. I was riding with family one time, and I don't know who we were visiting. I guess friends of the family. And the further we went, there was like there's a total lack of street lights. At least I'm assuming we were driving on a road where there were no street lights at all. And of course, remember I said I was afraid of Silver Bullet because I remember
Mhm.
that movie way differently, or at least I pursued perceived that movie way differently as I am a child. Like I didn't perceive the world as a bear like I do now.
Mhm.
But actually, in my mind, he's a wolf. He's a half wolf man. But I digress. But like there were moments where there were trees, like tall
Mm.
trees,
Yes.
and
Okay.
Mhm.
this is my imagination. Every movie that I saw, I used to think that those creatures were still running around, even if they were dead. I used to think those creatures were still running around in real life. So picture this: I'm in the car, and this is where you this is back when car seats was even made for kids six and no 4 and up, 4 to 6, right? Or 4 to 8, right?
Right.
Like back then, you know we were ghetto, so if we have way too many people, but we want everybody to fit into every car, right? So the smallest kids will sit on the lap of the adults, so,
Mhm.
some of the kids, or at least they'll sit on the lap of each other. You know, so I was basically sitting on the lap of one of my cousins, and I was looking out the window because that's where we're sitting at, and I'm just looking out the window, and it's just total darkness with the moon out, and the trees are just like being lit by them. I'm like, is Silver Bullet out here? I wonder.
Mm-mm.
Or there was this one movie where there's a cemetery and there's this big ass rat running around eating people. I think it was called The Darkness or Darkness or something like that. The
Yeah.
Dark. Y'all remember it, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I think I remember what that film
It's like
was you're talking about.
No,
it's like this
no,
back
no. The
this
giant rat, I'm drawing blank.
yeah, it wasn't rats of unusual size like in Princess Bride. It was like this big human size, like super tall rat that was in the cemetery pulling down tombstones. That's how you knew it was around. Like it pulled down tombstones for some reason, and it would
Same.
eat people. But I forgot the name of it though. I really
I,
forgot the
I,
name.
I mean,
But in short, I used to think that thing was running around.
I'm just going to say you're not alone, Wolf. When we drove down these roads in the South, like you said, there are no street lights. It's just the darkness and the trees and the moonlight, if you could find it. And you would drive past these narrow roads, and these narrow roads have these big, deep, thick forests next to them. And you're driving for miles before you see civilization. And I used to sit in that car, and I used to just get my imagination would just run wild. I'm like, there could be creepy creatures living in those woods and snatch us, and nobody will ever find us. I told my sister, well, what if a serial killer comes and pull us into the woods, and they can never find us, and it's dark out here, and we run and nobody can see where we're at because there was houses for miles. It took about 2 miles before you got to the next house. And I just, boy, I hate I hate these dark roads. I hate them dark roads because my imagination. Well, my sister, what's wrong with you? And I said, it's just too dark. And then I told my mother, but why do your relatives live so far in the woods? Why can't they live in the city like every other human being where there's lights and there's a police station? And
I bet you
I gotta go.
if you were living in their life, growing up in their life, you'll be just fine.
Yeah, because my grandmother had I think my uncle had a big house and he had this big property, but next to the house was a big old dark wood forest. So when it got dark, that woods got dark. So I made sure, and we would walk through it, but I had to remember to be back before dark because if it got dark, it would be a hard way to find your way back to the house because it would be so dark in there. So we would walk through the woods, and I said, "Okay, yeah, don't wait till it's too late because we're going to get lost." And you could get lost, and I didn't want to get lost in the woods, so I was going to panic. So those kind of films give me that kind of horror myself.
That sense of claustrophobia.
Claustrophobia, just being in a dark place and calling for
That's not
help and nobody
claustrophobia
can
if
find you.
it's dark. There's a name for that fear of the dark, but it's not claustrophobia.
But you can't find, you call for help and nobody can find you. You know what I mean? You're running for your life or something, and it's just total darkness and no one's there, and it's like there's no happy family sitting there fishing or anything like that. You're just running totally in the woods before the killer can come get you or something. Jeepers Creepers reminds me of that.
You just basically summed up Jeepers Creepers 2.
Right.
Oh, don't even get me started on Jeepers Creepers 2.
Oh, you didn't like part 2?
I didn't see
Heck
part 2.
no.
I
hated part
2. The monster came back?
Yeah.
Of course it came back. Well, they never. Here's the thing: they never got the monster at the end. They didn't kill the creeper at the end.
Yeah. What I liked
He got
about
what he wanted at the end.
What I liked about Jeepers Creepers 2 is that it really fits itself into the first movie because chronologically speaking, the prologue of Jeepers Creepers 2 happened first, then the first movie, and then part 2. I actually thought that was pretty creative.
I didn't like it because everybody was an a-hole in that movie.
Oh yeah, well, that was that typical teen flick, but
no, that was the rise of a-holes in horror movies that you want to die.
You see, that's another problem. And I think you spoke on this, Wolf, but I have to agree with you. You want to root for the people to live. Now it seems like it's the monster is the hero.
Yeah,
because the humans.
Yeah. I mean, if you really want great horror movie today, go down to the independents because independent films know how to do low budget scary movies.
Mama.
Yeah.
Human Centipede.
Well, that's body horror.
It's still horror, man. Dang it.
Yep.
You don't like Human Centipede?
That's a movie that I only watch once, and that's all I needed.
Yeah.
You don't. Well, you're better off being in the front than in the back. So,
bruh. Yeah, that's I'm surprised I survived the fecal matter transfer.
Yeah, I physically gagged.
That lady sold it really good, too good. She did her job way too good.
That's how you do it.
Yep. After this movie, that I'm not pursuing the sequels either.
Well, another thing though about what terrifies us about body horror is the fact that we are used to. I mean, we're comfortable. Sometimes, at the very least, we're comfortable in our own skin, and then when we see that on screen, you're just like, "Oh God."
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly in there. Trooper, real quick, I know we mentioned body, but you also mentioned sci-fi horror. And would that fall under the Aliens? What do you think about the Alien franchise?
Quiet Place 2 and Quiet Place.
I think Alien 1 counts as more as a cosmic horror. Alien 2 is more sci-fi action.
Yeah.
Alien. And that ultimately, while it was great for that movie, it ultimately killed the franchise in the long run.
What, the second one?
The second one, yeah. Aliens, it went into sci-fi action, and it was great for that one movie. But then every single sequel after it tried to be exactly like Alien.
Third one tried to go back to Alien.
Yeah.
Whereas Resurrection tried to go back to Aliens. And failed horribly.
I mean, there are
the problem with Alien 3 was that there were too many cooks in the kitchen.
Well, Alien 3
And Sigourney Weaver
Alien
wanted the
3's
fucking alien.
problem was
Yeah.
the fact that it was Aliens 3. Like, I mean,
I don't know
how,
if that was true, but that's
how do
hearsay.
you differentiate yourself from two films that already came before, both vastly different yet very uh I don't want to say edge of your seat, but they draw you in. So how do you draw that person back in? I mean,
Well, did you any of you guys ever see the original draft for Alien 3?
no, I
It
never
was
saw
gonna be
the
a
original
wood
draft.
planet, or at least a wood station. And
What
I don't know the logistics of that, how that's gonna work.
Well, long story short, they didn't know if Sigourney Weaver was going to come back. So they intentionally wrote a sequence where she would be out of this movie. And if she ever came back, then they found a way to bring her back. There were also going to be space communists, which was funny.
Oh, nice.
Mhm.
But the main characters were going to be Bishop and Hicks.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't know about all that. I just remember the wood planet
Well, the
and
thing is,
the evangelical preachers.
Oh, yeah, the monastery planet. I do remember that one. Oh, wow, that one was bad.
That would have been bad because again, what are the logistics of how that would have worked? Would it be a station made out of wood with the metal trying to protect it and stuff like that?
I think they were going to try to go with that more Tim Burton German Gothic cathedral.
Which they did adapt that story in one of the omnibus books. It's a story there, but it's not on a wood planet. Thank goodness for that.
Nope.
Like you still got the preachers and all that stuff, and you do have the xenomorph, but somebody has gone crazy and started worshiping the xenomorph, and that's where things take off from there. And I vaguely remember what happened after that in that story, but yeah, I wish they would have adapted that story into Alien 3 instead of what we got, but the rest is history.
well, I think just like the Terminator, now this is just me personally. I think Alien 1 and 2 nailed it. Everything after that was just really trying to beat a dead horse. I really think there was nothing much interesting left that they could do. What else could they do? Though to me, even if they were with the xenomorphs, the rest of the films just weren't not interesting that I had not already seen.
Yeah.
So to me, the others were far, far inferior. Even having Ripley back, I think in one she was a clone or something, or maybe what you explained, Cooney. But
Ripley
I,
8.
yeah. I just felt at this point it was beating a dead horse. I think the people that were doing it were not the same people that came in for 1 and 2, and there was no reason to keep that franchise going. Just like with Terminator, to me, Terminator 1 and 2 was that's it.
Yeah, I
There's
wanted to
nothing else to be
continue the
done.
franchise. Just stick to the comics.
Exactly.
For those of you who want a good continuation of the Alien, Terminator, and Predator franchise, just go with the Dark Horse comics. Get their omnibuses, all of them. There's
even one where there's even one where it's they go up against Batman.
Yeah, those are crossovers. I'm not counting the crossovers.
Oh, the crossover
Like,
with Batman was amazing.
yeah, I'm saying like that's here or there. Yep, like that's self-explanatory. You would want to get those. I'm just talking about the main books,
Yeah.
like the main books, especially the Alien War saga, where aliens, where the xenomorphs do conquer Earth. And that, and of course we get an adult Newt and a new character, not specifically Hicks.
But he's the Hicks archetype.
And they fall in love with each other and all that stuff. And again, rest is history. I'm not going to explain too much of it. If anything, check out Alien Theory's audio reads of each comic, like the Alien War saga, and some of their stories, especially this one story where this one survivor of a colony on the planet gets taken by the xenomorph hive, and he's basically going through months upon months of experiencing their hive, and he witnesses his whole family being mutinated. Horrible things happen to him is what I'm saying.
Okay.
And it's only because the xenomorphs on this planet have yes, let's go with that. Mutated outside of their usual thing, which is
Their usual life cycle.
yeah, where and then another thing is that they're dying.
Mm-hmm.
They're slowly dying, and they're trying to find a way to reproduce, and it's not pretty.
Oof, so this is graphic in nature.
Yes.
Mm.
Like age, look here. Have you guys seen H.R. Giger's artwork, right?
Yep.
Okay.
This is like his, but not the metallic look of it. This is
No.
this is basically what H.R. Giger's work would look like if it was fleshy. Let's just
Ew.
say that.
Ew.
Yeah.
Okay.
Donald
But,
Powell agrees. Donald Powell agrees. He says yes, yes.
shifting gears a little bit from movies, Alien Isolation, the video game, knew how to capture that claustrophobia.
Oh, the
Mhm.
suspense, yeah.
Yeah. It was, but unfortunately, when Alien Isolation came out, you're seeing it and you're like, well, this is just a copy of other games. Like, have any of you guys ever played the first Dead Space?
I was a big fan of Dead Space.
Yeah, the first game, that's straight up horror.
That's yeah. Every subsequent iteration was what it was.
Well,
Like
that's the irony. Much like the Alien franchise, when the sequel turned it into more of a sci-fi action, the rest of the franchise just fell flat.
yeah.
But have any of you guys what video games scared you guys? Wolf, Lady of Valor, Trooper.
Video
The
games
question
that
It
is,
was Dead Space. I mean, I still have my like this is back when GameStop was doing midnight releases. Like I went all out of my way to make sure I got my copy of Dead Space because I wanted to be put in that situation is the best way to put it. Because I even went as far as Dead Space 3.
mm,
Oh, you
And-
poor fool.
yeah, and
we poor few.
it's one of those things where I still want to be scared. I still want to be scared. So it's like
My biggest criticism among many criticisms of Dead Space 3 is that they stopped introducing the enemy types mid gameplay.
Mhm.
yeah,
Like in the very first game. It was sparingly in the second game, but when the third game came about, just about every freaking enemy was introduced via quick cutscene. I was like,
yeah.
bruh, come on. I
Mhm.
want to experience it in real time, like in the
Well,
first game.
it was one
Like,
of those
Well, like
ones
what you were,
where
what you
it's
were.
like the third game already just the supposition of that is that you've already played the first two. So now you're in this live horror film. Is the best
I'm
way.
like, no,
And
like,
the biggest problem is too is that they up and changed a lot of the lore. Like in the first game, you're thinking like, oh, cool, the marker is made out of an intelligence far beyond, and it's like echoing 2001: A Space Odyssey, which isn't a horror movie, but definitely was a bit of a thriller. And even
Pretty much. I mean, it's
and then you find out later on, like, what is it in the third game or in one of the expansion novels? Oh no, it turns out it was all made by that Unitology group. And I'm like, oh come on, you just completely
hang on, Trooper Schooner. That's not fair because even Kendra blandly said it in the first game. The first marker, this divine relic, man made.
mhm.
The
yeah.
the one marker that they were dealing with in the first game was actually the marker, or at least no, the red marker was man made, wasn't it?
No, they said they found a marker on Earth, which
Yeah.
was which had blue writing on it, and the blue writing is what they believe gave life to their planet. The red marker is something different, anti-life.
Yeah. So let's just say this. I think where Kendra was going, or at least what the first game was really trying to hint at, is the fact that even she's wrong.
Yeah.
She
Yeah.
she's proudly trying to proclaim that it's man-made, but no, she could be wrong on that front too.
Mm-hmm.
Which still continues to Marker's mystique intact. So like that's why I said, Trooper, that's unfair that you're trying to bring it up. That it's like no, it still have that it still keeps that ambiguity, because that's only the ramblings of a mercenary. So we don't even know if she's affected by the marker, because she even mentions this. She said, "I saw my brother just now, but he's dead."
Yeah.
So are we going to trust what she's saying there as well about the marker being man-made? Because she sounds very proud about that, but we all know where her faith is. So of course we can't really confirm that because she's dead now.
Well, I
Now,
mean, at that point, does canon really matter when it comes to space zombie horror? Because you got to remember, around the time of Dead Space
Trooper.
3, that was the big thing. It was all about zombie games. You had Resident Evil 5, then you had, oh gosh, well, I can't think of the other game. Was it? I want to call it Dead Man Rising, but I'm pretty sure I don't have the title right. Because that was one of the few. It was one of the few video game titles I wasn't playing. So,
man, I knew his. Oh, sorry. Looking at the private chat real quick.
Right now.
Matt Newey is also giving some information.
Oh, Dead Rising. It was Dead Rising. So I mean, you had all those literally coming out literally subsequently, one right after the other, and then I think the worst one was probably when I fell off of zombie horror. It's the freaking Ghetto Zombie game. It's literally sitting in my living room, on top of the fireplace. It's a terrible zombie game that takes place with a zombie island, I think it was.
Man, Nui, just to address Man Nui, I was going to say the second one was definitely man-made, and part 2, the black mark was definitely man-made.
Yeah, part 2, it was clear Isaac and Strauss built that one.
Mm-hmm. Not by hand, mind you.
Oh, Dead Island. Yeah, by the time Dead Island came out, I fell off of it. I'm like, okay, you can't do much more with this. There's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go. It's all about excessive zombie waves. So, which is really funny because now you can pretty much get that on any mobile app. You can still,
Now I want to try out Dying Light.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dying Light.
I didn't even play Left 4 Dead. By the time Left 4 Dead,
the reason why I was hesitant,
I was already tuned out. So
go ahead, Trooper. No, what I was going to say was I was going to try out Dying Light, but then I was hesitant to do so because of what the demos had showed, or at least what the development was showing was I was like, oh, so this is Dead Rising. No, it's Dead Island with parkour this time.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, yeah, I'm gonna skip it. But then I started seeing other stuff, or other gamers doing their own little thing, especially with Roanoke Gaming when he was doing the biology of the zombies. I was like, wait, you mean to tell me this game was this crazy? Oh man, I should have gotten it when I got the chance. Had I known this game was this crazy, I would have gotten it. Freaking zombies that could communicate. Look, the only thing that the game showed me was at night these Reaper zombies come out and play. That was about it. Then I was not prepared for elemental weapons and super combo moves that you can do, parkour moves that you can do on top of the combos. These other special types of zombies, and then zombies that can communicate. I was like, that's how crazy this world is. Okay, sign me up. I'm ready. Now, that Dying Light 2 is coming. I was like, you know what? I haven't played Dying Light 1. I need to get acclimated into this world now before I get into Dying Light 2, before they introduce some new mechanics that I know it's not in the sequel that enhances that's in the prequel, I mean, that enhances the sequel a bit more. And I'm like, bruh, what am I in for if and when I do finally get it?
Would you guys say that BioShock was the first one was a horror game or no?
Yeah, it was horror.
Yep.
Somewhat. It was some
Sort
horror.
of.
Psychological
Yeah,
and a bit
you
of
can go with that. Yeah, if you do psychological horror, then yeah,
pseudo survival.
it meets the requisite for being a horror genre.
It's the same horror as System Shock, because that's basically what was basically is System Shock, but under a new title. Same thing with Prey, the Prey the Prey remake instead of the Prey sequel that we were hoping to get.
Mm-hmm.
That was some System Shock under a new title.
Yeah.
That's what they want to do, anyways. Well, in a way, it panned out for them. Now, this is where I gotta say, this is where I gotta say, where somebody was working on something, but they had to slap a title on it for it to sell, and it worked for them because they made a good game out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it wasn't really Prey like the Native American game for PC and Xbox 360 and PS3. Anybody remember the first Prey?
No, I do not.
No, I don't.
I'm not familiar with that one.
That's why the System Shock Prey, as I like to call it, is totally different from the first game. And they were going to follow with a sequel by expanding upon it with a new alien world, and you're following an amnesiac bounty hunter. In the second Prey game that was in development hell for a while, was in development but got scrapped for this remake of Prey, which was System Shock, but with Prey title. Now let me get to the first Prey game, which it's action, but it also got some body horror elements to it too, like Quake 4, I believe, or Quake 3.
Okay.
So you're playing Johnny, this Native American that's ready to lead the reservation. He wants his girlfriend Jen to come with him. Jen, I don't know. These aliens scoop everybody up on the planet and are using them as basically spare parts and meat processing. Those who are old and sick get meat processed. Those who are young and healthy, they either they go through cybernetic enhancements. They they get merged with alien species here and there. It's horrible stuff, and you're just going throughout this whole freaking game trying to get to your girlfriend, and she gets fused into a monster too, like a centaur, and you gotta put her out of her misery once you kill the beast. Oh my goodness, it's amazing how horrible this game can be as you progress, because you have to witness your grandfather dying firsthand. He gets meat processed.
Well, that's like Saw, where you have the one scene where the chick has to figure out whether she wants to live or she wants like the love of her life to die, and of course, it's like,
Was that her love of her life or just some random dude?
no, that was like the dude she was into or whatever. Like the whole deal was is she needed to cut into him to get the key.
Yeah, she had to cut into him.
Yeah,
I thought she was a drug addict.
Yeah, and
she
I'm
was a
thinking
drug addict or something.
Yeah, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, this is like terrible freaking movie writing. I mean, I guess if you want to look at like, gore, I mean, sure it qualifies as a scary movie, but I'm like, there's no shock value to me in this. And I think that's kind of where we started to go in 2015. We weren't trying to scare anymore. It was more about shock, if you will.
Well, and occasionally, though, you got a few psychological horror movies that psychological thrillers that really broke that mold. I mean, did any of you guys ever see The Invitation?
No,
I never saw that one.
I really wanted to, but I was like, never mind.
The movie, okay, I'm going to say it. The movie's a slow burn. It's a big slow burn, but I'm not going to spoil anything. It's worth it. It's worth it
Um,
Is
when
it
you
you
get.
say? Is it a murder mystery, or I'll have to keep that on the list then, because lately I
It's
like.
okay. Here's what happens. It's about after the death of his son, this man and his wife divorced. They got into other relationships. The wife remarried, and the husband got a girlfriend, and the husband and the girlfriend get an invitation from his ex-wife to this place, and they go there. And I don't want to. I'm not gonna. I'm trying to find a way to explain it without giving anything away.
I think I got an idea. Go ahead.
Yeah, and right when they get there, the husband. It's really clear, kind of similar to that of Oculus. The husband thinks something is off, and the wife married a counselor, and he says he's there to help because he helped his wife, and now he's saying he's going to help him get through the grief of his son. But he can't. He has this nagging suspicion that something's wrong, and it's always, is it really? The movie plays with likes to play mind games. Is this really? Is there really something wrong, or is this just the husband's grief coming through? And I thought that was an interesting little dynamic that they were playing.
who's ever heard of or remember Cube?
Oh, I love Cube. I love Cube. That Canadian horror film.
What's it
I
called
saw
again?
all Cube.
Cube.
Oh,
It's so long ago too. Like,
when did it come out?
90s.
That was a 90s movie.
yeah, that was
okay.
like
I have
I
to go
want to
back
say that it was around Mortal Kombat. I want to say it was after Mortal Kombat. So,
You got to hear some of the hilarious drafts they had before they finally settled on the last one. What ultimately became the film, because Cube was originally about a bunch of people basically in hell until they just said, you know what, let's just switch it up to a bunch of people in this bizarre complex, and they got to solve freaky puzzles.
Puzzles that might kill you if you solve it wrong.
Exactly.
And the rooms keep shifting. So like if you don't solve, like, go through them within a set amount of time, you gotta wait for a long time for the way to the end gets there. Because if you're not careful, who knows how long it's gonna take, because there's a lot of cubes that you're in.
And it's also pretty interesting too
It's
that
almost infinite.
each of the individuals that are in the cube are not there by accident. Each one has a skill set and a quality that can help them survive.
I think I've seen it. It sounds familiar. It sounds like one I've just seen before, but I've got to look back to that. The only reason I mentioned this, like I said, guys, it's been a while since I've seen a really good horror movie. That's I'm trying to ask myself, why am I not scared anymore? And I just feel like that now they are not making good scary pictures. Like Wolf said, you could get maybe a good psychological thriller or a little bump or jolt here and there, but I'm talking about ones that even now when you look back and you're grown, you still get scared. And it's like you're scared for that second, but it like fades the next day or something like that, which it shouldn't linger. But I just feel like the art,
I
even
just
though
hope that, Leia, if you do get around to watching A Quiet Place 1 and 2, or at least specifically 2, I hope you're okay with daylight terror.
yeah, I saw A Quiet Place 1. I agree with you. I saw the first one. I haven't had a chance to see the sequel yet, but
Because
that was exception to the rule.
the opening does take place around daylight, and boy, that was a good setup.
I'm okay with that. I am okay with that. I'm fine with that. That works for me, and it's different. So I'm okay with that. So
Now
I've got to get up to see 2.
there's something else I wanted to bring up alongside with the Candyman that I forgot to bring up was M. Night is coming out with a new movie called Old. The premise is that these people are vacationing on a specific island, and the more they linger on it, the more time speeds up their longevity.
I saw the trailer for that. Yeah, you're right.
It looks interesting. M. Night Shyamalan has a sordid history, but I always found him as a guilty pleasure.
I swear off watching any more of his movies after Glass. Glass disappointed me. I was like, anything else, whatever he's coming up with nowadays, I'm like, no. You ruined me with Glass.
See, I like Glass, but probably for
I'm glad that you're okay with Glass. I didn't like it.
I liked Glass, but probably not for the reasons that M. Night was originally going for.
First name Mister, last name Glass.
This new film now. This is the longer they stay on the island, they age. You age every 10 years. Is that?
Yep.
Yeah, I think that.
Yeah.
Oh, you got more of that than I did, because I don't know specifically how long do they age.
Well, that's the terrifying thing. With every hour that's passing, they get older. And what's terrifying is they can't seem to go out the pathway they came when they found that beach.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that was an interesting trailer. M. Night Shyamalan, yeah, he's a hit or miss for me. Lately, it's been a lot of misses. They just haven't stuck as well. But I'm willing to give him a chance because the trailer for this new film looks interesting.
Here's the thing about I will give respect. Sorry, I will give respect to Shyamalan. This he has a broad idea on the aspects of horror. He's I hate to put him in the same category as Junji Ito because he's nothing like Junji Ito, but I like to say he's very creative, closely creative like Junji Ito, which I'm going to get into. Now that I'm bringing him up, I'm going to get into more the manga aspect of horror, the Japanese aspect of horror. But I'm going to wait till you guys get off your chest about certain things too. But I'm going to get, that'll be what we'll cover at least on the fourth hour of this stream, at least, or at least somewhere close to there. But I will give M. Night this one. He's not your typical horror director, where he comes with these interesting concepts like the what was that? The Village.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, Sixth Sense.
Yep.
Sticking to his horror. Signs.
Mm-hmm.
We everybody remembers Signs, of course.
Yes.
Y'all help me out with specifically his horror, not the other stuff that doesn't pertain to the Devil.
Yeah. The Visit.
The Visit. Yeah, I was thinking about that too. That was on the tip of my mind. I was like, is it called the Visit or the what? Yeah, The Visit. I didn't watch that one. That was already on my. I was already on my M. Night hate boner.
Mm.
Yeah.
Even when I was watching Split, I was still on my M. Night hate boner.
I lost to that Lady in the Water.
Yeah, me too. Lady in the Water, and I wasn't that crazy about The Village. I thought The Village did not give a good payoff.
Well,
watching this thing about what's in the woods, I'm like, oh, you got to be kidding me! I sat through almost 2 hours for that.
Yeah,
it did not. Oh, I felt cheated. I did.
With a lot of M. Night's payoffs, it's the twist is supposed to be the payoff in and of itself, not the actual outcome. And I'm like,
yeah,
not the I was looking for.
That goes back to my whole fame kills great artists, because
it's one of these things of
he's become a meme now. The M. Night Shyamalan twist.
Well, it's more like subverting expectations before Ruin Johnson was edgy, if you will. Like, oh, look at me, I'm smart writing. It's like, okay, that's fine.
Well, the thing is that
but we weren't canceling people back then.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, it was really The Sixth Sense, because everybody was like, holy smokes, Bruce Willis is dead. But you gotta look at how he carefully crafted and filmed it. And
here's one thing M. Night didn't do that Ryan did. There's that interview. He says they just don't understand my movies. He didn't say they were. He didn't say anything about. They just didn't understand my movies because they're angry white males or angry people angry people who don't understand the theme of my movie. Like, just sometimes he's more of a mild mannered. he's more of a mild mannered director. It's he's probably he's like that one kid that does want air that want people to understand him, but he has a hard time communicating what he has a hard time communicating to people, and people don't understand. And that's how he approaches that thing. I know a lot of people get mad at him for saying that. I'm like, but let's look at it through another lens, guys. Maybe he's saying that as the kid who is trying to communicate with everybody, but we can't seem
Mhm.
to understand him. And the way how he's communicating to us is coming out incorrect, and we get offended by it, right? That's
Yeah.
how I saw.
Well,
That's
moral of
how
the
I'm
story
kind of
is
seeing it
Like I
now.
have a that's
moral
probably
of the
why I
story
have
is
such a guilty
the
pleasure
casual
with
moviegoer doesn't care about your feelings, and these people seem to kind of want to self-insert themselves into everything they do, and it's like, cool, that's great. I didn't come to hear about your problems.
Hmm.
Like,
But the thing that kills me, they
grow a
self-insert,
backbone. Yeah.
they
Grow a
insert,
backbone, grow a
and
spine.
then when they criticize, they then jump offended, like, "Oh, you hate me,"
Yeah,
all that.
yeah.
I'm
By
like, "Oh,
extension, you hate
get
my
off
work,
your
you hate
high
me.
horse."
It's like, again, it's like that's not what we paid our $14 for. So
Exactly. It's like, get off your high horse. I don't care about, oh, I don't mean to sound terrible when I say this. I don't
oh,
care
you
about your
can.
problem.
I don't. I personally don't, and
I don't
I
either.
say it all the time. Like
Neither
Like I
do
said in the
I.
beginning,
it's
like I
like
said in the beginning of this stream, do your damn job.
Exactly.
it's it's like nut up. It's the easiest way I can put it. So it's like
Look.
Yeah, and
Once the job gets done, then we can talk about your problems. Get the
then,
job done first,
yeah.
then we can talk about your problems.
I'm just gonna say this. God rest his soul. But that did not stop him from making some of the funniest things ever.
Mm-hmm.
Who we talking
And
about?
that's why he is the man,
Who?
Robin Williams.
Okay,
Oh, okay. Yeah,
He
I
had his
get
because
you.
problems.
Yes.
you kind of robot there, Schooner.
Yeah, he had his own problems. He was battling depression and everything. But you know what? He went out there and made some of the best comedy out there.
He found a way to still make people laugh despite his own pain. Yeah. He
Yeah,
still got out there. Yeah. He still got out there and cracked us
and
up.
that is why he is the man.
Yes. I absolutely agree. Well, one genre I wanted to touch, fellas, that recently came in the news, another kind of horror, you could call it. I like to call it there was a time when Hollywood was doing the Satan movies, demonic,
Oh,
demonic
Yeah.
possession, and we've got
Mhm.
The Quiet Place. Not The Quiet Place, but the film that beat The Quiet Place was The Conjuring,
Oh yeah.
Part 4, and they've been making a slew of these films.
Mhm.
This Conjuring series has been pretty successful. So again, that seems to be the only kind of horror movie that Hollywood wants to make is the devil is out there, watch out kind of films, or does The Conjuring fall into that? I think it falls into that, but how many movies do we
a
get
lot of it.
where
A lot of it
the
at one
killer
point does.
the killer is something that is supernatural, and either the person doesn't believe it or tries to make you believe it. Goes all the way back when they got it started. I think was The Exorcist, and then
Oh
after
yeah.
that we have had of the Satan movies. So,
Mhm.
do you hear me? Satan movie or
Yeah.
is
What is
just
it? Uh, I know it's horror comedy, but I thought The Golden Child was pretty cool. That was
yeah,
dark and twisted.
yeah,
But Eddie Murphy humor is what's making you get through it. I mean, I put that right up there with Ghostbusters.
yeah. Ghostbusters. Now, Ghostbusters, and you know what? You bring up also the issue of horror comedy, but I think you guys mentioned a few horror comedy pictures. Ghostbusters is a classic. It is a
Mhm.
classic because they found Dan Aykroyd and Bill Murray, um, and the
Harold
other
Ramis, Ernie
Hal Ramis,
Hudson,
Ernie
Ivan
Hudson.
Reitman, the director.
That's a classic, and it can't be repeated, as we found out with that 2016 version. We shall not name.
Mhm.
We should now name. But they made the horror comedy, and still to this day, I still laugh at it when I see it.
I mean, I even think Ghostbusters 2 is okay. It's nowhere near as great as the first one, but it's clear by Ghostbusters 2, this thing had gone on far longer than it should have. Although the cartoon Ghostbusters was amazing.
Which one now?
The cartoon Ghostbusters?
Yeah, I like the cartoon Ghostbusters. I like the cartoon
sister
Ghostbusters.
series.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Those. I loved Extreme. First off, Extreme Ghostbusters should have been Ghostbusters 2016.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
The plot of it.
Yeah.
The opening narrative of it should have been the basic plot of 2016. That's what I was hoping it was going to be when they first announced it. I was hoping that I even talked to a friend of mine about it. I was like, I'm hoping that at some point they were being trained the new generation of Ghostbusters, like ever since Ghostbusters 2 with the whole situation with the ghosts and everything, like it gets out of hand pouring into part 3, and you know the originals are getting too old, and they realize their age, so they're going to train a brand new generation to pick up the slack.
Exactly, and what better way to do it than be a bunch of college kids, especially since they're college teachers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they gotta get it
really well.
But they gotta get it. Go ahead, Scooney.
I'm sorry. I mean, you want to talk about diversity in filmmaking. Extreme Ghostbusters had the most diverse cast, but they didn't focus on the diversity. Each of these characters, you had, what was it? One was black, one was in a wheelchair, one was hardcore Italian, and then you had the girl. I mean, and each of them had their own distinct personality, and they were not some stereotype, with the exception of the Italian guy. He was the stereotype.
Could you really call him that?
All right, I'll give it more of the '90s, the '90s punk.
I'm just saying, like, here's my my take on what was considered a stereotype. Was really considered a genuine bona fide stereotype of or at least a caricature of a race. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If all they do is completely tied to whoever's perception of one's perception of what another race is. Like, was there ever a time that he mentioned about lasagna, pasta, or the mafia?
I do remember him mentioning food a lot, but I think it was supposed to be because he was supposed to be like a Bill Murray stand-in, or like the wisecrack guy.
Yeah, but I'm saying, did he mention anything about being?
I don't think he ever mentioned mob or mafia or anything like that. That's a good point.
If he ever mentioned stuff like that, or like having a cigar, or about being wagged or something like that, that would be a stereotype.
Mm-hmm.
In the case of black folk, if they're talking about chicken, that's true to life. That ain't no stereotype. That's not a stereotype. That's true to life. We like chicken. Everybody, in fact, chicken is a universal thing anyway, so I wouldn't even count that as a stereotype. Now if they talk about chicken and watermelon, that's a stereotype.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just remembering Reno 911.
Or they talking about, they're talking about the cowardly black person. Like, no, that's not a stereotype. That's just black people voicing what we would do in a situation, which is run the fuck away. Excuse me. That's true to life. Some of us are pussies. To me, it's a refresher to see a black guy stand up to the beast, or say a slasher, rather than them just running screaming like a little girl. AKA the Martin lookalike.
Uh, um, but they can be, but not done rightly. It can be done in a stupid way. Have any of you guys ever, for the sake of your life, seen the movie version of Battleship,
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
which is on my list? Excuse me, of one of the worst movies I've ever seen in my entire life.
Mhm.
Forgive me. Did you guys like it? I hated it. I thought my intelligence was being insulted.
Oh no, it was terrible. I
It
mean,
was, yes,
No,
Trooper.
I did not like it.
They had a black guy on there. I guess he had, forgive me, he had no legs or something.
He's the best character out of that bunch,
He was
actually.
not Wolf. Wolf. He was
You
written
don't
very
think
badly.
you think
No, I do not.
so?
No,
well, I mean,
no.
if you're
Wolf.
if you're having to
I
pick
was
out
cheering
a
with
good
I was
character,
No,
cheering when he
yeah, but
fought that alien on his
no.
on his peg legs and
But,
everything.
but
I'm
Wolf.
like bruh, yeah, deck him, boom, boom,
But
boom.
Wolf. Wolf.
Go ahead, Leia, go ahead. Voice your
No,
discontent.
no. Go
Get it
ahead.
out your
Finish.
system.
No, I'll let you finish. Go ahead and
I'm
cheer. Or
but this is just my love for the veterans. Okay, this is just my love for the military, my love for our military folk, and just seeing a man who lost his legs and almost losing hope because he's having a hard time trying to adjust to walking on these mechanical legs. You got the lady that's connecting to him, trying to walk him through it, trying to keep him on an even keel, giving him therapy and all that stuff, right? And then you got that big moment where the alien comes in and he just steps up right up to walk up to that dude, just straight just beating on him like, yeah, that's right, that's right. I even like the veterans that came out the woodwork. I'm saying these are saving graces, not saying the movie is good. These are just saving graces in my opinion. But you see the military Navy veterans coming in to help the heroes with the decommissioned ship loading up and everything. I was like, oh yeah, we got the veterans getting in here, about ready to tear some stuff up. Yep. So yeah, go ahead, Leia.
okay, Wolf. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. He's no. Wait a minute. Listen to me. Sit up. Listen up. Think
Go ahead.
about how the setup is ridiculously stupid. I'm
Mm-hmm.
sorry, it is. You're walking like that guy was walking. You're walking, you all are walking, and they say, take cover, there's aliens coming to a planet. And instead of going to take cover because you've never seen these aliens and you don't know if they're friend or foe or they can vaporize you or want to eat you, and you decide to say, I've never seen an alien. I think I'm going to go and meet Mr. Alien. Tra la 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 la. So you go and meet Mr. Alien, and what if it's a sick alien like the alien from Aliens, or that, and you're standing there,
Mhm.
and do you
This is the
actually
beginning of
think
the movie.
you actually no, I'm saying if you were in his scenario, do you actually think you would walk up and rip that creature's butt simply on the fact that you don't know where it came from, what it is, how quickly it will kill you, or if the alien has not even done anything to you, or that alien hasn't given you even a threat for it?
That's what I
It gives
loved
you no
about him
reason.
because he was brave and he was brave in the Call of Duty at that time.
But what if the aliens, you know what I would have hoped to happen? I hoped it had zapped and ate him, because I wouldn't go looking for an alien if I didn't know. It's different if I'm trained for creatures from another planet. But if I'm just a normal everyday person walking down the street and doing my day, and all of a sudden this alien
Right.
comes down from the planet and big, maybe it's the aliens from that Sigourney Weaver had to face. I am not going to go up there and be Miss Brave Woman and say, "Let me deck you, boy. That thing will take my arm off." I mean, come on, come on, Wolf. Would
But
you be honest
but that's
now?
why.
Be honest.
But
I
again, even if he
be
died in the
done. Be done.
process, he manned
But
up
the
and took
it,
that thing
it's a
on.
stupid death. You don't want a stupid death. You want a regular death. It's different if he's fighting for his life and the thing attacked him.
Parker took on the xenomorph and what did it cost him? He like they were in a no
That
win.
makes
Here's the thing. He was in a no win scenario and he still took it on anyways.
that was a different situation. His life was being threatened. He was trying to get away from them, but he couldn't. So he had to do something to try to
Actually, no. Parker's different because Parker's a freaking hero. Lambert wasn't moving, and he was trying to come up and smash it from behind.
right. Yeah. Not
What he
walking
didn't
down.
realize, of course, was that it just spun around, smacks him away, and then picks him up. But Parker's credit, he's trying
Let
to.
me address Samuel Proctor real quick. It's only a stereotype if you have both chicken and watermelon together. That's all. That's the only way I consider it.
You can't.
That's the
do
only. That's the
waffles.
only way I will consider it. If both were together. If a
You
black
can't
man.
you can't do chicken and red beans and rice. Like
No, it's
come on.
gotta be chicken and watermelon. Like the moment you bring up chicken and watermelon together, that's why I say, oh, racist,
Nah.
racist. Now, if you
Well,
only
unless, of
bring
course,
up
you're
chicken
Stanley,
alone, I'm like, yep, you're right. You're right.
unless of course you're Stanley Kubrick and you just call it out right then and there.
hmm
Full Metal Jacket calls him Private Snowball. Good
Yep.
lord.
Yep. Yep. Unless you're the gunny. Look, when he said that, I straight up bust up laughing. I was like, I'm gonna let you have that, man, because I know you, I know you're just doing that to intimidate them, to break them down and build them back up. That's the whole point of what you're doing. So it's like me coming. This is how I come in the point of understanding.
Mhm.
How I tend to view things. I don't view things in a way how these social justice hobos think. You know what I'm saying? They always try to take these actions and question whether was that because he's white and he doesn't like me, or what was it because that person was black and I have to apologize for being white around him, or you know somebody talk about black person talk about chicken, like, well, is it because you like it because you're black?
Yeah,
uh,
those stereotypes. Yes.
When you get down to an Asian person, Asian person talks about, right, like, is it because you like it because you're Chinese?
Yeah.
But Holmes, I'm Vietnamese, man. But I thought you were Chinese because you like rice.
No, there's different ways that you eat rice. That's how you know where that's how you can tell, some people from the uncivilized, whether they're using chopsticks or they're using three fingers. That's when you know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But that's a SJ hobos view, or at least that's how, as me and Trooper, or at least mostly Trooper, has been saying. That's my neighbors. Has been saying about
Hello,
CTR.
neighbor.
They basically train you to view everything. And I know I'm going on a tangent that's unrelated to the topic at hand, but let me
Oh, it's
have this,
real life
everybody.
horror, so I mean it's not too far off. So
Good point, good catch. But what I was saying was that's what they're training you to do. It's like they try to teach you to view every motivation is based on race. Everything is based on race. Like that joke character in Martin Lawrence when Martin's show when he was in the jail cell, right? You got that one brother that's like, now you tell me, brother, is it just me or is it conspiracy? Nah, bro, it's just you. That's how
Yeah.
I want.
you.
That's
It's a
all I'm going to answer whenever
conspiracy.
time they if any.
Conspiracy.
That's what I'm saying. Like, look, man. Any one of these SJ hoes ask me that question, I'm like, no, it's just you. You are your worst enemy, and you are the problem, not them. You are. Sorry to say that, but that's the truth. You are the problem, not them. But sorry to get off on that tangent.
Well, I got off a little bit when we were talking about the
Look, Leia,
no.
I get it. It seems ridiculous that he will run up on that alien, but like I said, that was a big us moment from coming from me, because again, he's a he's a veteran who did his due diligence and service to his country. He's a soldier. I think he's still a soldier, actually. I think he's off the force because of his injuries. You know what I'm saying? And he's still working his way with them. And he, like I said, him being a soldier, he's not gonna sit idly by and let the aliens try to I guess send a signal out, or they didn't really explain what was that the aliens were doing. They both
That's one of
both
the problems I had too. I mean, if you're gonna, I don't know, if you're gonna make a move, I don't know why you chose Battleship. I mean, of all things, but if you're gonna do something, at the very least, commit to an idea.
Well, here's the thing:
Yes.
both sides were
Yes.
incompetent, both the military and the alien military. So, they try to make.
Listen,
Well, I think it's fair to say that the aliens were a bit out of their depth too,
Are
and I
we
think
back to
I think we're too far. We were too far inundated with the idea of aliens. So obviously they're superior brain intellect. Their technology is far superior. So obviously they're more superior. Like this is a nice. I would say this is an interesting change. Apart from your typical alien encounter in most of these movies, where the aliens are even out of their depth in our own planet, trying to survive themselves. You know, nobody. It's funny that I bring it up because none of them ever try to reason with each other at this point because the aliens came through a crashed satellite. Yeah, the whole plot of the movie started because the aliens freaking had a car accident in space. They crashed into one of our satellites and dropped on our planet. And somehow they can't get off our planet because they need a specific thing to build to get up off our planet. And we're just mucking their shit up every time. They're trying
Yeah.
and they're basically responding to unknown creatures. They're responding in aggressiveness. I'm speculating this. They're responding to us in aggressiveness because they themselves don't know whether we're friendly or hostile. So it's like soldiers on a hostile territory. They view everybody with hostile, so shoot with extreme prejudice, right? That's why they attacked what they did. There are some things that they do that don't seem okay because there's a moment where they send out those spears, right? And they start attacking our military vehicles and our military bases. Like, dudes, can you at least try to communicate with us instead of blowing our shit up?
See, if I was in charge of that movie Battleship, I would have had it been like a galactic contest.
Mm-hmm.
Different
Like
you
like these different like these first off, everybody in Battleship, like the aliens that are fighting the humans, they're just as much a victim of these overseers who just want to see these alien civilizations with their technologies fight one another.
like Rock'em Sock'em Robots, aka Real Steel.
Precisely. But it's and the battlefield and the new battlefield is clearly on in that little section of Battleship.
Mm-hmm.
you that sounds a lot better than what we got, Scooney. Maybe you should be a screenwriter in Hollywood because that was much better than that brain melting Battleship. And Commander, I understand what you're saying, but I just think the context needs to make sense. You can have a soldier stand up and be brave and fight for his country, but it has to have a good reason. You want to do it with reason. You don't want him to have commit mass suicide, because what if the alien ate him or put eggs in his stomach or something like the alien and eggs, and then you're all standing
All I'm
there like,
saying is
okay, well, he went up
they
there.
needed that signal down, or at least they needed the signal down so that the ships can actually hit their target, the main bad guy's main ship, and he just went there and just basically just flipped the switch.
Okay, well, if they wanted that, they should have somehow relayed the message to him to do that. And then maybe he says, look, I know my legs are out, but I'm the only man that can go up there and take that signal out. So I'm going. Then I would have bought it. But not
Yeah,
just,
he just did it, without audio.
I think I'm just going to go and see what this alien is all about. Me, for all I know, it will be Mort or something cute. And it turns out to be a man
I'm
eating
surprised I'm surprised that's
alien.
what you get out of that whole scene.
I do. I absolutely do. I when I saw that movie, I ratted on that scene for weeks of how empty-headed and stupid and idiotic it was because it doesn't have a good
Me,
context. It doesn't have good relevant effect.
my my impression of that scene was they need that thing they need that signal down. That thing is right in my way. I need to get out of my way so I can flip that switch off. And I don't look. I'm gonna serve my country or die trying. So he marched his way up on that hill and just took on that alien. Just broke his teeth out and his horn goatee. because they did have horn goatees. Just knocked him out like Elroy gonna knock the you. I'm like
if
yeah, that's right,
if
big bro.
if they had got the message that they needed to do it and he was the only man to do it, it would have made more sense. But for him to come out of the blue and said, I'm going to fight this thing that I know nothing about, did not sit well with me at all. It didn't. It played on it, but not not really give good context. It would have been different if he's like, well, I'm the only man that can take down that satellite, whatever he had to do. I'm the only man to do
Basically,
it. And
pull a
they said,
Jackson from Annihilation. This is all the power I need.
yeah. So that would have made sense, and I would have been cheering along with you, Wolf. But I just felt it was like a cheap, poorly written cop out. It was like
All I know
the
is
sex
me and my family
before.
was watching it, and we were cheering when he ran up on that alien. It was. I will say this: it was a whole lot better than freaking Rihanna saying "choke on this mother" and then watch your mouth and blowing his face off. For, I take that over Rihanna trying to act tough.
Oh, Rihanna.
Okay, yes, I agree. I mean, there's lots. That's just one aspect. There's many issues Battleship had wrong.
Yeah.
So I do agree with you
Exactly.
Or Taylor Kitsch crashing through a rooftop, Looney Tune style, just to get a freaking burrito.
Yeah. Tyler Kiss is a good actor, but that is one of those movies. He's just had such a rotten luck of picking really bad movies.
I agree, Scooby.
And I don't know why people are still ragging on the fact that Bryan Cranston died too early in Godzilla 2014.
Yeah.
When we had Liam Neeson in this movie, and he's only there for like 2-3 scenes.
Mm-hmm.
And does nothing with his battleship.
Nope.
I'm sorry. Liam Neeson's still alive on a battleship. At least when Bryan Cranston died in Godzilla 2014, he died doing something. Trying to get his boy out, trying to help some people out.
Right. Yes. Okay.
I'm like, bruh, if he died not doing anything, then I would have been mad. But he did something in that movie before he died. Same thing with Vivica A. Fox in Independence Resurgent. Yes, they call it stupid that how she died, but at least she died doing something. She got a pregnant woman on a helicopter.
Misbehaving.
Okay.
Misbehaving.
You always know that. Yes, you always know if you save the pregnant woman, you're going to get a cheer. There's always a pregnant woman that has to be saved. So naturally, you did exactly.
I'm not saying I have a problem with her dying. I'm saying people have a problem with her dying in a stupid way. I'm like, bruh, at least she died doing something.
Exactly.
That's why I'm not mad about it.
I agree.
Well,
I'm not that burnt up about her dying because she died doing something. She tried and succeeded on getting somebody's behind on that helicopter. Yeah, she paid the price, but she self-sacrificed.
Even though I knew that scene was. As soon as I saw the
sacrifice, I like that.
As soon as I saw, you're right. So as soon as I saw that pregnant woman, I said, "That's it. Vivica's gone," because it always goes that way.
But I wasn't mad.
Well, I had a problem with Angela Bassett in London Has Fallen. I was like, that's it.
Yeah, she did die stupidly, didn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah. You said that's it.
I was like, so where we going now?
That's my home. That's the homie. The traveling McLescribe, Ivan Mendoza. He's talking about what you talking about. We talking about Independence Day Resurgence, man.
Yeah. I mean, it's all part of horror because it's a real horror.
It's the sci-fi horror. It's the aliens coming to eat us, coming to take over the planets, kind of horror. And before you left, I'm trying to think of any other sci-fi horrors. I can't. And Wolf, before you left, we talked about the demonic type of horror, the Satan Satan horror. Yeah, we mentioned a couple of films about the devil is the enemy.
I think I've lost my feel after Exorcism of Emily Rose.
I didn't even watch that.
Oh, I actually liked it. That was a good movie.
I liked it too, but what I'm saying was that was like it for me. Like I've had my fill of demon possession. Like when Paranormal Activity came about, I was like, nope, not watching that.
Yeah, after the first, when I saw the first one. I liked it, but when I saw they were making sequels, I was like, yeah, I'm not interested.
I'm a little
They kept-
perturbed because
Mhm.
I was looking at something Matchstick put up on MeWe, having to do with the "we gotta fix everything" universe post, whatever. But there's a poster for DC League of Super Pets, and I'm like, dang it! I'm like, that's my Phase 5. I'm like, Pet Avengers, dang it, Pet Avengers.
yes, there's. I heard about that earlier today. DC.
Troy can't even help himself by adding his 2 cents.
Yeah.
I'm going to read that later. I can't wait to read that. What he
I'm not
said.
sure.
He said,
I
"I'm
don't
not
know how I
sure
feel
about
about
this."
this. Freaking, I knew where I was gonna go with Throg. Dang it! So
To be honest, guys, I call that DC. We have no ideas. People like superheroes. Oh, let's put them in the pads. I call that act of desperation. As I said in the fun
Have
stream
they
that we
learned
had.
nothing from Underdog?
No.
no, because apparently, it just seems to be that it's easier to just run everything into the ground and still make money off it. People will buy it.
Mm.
Can we
Yes.
make it cute? Okay, let's now put it on a big screen.
So,
That's what I was saying yesterday. That the studios, the people, Sony, Amy Pascal, all these people do not know what to do with this comic book genre. And Wolf, I hope that's it. Maybe that's a topic you can consider. We can consider in the future.
Oh.
I know I asked it is
Well, actually,
does Hollywood?
that
Amy
actually does
Pascal
connect.
knows what
That
she's
actually
doing. I
does
mean, freaking,
connect.
she swindled Marvel for the Spider-Verse and the Venomverse. I mean,
Oh yeah, she set herself up good. She worked a great
yeah.
company.
So I mean, I'm not worried about Amy Pascal. It's all the other ones that everyone whose name it's all these other freaking YouTubers toss out the same names. Those are the ones that should be getting the heat. Again, the people you
Was it
mentioned,
Amy
Kathleen,
Pascal?
and everyone knows Kathleen. Everybody hates Kathleen, but no one knows anything about Sherry Redstone. Hardly anybody knows Ann Sarnoff. It's like no one goes after Bob Chapek or Bob Iger. They all want to go
Right.
after Garth Kathleen.
Or
And
even
there's
Feige.
yeah.
And don't forget Feige.
Yeah, there's a civil
Not forget
war.
Feige, but also you got to think of it like this too. The reason why Kathleen Kennedy kind of became the poster of everything that went wrong with Star Wars
Oh well, yeah,
is
Lucas handpicked her.
because of her
Push
behavior.
pause. Push pause real quick, guys. I want to address Sam Proctor again because he wanted context. Context. So he says white chicken and watermelon. Context
Little
meaning
black Sambo on the watermelon, and then the chicken is just because it's a southern thing.
yeah. Well, here's the thing. Watermelon is associated with the nigger.
Little Black
caricature.
Sambo.
Yep.
You got to go there. Little Black Sambo. It's a book.
Yeah.
So.
And it was always oftentimes that's what they fed to black folk too in the slavery days, or at least that's what they depicted them as always robbing their watermelon for food or something like that. In
And
that
they're
context.
always dressed up in rags and are barefoot and
Big
and if I
lip,
recall-
red lip, oftentimes
Yeah,
red lip.
yeah.
So that's why I say it's a stereotype if you put them both together.
Yeah.
Chicken and watermelon. Now, if you say chicken and waffles, that's not a stereotype. We
That's
love
a
Roscoe's chicken.
stereotype. That's a
How is
stereotype.
that? How
I
is
don't
that?
like
a
chicken
stereotype?
and waffles. I like that taste at all.
That's a stereotype when Roscoe's chicken and waffles got thrown into Jackie Brown.
I was just wondering, why is that a stereotype? I've had chicken and waffles. They're delicious.
Because it's now in a Tarantino black exploitation flick. So I mean, if anyone who's watched Jackie Brown will always associate chicken and waffles with Roscoe's chicken and waffles. So
I don't know. I mean,
that's how it becomes
what
a
you know
stereotype
about
because
comedy.
you refer it back to a film that makes colloquialism out of something else, if you will.
But
Yeah,
now
actually,
you-
hobo talking point.
Well, the, what was I going to say?
Sounds like an SJ hobo talking point.
Right. Exactly what we were saying. Spooky,
What,
what
They
would you
love
Charlie
say?
using that
Brown?
word colloquial.
That would be like a common. That would be like a common saying. Like you can't have it both ways. That's a
Right.
colloquialism. It's like what's another one? There's a whole bunch of them. You got to
You
really
say
think of
you
them.
say
You
I
got to
can't say you
in
can't
for
say
penny,
I
in for
can't
was
claim
it in
chicken
for
and
penny, in for
waffles
pound.
is not a stereotype.
It is a
How
stereotype. That's what I
how
said.
often? No, how often do you hear a black person refer to Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles in every movie though? Like,
Uh,
so-
how many
that-
black movies have there been? There haven't been that many. I mean, it's a very niche thing. It's
that's
like
what I'm saying.
you have to be into Tarantino films to get it. So that's when it becomes a
Because the
stereotype.
only time I ever
Because
heard it outside of a
you've
Tarantino
got
film, what was
you've
it? Was
got
it
what is it?
Doomsday with Ice T? And
Uh,
that's the only time he ever mentioned that.
I think it was with Samuel L. and Chris Rock when he's trying to bait him into the trunk.
Chris Tucker.
Oh yeah, Chris Tucker, trying to bait him into the trunk, and then
Mm,
pat pat, and then that's
trying to. He succeeded.
it. So, but
No, but like that's the only time I ever. That's why I say it's not a stereotype because it has been used that often.
well, I mean, yeah, I mean, if I mean, stereotypes would be like hot combs. That's a
Yeah,
stereotype.
Yeah,
I
that would be
mean,
a
that's if you
stereotype.
really want to go there, like hot
yeah,
combs and weaves and all that stuff.
yeah.
So,
You know what? I'm gonna generate that stream. We'll talk about stereotypes while
and
he's
it's
there.
one of those where you know what kind of girl you getting if she's wearing human hair, polyester, or horsehair.
Look,
So
all I'm saying is,
if she ain't putting
if
out
it's
for human
Oh
hair,
my
you don't
God!
want to
I
deal with
remember.
that.
Okay, if that's a stereotype, then Hulu's the biggest offender because apparently there's a movie out there where this girl has, I don't know what it is, hair.
Haunted hair. Yeah. But
Haunted hair.
Here's the thing. It's its own niche space, so it's not technically a stereotype because it's a black story for a black audience.
That is semantic. That is so semantic.
Yeah, but you got to remember that's how these pink hairs. That's how they deal. They deal in
Oh,
hair.
no. That's just how they excuse their wrongdoing. Remember,
Well,
it's only bad when other people do it.
No,
but
you have to be able to speak the lingo, or you won't understand it. So
I got a lingo right here. Holds up his
yeah,
middle finger.
like it's easier to say
I'm gonna
critical
say
race
there's my
theory.
lingo.
It's easier to say critical race theory than saying racism against white people. Just a
Mhm.
lot easier to say it that way. So, because the moment we start saying it's racism against white people, then you start getting all these little oh, that sounds like this. Oh, that sounds like that. It's like no,
That's why they're so psychotic because they view everything on the basis of race and in other cases, sex and gender.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I said how it gotten to K through 12 within the last 2 decades. It started with No Child Left Behind, which led the road to Race to the Top, which lent itself to hey, if you want all this big money up here, you got to start teaching this stuff, and that's how the stuff from the universities made its way, into K through 12. So
It's just basically teaching kids to see color. I'm just like, Jesus God Almighty, we're heading for a disaster.
oh, we're already there. It's just for us, we're just now seeing it. Right now, those people just coming out of high school and in their early 20s, they're living it because they're ground zero for it. So
Yep.
you could say Zoomers because Zoomers more or less are kind of 50-50. They're not all based. Some of them are based. Some of them kind of have an idea what's going on. Some of them they love the Kool-Aid, so they go with it. It gives them special brownie points.
Again, though, but that goes back to what I was saying in the green room, this level of insecurity of needing to be in with the in crowd.
Well,
Are you that insecure about yourself?
No. We bred them to be. We bred these people to be collectivists. We've been doing it for decades.
Yeah, but it's like now you got to ask everybody, every institution, is this okay? Is that okay? Is this?
It is okay. It is okay because if it wasn't okay, then you would have had county, state, and federal government.
Let's show this for another stream.
Yeah,
this is interesting. Let's show this for another stream.
Back to scary movies. Oh, I actually saw that one.
Now
let's
swing on to Japanese horror, if you will.
Okay, yeah. Junji Ito.
Yep, Junji Ito. So I read Uzumaki. I haven't really gotten into the Tomei books yet, or the Tomei stories.
No.
I had checked out Gyo and
Gio's the one with the fish, right?
yep,
Okay,
Ghost
I thought
Fish,
then I have seen that. Yeah.
Ghost
The,
Gas,
na-
if you will.
the names are, if you tell me what they're about, I probably have read them.
Yep, it's technically Ghost Gas.
Yeah.
Don't ask me how that
I
works.
never saw With Teeth. That's a good one, or at least I hear it's pretty good. In the sense that it's gross and
Mm,
kind of like you. You know which one I'm talking about, right?
maybe.
It's the
What are you
one
talking
where
about?
it's the one where the female's nether region has teeth.
Oh, teeth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Woo!
That
Holy
that horror, that dark comedy.
Oh, that'll put some hair on your chest right there.
Hmm.
I'm like, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh,
Look, to reiterate with the with the Lady of Valor here. Remember
yeah.
when we brought up the rape scene in Outlander, and
Oh,
how
yeah.
you two were around when I talked about the torture and rape of Hisako from Descendants of Darkness.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm a strong person in that regard because I went through Teeth and I went through Human Centipede, and Centipede one too many times, but Teeth I can watch that like 5 times
Mm-hmm.
and still come out okay.
Um, I don't know. There's this one movie I saw that truly terrified me, and I'll never watch it again. Have you guys ever heard of the foreign film Inside?
No.
I'm not familiar with that one.
Long story short, it's about a pregnant woman and this other woman who's stalking her basically wants her baby.
Oh wow.
Sounds like
Yeah.
what's in the headline.
Uh-huh. And the end of the movie pulls no punches.
Oh wow. There was also I also survived Cannibal Holocaust, and one time is all I needed anyways.
Yeah. That's another one of those. Yeah, no. After watching it, it's like, nope, not again.
So yeah. Yeah,
I mean,
the
I thought it
Jamie
was
rape scene, that's horrible, but it's like smoked potatoes compared to what I went through before I even got to this show. It's just again the psychological aspect just made me think I want to murder this man.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well,
I like that thing that you sent me privately, Leia, of the reviewer. Instead
yeah.
instead of him, you know, being I'm mad at Claire right now because you know she's married to another person, and then she's banging another dude. I'm ready to murder Randall. I'm ready to murder that man. Not the way he did to Jamie. I'm ready to murder him.
That's what
And
I like.
I don't care if I'm a Moor. I don't care if I get executed for murdering Black Jack Randall in that world. I'm ready to murder that mother. Shut your mouth. Let me calm down. I'm about to have brain aneurysm thinking about that.
This is kind of getting me cracking up when I saw that video because, like I said, most men can't get through that. That's the way some of them react after seeing that episode. And that guy pretty much expressed what we were all feeling, but we knew as ladies how we felt. But I said, well, Wolf Commander was brave enough to sit through the whole scene without passing out and having nightmares. So we'll see how this
Like, hey, if
guy
I
does.
survive American History X as a middle schooler, I can deal with this.
Oh, that was a
So
good film. That was
I
a
want to show you another guy that got through it and expressed it in his own way.
No.
I'm just saying, like that stuff is like especially if male on female rape. It's like if I can deal with that, I can definitely deal with that. I mean, I'm not saying that I'm gonna feel some other way. Of course I'm gonna feel disgusted by it, but like I'm gonna sit. I'm like, well, it's here. I'm gonna sit through it. I'm gonna power through it as much as I can. It's gonna stick with me, I know, but you know what? I'm gonna say this. I'm a survivor now. So like I come out all the more stronger because I got through it. That's why I
Back
told
to
you. That's why I told you
Good
that
for
day,
you.
late. I was like I'm stronger. I'm strong. So like that's nothing to me. It's technically it's haunting, but it's like been through way worse than that.
I gotta ask though about Junji Ito. Does his stuff freak you out?
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
definitely, especially the Uzumaki series.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, quick question. Leia, are you familiar with any of any Japanese manga per se, aside from anime?
Uh, Unfortunately, I am not, and now I was about to say that maybe this is a good time for me to bow out because it's
I'm
about
just gonna
late where
touch on it.
I'm at.
I'm gonna touch on it a little bit, and we'll start wrapping it up, of course, because
Okay,
we're boring on the 4.5 hour anyways.
yeah.
So quick aside for the Japanese horror. The Japanese their horror
They
mythology
call it
is
J
very
horror.
interesting.
Yeah, they
Very
call
very
it J
interesting.
horror.
Would you say J
Uh,
horror,
they
right?
call it they call it J horror. Yeah, because I got into J horror after I was seeing the American remakes, and I'm like, okay, let me see the Ring, and I was like, holy smokes, this is awesome.
Ringu. Yeah, you
Yeah,
saw Ringu.
Ringu. What was
Um,
have you seen Polaroid? Was it Polaroid or no Shutter? The original
Shudder.
Shutter. I like
Yeah.
the original Shutter. The American remake sucked.
Hmm.
And there's this one that I really loved. I think it was called Keitel. It was Pulse in this universe, in of the
Yeah.
American version.
Yeah.
But the original Keitel is amazing.
I met one of the actors from Pulse in real life.
Oh, really? Which one?
The light skinned dude with the big hair.
Oh, okay.
Oh wow.
Mhm.
How was
Wait,
he?
He was nice. It was brief. I didn't
Okay.
talk to him. He actually stopped. My homeboy played ball with him for a while. We were at Venice Beach, and he paused for a minute, noticing that I was drawing one of my original characters from college. He said, "Hey, that drawing looks nice." I was like, "Oh, thank you."
mm-hmm. Yes,
Yeah, that's the
everybody,
only
just
that's
send
the
me
only
the.
interaction that I got out of that guy. So I didn't want to bother him because like they were whispering to me like that's the dude from Biker Boys. Like, yeah, that's the dude from Biker Boys. And I didn't geek out or anything. It's like the moment he approached me, he says, "Hey, that drawing is nice." Like, "Hey, yeah, like thank you, man." It was like casual. But anyways, I digress. But what were we on? We were on Pulse.
We were on J horror. Yeah.
Yeah, J horror seems to be stem from things that can be contemporary and mundane in a way,
Mhm.
like the fact that people were drawing comparisons with Lady Dimitrescu from Resident Evil Village or 8 with this one Japanese
Mhm.
ghost or demon or spirit that follows you with this kooky smile. What was she called again?
Oh wow. Crap.
I'll describe her.
I'm,
She's often
I'm aware. No, I'm thinking of the wrong one. Oh crap.
she's almost like Slender Man, but she's got this long jet black hair,
She's a
this
yoro.
huge
Is it a yorokai? Do they call it a
yokai
yorokai? A yonkai. Thank you. Is she a
yokai
yonkai? A yokai.
maybe. No,
I'm
she's
still
not a
trying.
yokai, but
Oh,
she's one of their urban legends, like many of the urban legends that they have over in Japan. But to describe her physical appearance is she's rail thin, almost very tall, about 12 feet, 9 feet at best. Wears a sun hat and a sundress with this smile, this very big smile.
Mm.
That's what I mean by the mundane. Like some of their horrors
Oh,
tend to
okay.
look like everyday people, but they have this very deformity about them at times. But like everything else stay relatively human
mm-hmm.
at some points. Like the whole her being tall, that's inhuman. The smile is inhuman. Or like the ghosts that they portray in Ringu and Yuan or the Grudge. Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's the thing about Japanese J horror that I found freaky. It's the they call it the horror approach. You start off with the mundane, then you
Yeah.
go into the horrific, and then return to the mundane. At least Western horror does that. Whereas Japanese horror, where specifically Junji Ito, he starts in the mundane, you go into the horrific, and you pretty much stay in there. You're like trapped. You can't get out of that horrificness.
He takes the abstract too. He takes the abstract to it to the extreme and turn it into something very scary, like the spiral. And it always goes back to the spiral when it comes to the Uzumaki stories. Like Leia, I know this is out of your neck of the woods, but I encourage you to pursue these stories if you really are looking for something to shake you up. If need be, I'll link you to a manga site where you can check it out on your spare time, if you're okay with that, Leia.
Sure, I'll be more than happy to check it out.
Mind
I'm always
you,
looking for something new.
Look out because some of the translations can be very bad, so be aware of that.
Okay, I
It's
will.
in English. It's in English. I will tell you that it's in English, but some of the translations is kind of robotic, if you will, sometimes. But I'll definitely I guess we'll start you off with
Give her the
Uzumaki.
cave. Maybe just give her the cave. The one with the cave, where they say like the human-shaped cave.
Oh, the Amagiri fault.
Thank you.
Yeah, you know his short stories. I'll start
with some short stories.
I think I will just definitely get you started with Amagiri fault. If that doesn't pique you, or if that scared you too much, then I understand that you don't want to pursue anymore. I'll firmly understand. Because
that one still remains a personal favorite.
Hang on, Scooter. What you were gonna say, Leia?
No, I said if I am personally freaked out, I will let you know. And I will say you can put the holds of it for right now. I've got to get over the stuff I just looked at.
yeah. Like it's. Let's just say this: some of his stuff can verge on somewhat cynical and nihilistic, but there is some existential talking points that really sate the mind's curiosity about how the characters think, how the characters talk. Each of the characters that you start off with, and boy, don't even get me started with the Tomei stories, especially the one with the one called Turtleneck. Turtleneck, man. Wow, that ending. I'm not gonna say what happens in the end, but that ending.
Nope.
Wow. Talk about ambiguity. That is Sorry, Schooner. Talk about yeah, I can't say that right now.
Ambiguity.
Thank you. Scary ambiguity. My brain is not working today.
Ambiguity.
Thank you. Just ambiguity, but scary. Like you know how certain ambiguous endings leave you with a sense of curiosity, but at the same time a relaxed curiosity. No, not so much here. This one, everybody remembers Batman Beyond.
Yeah.
You remember Ink's daughter?
Yeah.
Remember what happened at the end?
Yep.
You know how she's curled up on that bench
that pool bench.
Yeah, the pool bench. She's all curled up, like rocking back and forth. That's what I mean by that's how you look when you're pondering the ambiguity of Turtleneck.
Oh, okay.
Shut up, Maddie.
That's
not even what I'm talking
I'm not
about.
watching chat. Like I don't.
That's the thing about Junji Ito.
I'm talking he's talking so just say the fear. That's not what I'm talking about. The curiosity of was it or is it? Not no. Oh, I don't know. Therefore, I'm afraid. I'm talking about is it or was it or is there a concrete answer? No, you're not going to get an answer because we like you better pondering it
Mhm.
and fearing
And
and fearing it while you're pondering it.
exactly, and that's the real thing. Do you want to know the answer, or do you want to think, or do you want to leave it to your own devices? Either
Mhm.
way is terrifying.
Not the fear of unknown, the fear of not knowing.
Hmm.
Mm.
If that's what you want me to say, but yeah, shut up.
That's another thing though. But here's the thing: you listen to Junji Ito's like interviews. He's like this very open, upbeat, very friendly guy. And it's like this is the guy who wrote the cynical, terrifying stuff.
Mm.
It's basically
uh,
it's like, oh my god, this guy.
I will point that as well with Kentaro Miura, rest his soul. Oh my goodness, the things that this man draws, and the things that he creates in Berserk, and yet
Yeah.
this man is like the sweetest thing you could ever meet. Same thing with possibly the guy who did Gantz and Inuyashiki.
Mm-hmm. Well, you ever notice that too in specifically in Japan? These guys who write these dark and disturbing things are actually very open and happy. I saw
Mm-hmm.
this meme. It shows these two people. It shows one meme where it shows Junji Ito, Stephen King stories. Junji Ito in real life, he's open, and Stephen King is still just sad and depressed.
Mm.
Yeah, that's just Japan in a nutshell, man. They're workaholics, but there's some things that brings happiness to them when they stop working, especially when it comes to stories.
It's just that the honor in a job well done. I always thought.
Well, that does help. That does help to have a sense of accomplishment from a day-to-day perspective.
Yeah, you know what? I keep saying like when these comic book artists are complaining about the conditions of having to work on a comic book, I'm like, look at a manga artist.
Mm-hmm.
And you think you got problems?
Personally, everybody
They have
should be always
none. Trust me.
thinking. I always try to say this: people should be thinking on a broader sense. Always,
Mm-hmm.
always, stop yourself, get out of your head, get out of your head space, and see what other people's lives are like.
Well, yeah,
You, I'm not,
you gotta step out of the pop culture lens too. That's
yeah.
what most people
I'm not
don't
saying
do.
I'm not saying walk a mile in their shoes, but observe them and not judge them. Just like I was, that's like I'm trying to encourage everybody to check out that Jordan Peterson with Yomi Park
Yep.
and his podcast, huh?
I'm watching it. I'm watching that interview with the woman from North Korea. What was her
Yeah,
name again?
Yomi Park.
Okay. I didn't try to pronounce it because I knew I was going to butcher it.
I'm pretty sure I'm butchering it right now, but I tried.
No, I mean he does a few. That's just one of the many he does.
But
so,
when you hear that,
they're all.
what'd you say, Trooper?
Is that they're all interesting in their own way, depending on the topic that you're researching. Just to kind of get some just further grasp for the topic.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, hearing her story, that is another new eye opener, or at least it was it. If anybody ever catch on that and hear her story instead of just talking and listening.
Yeah, I mean, after seeing it, you're like realizing, dang, and here I thought our country had problems.
That's what made me stop complaining about racism. Hearing about the Holocaust.
We do. It's just they're not at that level.
Like
that's where we're
like
going.
this whole hate.
But
Look, I was on the hate America spiel too during high school, but when I kind of got into the Holocaust and read Night from beginning to end, I stopped complaining about slavery. Stopped complaining about white folk and stuff like that, or at least I stopped complaining about the white folk of old, and I moved on and I was all the better for it. I'm surprised Leia ain't jumping in on this at this point.
Well, you pretty much covered mostly everything, and like I was just mostly I was listening, when you talked about
Mm.
the Japanese horror and the manga and so forth. And so you
Oh,
pretty much covered a lot of stuff, and I said that I would check a lot of that out.
now
And
I will. Sorry, I will add some more into it. Now, Schooner bring it up. Yokai, the yokai mythology. We did bring up a few horror mythology here, like the werewolves, the vampires, Wendigo. The yokai are interesting, like the
Hmm.
kappa, famously
They're
the kappa.
either a, they're either a blessing or a curse. Sometimes even both.
Yep. Um, they grab unsuspected travelers into the river, drown them. But if you
Hmm.
write your name on a cucumber, they will spare you.
Hmm.
That's one of the wards, I think it's called. Or I know through Hellboy, um, Sword of Storm, excuse me.
Yeah.
Mm.
They got some. Yeah. This their mythology is quite terrifying and deeply superstitious. But how it like ties into their culture too is fascinating.
well, that should be an interesting read then.
Sorry, there's an
All of that's
activity.
interesting to read.
There's activity in the background. I want to mute.
Oh, that's okay.
Mm.
I said all of it sounds pretty interesting. I'll have to catch up with it. Once he when he sends me the information, I'll check it out since it's new and it's different, and I'm open to it since I've never read it before. But mostly with me,
Oh, you'll get
with
into
Will,
it.
the only
It's
thing,
like
yeah, mostly
Spanish novellas. You'll get into it.
uh,
There's a niche. There's a niche for everyone if you know where to find it.
So what I was going to say about the copy before I interrupted myself, in Sword of Storms, I believe it's called, in Hellboy, the animated movie, if you drain the water out of the Kappa's head, he has no choice but to answer your questions. Now he's not dead; he dries up after that.
Mhm.
Um, there's a maiden in a kimono with a long neck. I forgot what it's called, but there's also the Sushiguma, which is a spider demon, or at least a spider yokai. The Kibakachi, a wolf yokai. The the Yue, which is a monkey tiger mix that controls the
Mhm.
lightning. There is the Wanyudo, which is the spirit of a dead warlord, which its depiction is the face of the warlord on a wagon wheel, and it drags the an unsuspected victim with them, and it's usually on fire too. There's also the oh, can I remember? Can I remember? Can I remember? Excuse me.
Hmm.
it's okay.
What was your favorite scary movie? Well, I mean, not scary movie. A scare like mythological creature growing up. Trooper
Me?
like.
Myth-
Okay, go ahead.
mythological creature. Um, I don't know if monsters were my thing. Well, I'll say this that I've always liked
Mm.
vampire stories. I'll start
Mhm.
there.
Yeah.
That is my favorite. I've always have. And we're going from Dracula right down to Anne Rice, which is my number one.
Hmm.
And we know how vast this genre is, and there's been good stories in that genre. Right now, I think the genre needs a revival because I think Twilight, and I'm just going to come out and say this. I'm sorry, Robert Pattinson fans in the chat. I felt Twilight made them comical, and then everybody just jumped on the vampire train. There was vampire stuff everywhere, and Vampire Diaries, and the teen vampire stuff, and all that. And I just think at some point I would like to see the genre kind of be revived. But I think it really is my favorite one because they're the most human-like of all the monsters out there. They're not Freddy
Hmm.
Krueger. They're not Jason. They're not the creeper. They are, even though they aren't human, but they are the close to human. So maybe that's why I like the
Mhm.
story so much. You can have vampires who are good, and you can have vampires who embrace their wicked evil side. So that has always been my number one genre. And then after that comes the werewolf, but I like I said, when I think of that genre, I think of early stuff that seems to get it right, like American Wolf in London and The Howling. Lately, then like I said, the Twilight stuff came around. Then you had the Teen Wolf, and then Twilight had the werewolves looking like cute little puppy dogs. They don't go through the changes that a werewolf was supposed to do. They were more wolf like, and I just wasn't into that because I thought Stephanie Meyer was nothing but a hack and a hack writer.
Like
So
I said earlier, well, no, I said this in Green Stream when Matthew Flynn asked us about trashy anime, and Greenie brought up Vampire Knight, and I brought up that Stephanie Meyer, like I said, look, if she wanted to do a vampire drama, that's what she should have stuck to, but she decided to do action in her vampire drama, which she was not equipped for, and she shouldn't have went out of her way to do it. Period. So that's why I said that was my comment on that stream, which I will be doing again tomorrow. Our stream of Ronin Warriors again. This time I won't be late for at least like about an hour. I was like, wow, I was gone that long. And it's only because I missed the signal on my phone to tell me that she sent me the link, or at least in her part she was also kind of late on sending me the StreamYard link too, because she had I watched the backwatch beginning, and I was like, oh, she also it's twofold. We both kind of picked up on it late. Like I was doing my own thing, and I realized like, oh, Greenie just signal me the StreamYard. Gotta get in there now. Because I thought she rescheduled.
Mm-hmm.
And what's funny was I was just about to message her like, so are we doing it next? Oh, there's a link. I was about ready to message. So are we gonna do this next Wednesday? Then I saw links like, oh, let me get in there now. But yeah.
So for to back to Squid's question, then I'll stop. Like I said, I've got to close out. So for me, Spoonie, basically, I like classic monsters. That doesn't mean I don't like psychological films, but I just feel like I fear that horror films are losing the horror and becoming some sort of social statement. And I fear that's why I suggested the screen, because I fear that's what happened. It's not about scaring you. It's about scaring
I'd
you to think
argue
like
that
us.
I argue that it's getting away from that now, because we know that it's not working. The horror genre I will say this: the horror genre is still safe at this point. Us did not become, us did not become the smash hit that everybody would like to think it is.
Yeah, I didn't like
nor did that remake to Black Christmas ever worked. Or at least I call Sorority Row.
Oh, that was terrible. That was
I loved it. I loved.
You did?
Oh, I loved it.
He's talking about the 2007 one.
Yeah, the one with Letitia Bear is like really bad acting. I loved it.
Yeah,
fantastic.
Which I didn't see. I didn't care for it. Nor did I care for. Well, I did finally get around to see My Bloody Valentine 3D, quote unquote.
Oh, I have My Bloody Valentine.
Yeah, I didn't really care for that one either.
I love that schlock.
But like I said, that's why I said it's the woke has not really have a foothold completely onto horror, because we have Freaky, which is funny. It plays on the woke talking points. There's a scene in the trailer, and I only saw the scene in the trailer, not really saw the movie per se. But like this one person says, you're black, I'm gay, we don't usually survive these things.
Yeah.
I was like, I kind of chuckled at that. I was like, oh, okay, that wasn't really woke. That's just basically just 90s talking points. Like we like what Orlando Jones said in Evolution. Oh, I've seen this movie already. Black man died first. You stand over here and grab it. that kind of deal.
Yeah,
well, that kind of meta humor.
You can call that a win if you want, but essentially, like the general
They're gonna find
themes
a
and
way.
structures of horror films are actually not being implemented. So I mean, essentially, they're not really horror films. We're now going to suspense and thriller films. We're not getting
or even
the jump in your seat, or we're not getting the uh, having to clasp onto the armrest because the suspense or the fright. You're waiting to jump out of your seat, if you will. You're waiting to be scared so you can release that fear. We're not getting that anymore. So I mean, while the gay dudes and the people of color are surviving, and the structure of the classic horror film is not, because now what we're doing is we're giving over explanation as to why this person is a bad guy. It's the same
Yeah,
thing that's
that's
going.
it.
It's the same thing that's going on with comic book. Same thing what's going on with other films. Oh well, he's this because that's why. So
You
we're
got a point there.
So-
exactly over explaining instead of just, and that's the whole problem. They're not focusing on the archetype of horror
yeah,
storytelling. It's
well,
all
they're
about
not. They're all
we have to
well.
explain the woke SJW thing.
Well, before we wrap this up, because I kind of want to wrap this up too.
Yeah.
But as far as like that kind of thing, the problem is they're not letting the audience come to their own conclusion as to who did it or what's going on, or if the confirmation of what's causing the problem is what is actually happening versus the so and so got it wrong. It was the other person that's the bad guy. Normally within the first act, you always introduce the bad guy. And it's usually the person that you least expect, but we've gotten away from that. Now it's a bad guy can't be bad even in a horror film. Now a bad guy has to have a backstory, or there has to be a long-winded explanation as to what's actually going on, as opposed to letting the
Explain the
audience
creature.
discover it. Yeah, well, they're spoon feeding the information. They're not letting people come to their own conclusion.
They're not. Filmmakers are not stupid, but they think we are.
That too.
This is very true, and that is also very true if you look at the current
Agreed.
population. So I mean, they're not off the mark. They're not off the mark. I hate to say it.
There's some.
There is
in other words,
there
there's
is a
some truth
segment
to
of the
what they're saying.
population that can use a little bit more of smart water, and I
There's
don't
some
mean,
truth to what they're saying.
and I don't mean the vitamin water or the smart water you can buy at the store. So
But yeah, I still hold out hope. I'm just saying, we still got some hidden gems. We also got some sleeper hits still getting the much needed attention that they're getting. A Quiet Place 2 is still a win for me in my book because they don't over explain. They're just there. They do leave clues for us to piece together, especially in the first one, and same thing with the second one. They're adding context to the creatures, but they're not explaining everything, like where they came from, what planet they came from, what's their agenda. It's basically what a survival movie should be. You are there to survive with the people in this movie, and I like that I like that these movies end briefly, if you will, and this one also ends briefly too. Not a spoiler there, just ends briefly, just like the first
It's like
movie.
one of those. Yeah, exactly. It ends right at the right moment when you want to see more.
That's the perfect way to do it. I
Yeah.
think that's the perfect way to do it.
And yes, I'm gonna suck John Krasinski's dick on that one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
wow, that's a lot of homosexual imagery.
That's my-
right there.
That's my
the
crass way of saying I'm singing my praise of the man.
It's
I
okay,
would-
dude.
I was gone
Yes.
to saying
100%
I was-
okay. It's Pride Month. It's Pride Month.
Yeah.
100%. Go all
Wait,
in, bro.
Pride
Go
Month
all
just started. I thought it started last month.
in. No, it's this month. So
It's
That's
supposed to
weird.
be
They
this
celebrated too
month, yeah.
early.
yes. White
Yes, they
Boy
could wait.
Summer canceled Pride Month. So
All the more reason why I hate it. That's exactly more reason why I'm hating this sort of pride thing, because y'all can't wait to celebrate now. Y'all like, bruh, if blacks gotta wait to celebrate Black History Month, you can wait to celebrate Pride Month.
Well, I don't understand why we're giving a whole 30 days to a demographic that literally is just advertising that they sleep with their own sex. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I
Y'all
don't
didn't make no history. Y'all didn't die for no history.
what they have history, but my
But
thing
did
is
they
this.
bleed for it?
Well, that's arguable.
Did they bleed for it? I'm talking about Civil War. I'm talking
well,
about
that's what I'm
civil
saying.
rights.
That's what I'm saying. You could argue that point, but I mean, those are all fringe stories we don't really talk about. It's like, this type of activity goes back centuries, and it just goes
Ask
back
me if I
centuries, and
give
it
a
goes back
damn.
centuries.
I'm asking this of them. Did you guys bleed for it?
Well, you'd have to ask someone who had
Not
someone in
out
the
your
Civil War.
uterus either.
So,
Excuse me, Leia.
It's okay. That's
I'm
okay.
just
but
saying.
I was just going to say this is the month when celebrities decide that they want to let everybody know that they swing that way too. We got celebrities coming out of the woodwork
well,
that
yeah, well,
I
yeah.
thought you're straight, but now I'm not. So hey, I don't.
You
Okay.
know,
That's what gets
last
the
time
work
I
in
checked,
Hollywood.
last time
Last
I
time I
checked,
checked.
being black wasn't a clubhouse.
All
Just
Well,
saying.
only if you include it with something else. Like I said yesterday, if you include it with
I'm,
something else, then
I'm
yes.
talking about
But if it's
I'm
just
talking
by
about
itself,
true
no.
old school black. Did not need to be a clubhouse. They're a clubhouse to me at this point. I'm sorry to those who are who my friends I have that
Mhm.
swing that way. But at this point, your community has become a clubhouse. Y'all need to fix that. Don't ask me. Don't ask me to fix it. You gotta fix it yourselves. There's your mission right there.
Mhm.
Anyways, I'd like to thank everybody for attending us today. Thank you everybody for sharing your fears, your favorite movies, sharing a little insight to the genres that you love in the horror section.
Mhm.
I'd like to thank my wingman, starting with the lovely Leia Valor.
right. This is the lovely Lady of Valor. Sending you a good send up. I want to thank everybody for showing up today with discussion of horror. Whether or not we made this Julie's topic again, we hope you come back. If we missed a topic or a genre that you would like for us to expound on, please put it in the comments. We'd love to hear from all of you that took time out of your day to join us. And if you are not busy or tied up anything tomorrow, I am a guest on the Professor Geeks Heroes Inspiration stream, which I believe he told me. I believe it's tomorrow night at 10 o'clock.
It is.
So
I'll try to be there as best I can, but I still gotta join Greenie tomorrow.
it's no problem if you can't make it. You can join it on the back watch.
Right.
Yeah, yes.
Wow, that
Yeah.
man, Leia, and educate him. Not kidding.
I'll tell you right now, she's already in like when she loves Captain
Give him a
America.
minute. He's becoming more base by the day.
Yep. Can't
It's
wait for
gonna
my
be.
turn.
Oh, that's gonna be. I'm gonna make sure I don't miss that show. That's gonna be a very interesting one. I promise you. It's
Because I'm
gonna be.
saying here, win or win, Lord, will be my turn to kick in and ante up with like every one of our base community with the professor, like men, Excuse me, but go ahead, finish, sign out, Leia.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. So if you can make it, I appreciate it. And if not, I'll do it in the back watch. And all of you have a good evening, and I hope to see you next time.
This has been Trooper FN 2525 across a sea of stars. Go ahead, Trooper.
It was fantastic. We'll do it again pretty soon. Like to thank Will for hosting us. Thanks to Skinner. Thanks to myself. Thanks to Leia for good conversation. But yeah, go ahead and definitely fill out the comments, like, share, subscribe if you want more of us, more supplement content that you can't help but to digest. We're on MeWe.com. Go ahead and check us out.
Of course. Coming at you live underneath a basement, the schooner, the tuna.
Coming at you live from a secret government facility buried deep underground, but has excellent Wi-Fi. This is Schooner Tuna. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and comment. And hey, if we missed something, just let us know, and we'll try to see if we can get to it again. This is Schooner Tuna signing out.
Bloop, 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 bloop.
Bloop, 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 bloop.
And of course, when next time we do cover horror again, hopefully I will have some more mythology to talk about. Definitely, we'll tackle more of the mythology side of things, more yokai stories, more Norse stories. Norse has his own horror stories too, like the Draga, being specific. Definitely, we'll be talking about any Scandinavian horror, and I'm pretty sure that Artificial Yoni had also had brought up that they have their own little fiendish horror folklore, which I would love to touch base with him about that, so I can bring. Hopefully, we can bring him along to talk about that, or maybe Samuel Oleki. But unfortunately, I'm pretty sure they can't do it unless it's the weekend. So who knows how long that will take? Hopefully I'll be able to get a new job because I did drop some applications though. But again, it's been your Wolf Commander Wolf 10, and remember, guys, stay safe, love each other, share culture, definitely. Oh, and hide underneath your bed like the pussy you are, and remember, you are the UN Spacey.